Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Kill Your Heroes in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Kill Your Heroes. Chapter 31. Chronophobia, Part 3. I don't understand, Sakura forced through lips that felt as if they'd gone numb. Tsunade-sama interlaced her fingers and rested her chin on them. When Orochimaru approached your teammate, he was flagged as a flight risk. Given his Kekkai Genkai, a high-priority one. At the Genin level and even in some Chunin specializations, there are officially recognized methods of transferring your citizenship to another village. In Konohagakure, that includes an interview with a Yamanaka to determine just how much sensitive information you intend to take with you. Jounin are ineligible for this, and there are some Kekkai Genkai we cannot allow to leave this village. The Sharinan is obviously one of them. The Chunin assigned to that particular patrol district had instructions to check the Uchiha's home and verify his presence. Toward dawn, they found him absent and his mission gear missing. At that point, I had two options. Send a proper retrieval team to return him to the village no matter his feelings on the matter, or send a group of his agimates in an effort to convince him to return of his own accord. I am aware of how Orochimaru works, she told Sakura with just a hint of wryness. He is very good at sowing confusion, doubt, and using just the right touch of physical force to manipulate a situation. In the long term, dragging the Uchiha home would have fed into any persecution complex that Orochimaru erected. So I gambled on getting his willing cooperation. And lost, Tsunade-sama admitted gravely. I underestimated how badly Orochimaru wanted him. Usually, making it to him is a test in itself. If you can't make it to him, you aren't worth his time. There was a distant, reflective look in Tsunade-sama's eyes. That's just the way he's always been. But this time he sent retrieval teams. If there'd been fewer of your agimates, or if they'd been less skilled, it could have been a disaster. As it was, no one died, but Uchiha Sasuke belongs to Otagakure now. This was, yesterday? Sakura asked, her voice strange and quivery. Because she remembered yesterday, all pretty clothes, delicious food, and the uninterrupted view of the ocean. Yes, Tsunade-sama confirmed. You'll need to do an interview. Inoichi-san has volunteered to conduct it himself. If you were aware of his intentions, helping to conceal them is a crime against the village. Sakura shook her head slowly. I knew he was unhappy, she whispered. And I saw, her hand traveled up to clutch at her neck where Sasuke's seal had lain quiescent. She swallowed. I was there, when he met Orochimaru. I still didn't think. I don't understand why he'd join him. Tsunade-sama only gave her a bitter, twisted smile and dismissed her to her interview with Ino's father. When that was over, Sakura plodded to the hospital, her eyes fixed on her feet. She'd expected her thoughts to be loud and tangled, but they were silent and still. Sasuke was gone, that was the one thing that mattered. For all that he'd made her uncomfortable and afraid, he'd loomed so large in her life until these past few months that thinking of living without him was like contemplating life without the sun rising in the morning. She stood for long minutes outside the room with the placard for Uzumaki Naruto, sharply reminded of the last time she'd come to visit a teammate in the hospital. Was that fight part of the reason he'd left? She couldn't wrap her mind around that idea. Orochimaru had said he'd come to him seeking power, but hadn't that fight showcased plenty of it? Sasuke's Chidori, Naruto's Rasengan, if you weighed one against the other, they would both kill a human just as dead, for all that one left a bigger impact crater. And she'd been promoted to Chunin in her first year out of the academy. Team 7 had been poised to become the most powerful combat squad of their generation. Even if Sasuke had taken it in his head to go hunting Itachi, her deductive reasoning skills were intact enough to realize that once she'd swallowed the uncomfortable fact that Sasuke's stated life goal was murder, their team was powerful and capable. Though the village might never have authorized a mission against Uchiha Itachi, they would have followed Sasuke. She could see it in her mind's eye, using village intel to establish a search area, taking just enough leave to accomplish the mission, a hunt made swift by the Ninken. That was all so many shattered ideals now, she recognized as she slid the door open. I tried to bring him back, Naruto burst out the moment he recognized who'd stepped into the room. I did, he protested before she could say anything, hands clenched tight on his cover. I know, she replied simply, which made some of the wildness fade from his eyes. You do. he blurted. Sakura frowned at him as she made way to a chair, scooting it next to Naruto's bed. What kind of person was she in Naruto's eyes? Yes. Tsunade-sama and Ino's father explained. Naruto nodded slowly, then his eyes fell to his hands and stayed there. I'm sorry I couldn't bring him back for you, Sakura-chan, he told her. It was Sasuke who chose to leave, Sakura replied. Saying it was almost painful, like chewing needles, but the truth was like that sometimes. Gozen-san had shown her that, told her that sometimes it was like trying to drink a cup full to overflowing with fire ants, difficult and bitter to swallow. She glanced up from her contemplation of her own hands to find Naruto staring at her. You're not mad at me? What right do I have to be mad when I wasn't even here? Sakura asked him bitterly. It was Naruto's turn to develop a perplexed wrinkle in his brow. How would you know to be here? Did he tell you he was going to pull a dumbass stunt like this? Sakura struggled to find the right words to express something that sounded stupid even as it coalesced. I just should have known. If you love someone, you're supposed to be able to tell if they're about to turn traitor. Or at least you'd think so. Sasuke never told me anything, she finished softly, betrayal rippling like a sour note in a symphony through her words. Well, I like you, Sakura-chan, and I thought you'd be yelling by now, so I guess we don't get everything right, Naruto offered gamely, though his grin was crooked. I never understood that either, Sakura admitted. I've never been nice to you, Naruto. That crooked grin faltered and then fell away entirely. I guess not. But you were polite when we first met. Not nice, I guess, but you treated me exactly the same as the rest of the class. Later, when you were annoyed at me, I could tell it was me annoying you, not that weird scum on my shoe thing that everyone else was doing even when I hadn't done anything to them. That I knew of, he clarified, his expression so soberly thoughtful that it was almost like looking at a stranger. Then he grinned again, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. And you're cute. That earned a weak smile. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but you can do much better than someone who's genuinely annoyed by you, Sakura replied. I won't ever find pranks that cause property damage funny or think that breaking the rules and getting promoted to the next class regardless is something daring instead of irritating. But the world is full of people. Ones we haven't even met yet, as my mother keeps telling me. I am your teammate, Naruto. Maybe, one day, we'll be friends. But I don't think I'll ever like you. Naruto grimaced. I guess I knew that. And your mom was right, you know. There are plenty of other pretty boys that aren't grade A assholes. I guess. Somewhere. I can't believe we're having this conversation, Sakura said with a wobbly laugh, the first warmth of tears blooming behind her eyes. Naruto nodded, his own eyes suspiciously watery. You're really not mad? He asked tentatively. I'm really not much of anything. Mostly sad, a little convinced that this is just another nightmare. Angry will come later, I guess. But you almost killed yourself trying to bring Sasuke back. Naruto visibly hesitated, then glanced up at the door. Not that you can tell, he told her, voice tempered with his own bitterness. They'll discharge me this afternoon. About the Forest of Death, I'm sorry. What do you mean? His hands were clenched in his covers again. It just seems stupid now, but it wasn't like anybody ever got really hurt during training at the academy. I just thought it was like that for everyone. It hurts and you suck it up until it doesn't anymore. Here, look at my hand, he said, thrusting it toward her. Glancing up at him from beneath raised brows, Sakura did as he asked. What am I looking for? She asked at last, finding it unremarkable. It looked the way a hand ought to look, but then it dawned on her what she wasn't seeing. This is the hand you stabbed, isn't it, back on the way to Wave? They removed your scarring. Tight-lipped, Naruto only looked at her expectantly, so she reached forward and ran questing fingers along skin so smooth that Ino would have had a fit of jealousy. You don't have any scars, she remarked in surprise. Not even the tiny ones that accumulated from a lifetime's handling of weapons, no matter how careful you tried to be. And you hardly have weapon calluses. See? Naruto said. That's what I didn't realize, back in the forest. I didn't start putting it together until I saw how long it took you to heal and how bad your scarring was. I don't heal like you do, so I don't hurt like you do. Sorry, Sakura-chan. I didn't know. Sakura just sort of gaped at him, but then she forced her jaw shut, her thumb stroking over unscarred knuckles one last time before her hand retreated to her lap. So you have some sort of regenerative bloodline. Something like that, Naruto muttered. That's, Sakura searched for a word, useful. That's it. Naruto demanded. Just, that's useful. It also makes me feel even less guilt about hitting you upside the head, which pretty much puts it in the negative, Sakura informed his irritably, gritting her teeth only slightly as she tried to keep her temper in check. I have lived my entire life surrounded by classmates who have abilities I won't ever have, just because they happened to be born into the right clan. My family has served, fought, died, and passed unremembered into history from the founding. When I was younger and when I was still having a hard time at the academy, it used to make me angry enough to say terrible things to my parents and my grandmother, she confessed grimly. I blamed them for being perfectly unremarkable people. That changed? Naruto questioned softly, probably wary of Sakura's temper. When she was dying, my grandmother told me that it was an opportunity. That whatever I made of myself, I wouldn't have to live in the shadow of my clan's name. My name would be my own, my achievements my own, and that I could pass that legacy forward, until there was some child far, far in the future wondering how she'd ever measure up to her aunt's stress. I didn't really believe her, but it made me realize that I didn't want to live my whole life dogged by jealousy. It was only making me miserable, because it was something no amount of wishing could change. So, yes, it's useful, like the Byakugan, the Sharingan, or any of the secret clan jutsu. Her tone was slightly snappish, because for all her speech and best intentions, it was difficult to be generous when faced with things you couldn't have. She was trying though, sometimes it was the effort that mattered. She was rewarded by a sheepish grin. Yeah, I guess so, Naruto conceded. I just wanted to prove them all wrong, that I would amount to something no matter what they said about me, and I didn't need any fancy clan name to do it with. Well, Sakura replied sheepishly, it did help that I consistently ranked in the top 3 of our class. Naruto snorted. Yeah, he said again. Then, more softly, yeah. Sakura-chan. Yes. You know, after this, when I'm released from the hospital, Jiraiya wants to take me out of the village. For training. You don't want to go. Naruto shrugged. Granny Tsunade already said she's not going to send more ninja after Sasuke. And the Arrow Sennin didn't sound like it was really a choice. He's mostly an idiot and a pervert, but I guess that you can't really say he doesn't deserve to be part of the Sannin. But with both me and Sasuke away, what will happen to you? It was her turn to echo the gesture. I'm Chunin, Naruto. There'll be missions. Composite teams, like the last one I was on. She bit her lip and swiped hastily at a tear that spilled down her cheek. Hey, Naruto said, leaning forward and catching at her hand, we'll get him back. I promise. Everything about his body language told her that he was in earnest, that he really believed in what he was saying. If all it took was dragging him home, Tsunade-sama would have sent a Jounin to do it, she whispered, arresting the path of more tears. He comes back and then what, Naruto? We can bring him back to the village, but only Sasuke can decide to stay. His grip tightened on her hand and in that moment was a silent understanding. That Naruto would try regardless. Kill your heroes. Chapter 32. Toward Better Days, Part I. Storge. With Sasuke gone and Naruto now absent on his training journey, Sakura lived in a perpetual state of nervous anticipation for all that she'd acted blasé in front of Naruto. The missions were a certainty, her relationship with Kakashi-sensei was far more uncertain. It wasn't unheard of for Jounin to take on individual apprentices, but there was a special process for that. Sakura didn't have any illusions of being so specially gifted as to merit the complete attentions of a Jounin as storied as Kakashi-sensei even under normal circumstances, nor was she skilled enough to not be a serious liability on the kind of missions he'd need to take on now that Konohagakure needed the kind of income A-rank missions brought. And she was, after all, Chunin. Technically speaking, She was a working ninja now. What she learned would be from her seniors, not from a teacher. It was entirely possible that they'd only place her with a more experienced team and that would be the end of it. Team 7 would become nothing more than a memory of failure. She hardly ever slept in her bed anymore. The Western-style piece of furniture was too much sacrifice on altar for the abused limits of her imagination, but it was still her favorite place to think, especially when there was sunlight spilling in through her window, warm as an embrace. Her knees were pulled tight to her chest, back supported by the wall, and her forehead pressed to one of her knees. Even though the time she'd haunted Kakashi-sensei's apartment had been very brief, she missed it terribly. With 8 dogs, there was always someone begging attention, or food, or just proving remarkably tolerant of intermittent petting. Not like here, where the emptiness of the house below seemed almost to echo, her thoughts too loud and too uninterrupted to prevent the slow encroach of a miserable depression. Kakashi's couch might have been a nightmare, likely older than she was and with an almost magnetic property where dog hair was concerned, but she'd trade that perch in an instant with her tidy bed and all her sunlight. She hadn't seen any of them, Sensei or Ninken, since he'd left on his last mission. Sakura tightened her grip, pressing her head harder against her knees. She needed to stop this and she knew it, but she wasn't any more able to stop the first trickle of tears than she would have been able to hold back the tide. It was worse than not having teammates, worse than being just the one left behind. One of them was a traitor. She was still struggling with the idea, but others didn't have the same conflicted feelings. Today, a woman on the street, a perfect stranger, cheeks flushed with rage, eyes full of unshed tears, had come to a dead stop right in front of her and hissed, "I hope that your former teammate gets everything he deserves. My brother died when that snake came, and then that boy." The word was so full of rancor it could have been a curse. "Just hands Orikimura the most valuable bloodline this village has." It was only the opening salvo of a stream of potent vitriol, and Sakura had been powerless to do anything but stand there, pale-faced and trembling, as she closed her eyes and wished she could just flee. But some part of her brain had recognized that since Sasuke's defection wasn't a secret any longer, this was just the first of these conversations. Somehow Gaara, who wasn't only a Jinchuriki, but also the son of the previous Kazekage, had gotten embroiled in the whole thing, and the genin who'd been sent in Sasuke's retrieval had belonged to large and prominent clans. Their families had been more than a little curious about what had hospitalized so many young prodigies, especially as they hadn't been informed that they were about to be sent out on a mission. With that many people involved, and enough shinobi more than capable of noticing when Uchiha Sasuke never showed his face on the streets again, the news spreading was only a matter of time. Tsunade-sama had taken preemptive action and announced it very gravely herself. Once she'd been so proud to be part of Sasuke's team. She'd gloated about it to Ino. Now she almost wished she'd been assigned to some other squad, that she'd only ever watched him at a distance and had her heart broken at a distance too. Eventually, someone had taken pity on the young genin, gently steering the now shouting woman away. Sakura had fled at the speed of Shunshin. She was so busy trying to stop the tears, she almost didn't notice the shift of the mattress. But almost was not the same as not, and she glanced up sharply to find that it was Kakashi-sensei perched on the edge of her bed. His brow quirked in a question, but Sakura only ducked her head, trying to wipe away the evidence of her fit of tears. So she had no forewarning, only recognized the press of warm fur as Bull's weight was significant enough to tip her forward into the wave of dogs who leaped up onto the bed and were competing for space to press cool noses against her bare skin. There was no speaking, just a rather embarrassing bit of strangled snuffling on her part, but soon they'd teased her out of the worst of her misery, especially when Shiba started assisting by lapping at the tear tracks down her cheeks. "Thanks, everyone," she murmured, answered immediately by a unanimous tail wagging. "No problem, Sakura," Pakun reassured her. "It's the obligation of leading men to show up at times like these." She blinked at him, then turned a questioning look to Kakashi-sensei, who told her, "In this case, Pakun is your leading man. I was going to at least take a shower first." Pakun scoffed, but only grumbled something about the smell of sweat, steel, and knife oil that she couldn't quite make out. Sakura ran thumb and forefinger over Pakun's velvety soft ears. "It was an honor to learn from you, Kakashi-sensei. I wish it could have lasted longer." She hadn't thought to say it after she'd first made Chunin, too busy trying to wrap her head around the idea that she'd made Chunin at all, but the sentiment would have been just as earnest then. Kakashi-sensei might never have been there when she felt like she'd needed him most, but he was always there to pick up the pieces and help her glue them back together into something stronger. Just for that comment, you should expect an extra 20 minutes on tomorrow's walk, was Kakashi-sensei's immediate reply. Sakura blinked at him. But without Sasuke and Naruto, without the team, Chunin and Jounin hardly ever work together. Lots of people manage friendships without being on the same team, Kakashi-sensei pointed out dryly. And Jounin work in pairs. Clythrophobia. If you have to go to the bathroom, go, otherwise quit squirming and ask, was Gozen-san's exasperated comment as Sakura scrubbed at the planks of the porch. Konohagakure might not have vicious extremes in weather, but mold was a year-long problem. The plan was to scrub the porch free of mold and reseal the boards, which was straightforward, but less straightforward was her reaction to Gozen-san's silence on Sasuke. Sakura bit her lip and pressed harder on her brush, using her body weight to drive the bristles deep in the worn boards. Could you use genjutsu to brainwash someone? She asked. Or a seal? Brainwashing, you say? That would be a technique and a half, Gozen-san said with a chuckle. And if it existed, it would be a Kekkai Genkai, and the family would be slaughtered as soon as could be managed. The rest of us make do well enough without something like that. With time and the right resources, you don't need genjutsu to change someone's mind. There wouldn't be spies in the world if it wasn't possible to turn people into assets. It's an art, almost like a really good massage. Once you know the stress points, it's just a matter of applying enough pressure. Still, you can't exploit what isn't there. There is a good deal of skill involved in picking your target, of knowing who will bend, who will break, and who will simply take you, if you are not careful. The best never even bother to lie, you just have to show them a different kind of truth. I assume this is related to your Uchiha brat, you've never showed an interest in coercion techniques before. I actually thought you'd say something, Sakura admitted. I have said something. Not to you, no, because I believe that when you speak, it should do something useful. In my capacity as a former Umbu captain, I submitted a recommendation to the Hokage that the Uchiha be eliminated before he grows up to be more than a nuisance. Sakura took a long moment to gape at Gozen-san, whose expression looked as if she'd done no more than recommend a particular recipe or something equally mundane, not just admitted she thought that outright killing Sasuke was the best solution. Some part of her mind finally ventured, this is her mundane. Another, far more melancholy part recognized, this is my mundane, one day. But not today, she thought fiercely. Today, she was allowed to be a little bit horrified at the comfortable finality of Gozen-san's assessment. She almost didn't notice the heat at first, radiating up from the porch planks, because her eyes were on Gozen-san, who was seated in that single rocking chair, moved to the far side of the porch, her hands busily crocheting. But when she glanced down, little tongues of fire were licking off glowing, charred wood. Sakura made a strangled sound in her throat, but the little inhalation was full of dry air and smoke, which had her choking. During the Second War, there was a year in which we had a very nasty drought here in Konoha. Usually we have more than sufficient rain, and even if we don't, there are plenty of rivers. Not so that year. And what rivers didn't dry up, they diverted in places as far from the village as they could manage. A clever man in IWA had decided that our forest could become our pyre. We lost thousands of acres to that blaze and came closer than most people know to losing thousands of human lives. It had already crowned when we arrived. They had wind-natured shinobi both enhancing the blaze and dispersing the smoke, so it was almost too late by the time a watchtower noticed. As it was like walking into hell on earth, Gozen-san said thoughtfully. Humans are fascinated by fire, but when it becomes a beast so wildly out of your control, there is a deep, primitive part of the brain that can only react with fear. And on her last word, Sakura's world blazed. Oikophobia. It wasn't just that Kakashi-sensei appeared whenever he liked to continue her training, though he insisted on being treated to a meal afterwards, and he was much more expensive than Naruto, but she was almost certain that he was using his influence to put her with specific teams. Unlike her first mission, the last two she'd been on had seen her appended to established teams, and she'd had just a single day of downtime between them. She had her suspicions as to his motives. Sakura didn't have a non-combat specialization, which meant that she was going to be the muscle on any purpose-built team. And her muscle wasn't that impressive just yet, though she thought she'd done well with Shino. With a proper team, it would have mattered less. Without one, she needed both strength and utility, otherwise she'd find herself at the mercy of Konoha's needs. On the mission she'd just returned from, she'd been part of a 5-man squad who clearly didn't really need her, though she'd been of an age with the person they'd been hired to escort. Very putatively, she'd been the girl's body double for a few dicey stretches of road. It was their field medic who'd approached her, taken her under his wing temporarily, making conversation about the medical specialization just as the head of the Force Recon unit she'd taken the other mission with had explained about acquiring and collating data and coupling that with their resources for effective action. Sakura would readily admit that medical jutsu seemed tremendously handy. She had every intention of expanding her required reading and maybe asking Honda-san for guidance if she couldn't manage with books and animal volunteers. But when she'd come to the cold realization that Tsunade-sama's medic program required her to stay out of the thick of combat even when it wasn't a matter of protecting the client, she'd known she couldn't become a field medic. Not only did it take a special breed of cold rationality to watch your teammates take the brunt of the damage without putting all Kakashi-sensei's lectures on teamwork to good use, but she just wasn't that brave. It was strange and counterintuitive, but for her standing still, fighting only defensively, was balancing on the edge of a dangerous precipice. One little misstep would lead to the kind of retreat that had nothing to do with regrouping and everything to do with running away. Every mission was first a battle with herself. And taking that step forward, exposing herself to pain, to injury, to possible death, that was winning the battle. If she just stood, if she just watched, safe and insulated in her role, she knew there would come a point where she wouldn't be able to take field missions at all. The fear would win, complacence having eroded the fear of shame, the pride, and the patriotism that let her move forward despite it all. When you only watched the backs of others, she thought it would be very easy to think, no one would notice. It might start small. Less eager to rush in, slower to take chances. Until it became no one would notice if I didn't come at all. She was coming to know herself uncomfortably well. It wasn't a stretch anymore to imagine herself rationalizing herself right into a role far from the field. And despite how much she did not want to be there sometimes, that felt like a betrayal. Of who, she couldn't say, but it was anchored as firmly in her head and her heart as the fear. She liked to think it was more than just pride, that she'd deeply internalized the teamwork component of Konoha, but the pride was there, the inescapable weight of other people's opinions propping it up whenever it flinched. Whatever it was, if these were Kakashi-sensei's hints about where her possible talents might lie, she was more than half convinced she was crazy for favoring Force Recon. In wartime, not only were they expected to perform limited recon functions deep in enemy territory, they were expected to carry out limited-scale operations without support, then vanish like shadows in sunlight. In peacetime, their specializations were extraction, hostage recovery, and kidnapping. Missions that required them to move fast, silently, and improvise. It sounded like every nightmare mission she'd ever participated in, so she hoped that time would bring other missions. Other options. Sakura was so involved in mulling over a future in which she voluntarily placed herself in that position that she was entirely surprised by the presence of someone else in the house. Treading lightly over the floorboards, she padded toward the kitchen and the soft sounds of something that she didn't actually think was a home invasion. It was more than likely just Kakashi-sensei pillaging snacks that weren't out of date at this time last year. So she wasn't prepared for the sight that greeted her. "Mom!" she gasped, remembering only belatedly that she'd known she was coming. Somewhere upstairs, there was a calendar on which the date had neatly written down and then circled a time or 20 for good measure. Haranomabuki turned and her eyes widened at the sight of her daughter. Sakura was suddenly, fiercely glad that her appointment with the specialist had gone well, her face once again unscarred. She didn't even think she looked particularly bad, but of course her mother hadn't seen her for some time. And Sakura doubted it was the few poor inches she'd gained since graduation that held her attention. She realized one hand had gone to clutch at the opposite arm, the other dropping to rest comfortably atop one of her knives. It was a defensive posture and she tried to force herself to relax it, to throw herself into her mother's arms, but it was like her feet had sprouted roots while she wasn't looking. So it was her mother who closed the distance between them, folding Sakura into her arms. The gesture brought back her childhood, carried on her mother's scent and in the safety she'd always found there. One of her mother's hands came up to cradle the back of her head, navigating her sweaty, tangled hair with ease. "Oh, Sakura," her mother breathed. "Mom," Sakura mumbled into her mother's shoulder, almost choking on all the things that needed said. But for the moment she just clung to the one woman left in the world who could make things better by just being there. Her Baba could have done the same, maybe even better, but she was long gone. Gone, gone, gone like her mother and father had been for most of her life, like Sasuke, like Naruto. Everyone always left her behind. She hadn't cried, not really, since she'd heard the news. But suddenly she was sobbing and couldn't bring herself to stop. "Vestiphilia," Sakura hissed as she dabbed the rubbing alcohol towelette against the wide, ragged scrapes that decorated one of her legs, deep enough that she was dribbling blood. It looked like she'd been severely underestimating the abrasiveness of tree bark all this time, but she was now thoroughly schooled in the fact that not all of Konoha's forest was as forgiving as their smooth-barked fire beaches. Mariko only watched, hands resting comfortably in the pockets of her sleeveless hoodie and looking cheerfully unrepentant. "This is why sane people wear pants," she told Sakura, voice rough with laughter. "I'm actually a little surprised that your legs don't look as if you live with a rabid house cat." Sakura took a moment from her task to scowl at the older Chunin, who'd been the one to body check her into a tree. That only made her grin widen, Ri's tail beating out an eager tempo against loam. "I'm just suggesting you don't ruin your best feature before you have a chance to make use of them." "Best feature?" Sakura repeated dumbly. "Sure. A cute face gets you noticed in the academy, but once you've hit puberty, eyes tend to trend elsewhere. You've already got great calves. How much do you run? Seriously, but I bet you're going to have fantastic legs once you've got some height. I've met your mother, remember, so I wouldn't hold out much hope on the chest angle. Genes, you know, can't win against them. Unless you're going the path of Tsunade-sama. There is no way those things are natural, not unless she's got some children stashed away somewhere. Body fat just does not do that." "Why are we talking about this?" Sakura asked. "Girl talk," Mariko said. "Very important part of life. Right, Sakia." Sakia and his teammate Kayasa, who was an unfair combination of fantastically pretty, genuinely nice underneath some tsundere speech patterns, and really skilled, none of which was lost on Sakia, had been pretending deafness from the moment Mariko had mentioned puberty. Sakura had thought Kiba was crude in school, but it turned out to be a clan-wide frankness that very probably had something to do with their canine companions. With that frankness amped up into a late-teens Chunin, there had been some very uncomfortable conversational lines crossed. One of Mariko's teammates had resigned, while the other had found a non-combat specialty, leaving Mariko to head a team of Chunin whose teams had been similarly dissolved. That made her a fantastic resource, someone willing to talk about practical choices and who hadn't taken the prodigy route through her career. She was also an eager sparring partner who wasn't above explaining the best ways to counter her own attacks. Best of all, unlike Kakashi-sensei, Sakura also didn't have the sensation she was allowing Sakura to have the upper hand whenever she managed to take it. But, God, sometimes she was embarrassing. The last time their little coterie Mariko, Ri, Sakia's whole team, and others who'd been in the stands during the invasion had made it out to dinner, Sakura had thought she'd have to invent a jutsu that let her melt into her chair. Ranking the posterior assets of men wasn't a conversation she thought she could survive more than once. Sure, Sakura and Ino had giggled together over boys, but it had been more of a general thing. He's cute, he's not, maybe noticing his eyes or his hair, not a breakdown of someone's body so complete as to be a rubric for attractiveness. It had only gotten worse when she'd attempted to wrangle Sakia and the other boys into the conversation, proving either confident enough or flexible enough in her sexuality to turn her sights on women. The other Chunin trend 4 to 5 years older than her, sometimes hanging out with them made her feel special and much closer to adulthood, but sometimes she only felt tremendously awkward and out of place. "As flattered as I am to be included in this girl talk," Sakia said after a long pause, white brows rising incrementally, though his voice was as smooth as ever, "I think I'll choose the staying silent option." It was Mariko's turn to raise her brows. "Does that mean you're coming with us when we take Sakura shopping?" "Hey," Sakura protested sharply, I think you skipped the step where you asked Sakura if she wanted to go shopping. One word. Pants. Bibliophilia. Sakura balked when she saw the store, but Kakashi-sensei's hand clamped down on her shoulder. Ma, Sakura-chan, he drawled, is something wrong? She tried to splutter an answer, but before she could, she found herself inside, the door closing behind them with a decidedly ominous sound. Sakura made a small, hunted eep and Kakashi-sensei's hand closed tighter. It was a lot more crowded than she'd imagined, but it only stood to reason. These people were here for the same reason that Kakashi-sensei was. After all, today was the release of the first press of the Ika Ika Paradise movie. Or at least that was what she assumed from the promotional signing. Only Kakashi-sensei's hand was serving to keep her from bolting for the door. Why don't you look around, he suggested in a voice that suggested it wasn't a suggestion at all. While you're waiting, I'm going to get in line. And with a firm pat on her shoulder, he abandoned her. Her eyes darted for the door, but she obeyed, skulking closer to the shelves so she wouldn't seem so out of place. She was very purposefully not looking at anything when a voice asked, "Can I help you find something?" Sakura nearly leapt out of her skin as she stammered, No, I'm not looking for anything." She turned to see an almost disappointingly normal clerk regarding her with faint amusement. An almost disappointingly normal female clerk, with pretty, tea-colored hair and kind brown eyes. "You're a girl," Sakura said without thinking. It almost came out as an accusation. The amusement deepened. "Strangely enough, women enjoy smut too," she said. "Though we usually demand a little more in the way of plot. We only carry a limited video line, and as books are almost the only escape from the male gaze, most of our customers are actually female when there isn't a new Ika Ika release. Is this your first time here?" "I'm not here," Sakura responded immediately. She pointed to Kakashi-sensei. "I'm here with him." The clerk, whose tag read Akemi, followed the line of her finger until she encountered Kakashi-sensei, who noticed them and waved. Cheekily. Akemi chuckled. "Ah. Hey, take-san. If he's here for the release, you'll be a while. We won't be giving out copies for another 3 hours." Sakura's shoulders slumped. She'd thought Pakun's reprisals for failing training goals were bad. Now she knew better. "Are you sure I can't help you find anything?" Akemi asked. "You're free to browse, but that can be a little dangerous if you're sensitive," she settled on after a significant pause. Sakura just stared blankly at her for a long moment, before raw curiosity triumphed over social conditioning. She had certain expectations about stores like these and the books and things in them, but this clerk defied them. So she wanted to know. "What about something with a strong kunoichi?" "Ah," Akemi said thoughtfully. "That's your taste, then. I think I can recommend something." Sakura followed her obediently, but with growing trepidation. Akemi finally came to what she was looking for, pulling from the shelf one of novels. She expected one of those damning, blandly colored slipcovers, but she was surprised to find it much like the light novels she'd borrowed from the library before Kakashi-sensei's reading assignments had taken over her life. Sakura still accepted it like she might a live snake and tried to not look too closely at the cover. Tentatively flipping it over to the title page, she was instantly transfixed by the first illustration. A kunoichi, tall, slender, elegant, but wearing the uniform of an umbu without any salacious alterations, had a shinobi caught up easily by his collar, his feet clear of the floor, her body pressing his aggressively against the wall. She was smirking, and his face was turned aside, but a blush dusted the ridges of his cheeks. He was sleekly good-looking, all artfully tousled dark hair and pretty eyes. Though it was just the first plate, Sakura suddenly felt a wash of respect for the illustrator. The title was Tsunami to Tsundere-kun. It's the first in the series. It was meant to be a standalone novel, but it was so popular they serialized it, Akemi said. The female lead's just been promoted into umbu and she clashes with her teammates, because for this overly convoluted reason, their squad isn't formed with a captain declared outright and they only have a short window of opportunity to decide who gets the captaincy. You'll figure out pretty quick that Tsunami's abilities are based on Tsunade-sama's, and there are some great scenes where she uses that monstrous strength to flip the usual gender roles. You know, the ones where the man pins the women in place to finish a conversation, that sort of thing. Nico-kun there is the focus of the first one, but all the members of her team have at least one novel that focuses on their development. And the later ones that feature Oakame-kun, who's her main rival, are really good too. And it's pretty vanilla throughout the series, so it's good for a first-timer. The last word was said with a hint of laughter and Sakura flushed. So long as you stay out of the cherry pit, you'll be fine. Pure Love's pretty popular with Kunoichi, so they're separated out by citrus content. Then, for our customers' convenience, they're sorted by relationship type. See the little placards on the shelf? If you're in a Yuri mood and don't want to wade through the heteronormative sea, or if you can't stand Yoi, you'll find it much quicker and won't be in for any unpleasant surprises in the last 20 pages. Then they're sorted by author's last name, of course. She led Sakura back to the end of the shelf, which was papered with a light green gingham and featured an anthropomorphized lime grinning at them. Others' shelves kept to the cute gingham prints and big-eyed fruit, which explained why the store was called Lemon and Lime. The enormous ones over the registers had the byline, "It's Doki Doki time." The cherry pit she'd referred to was a walled-off section where a staff member stood sentry. It had not one but two anthropomorphized fruit. The bitter cherry section was apparently to the left, the dark burgundy fruit equipped with smoldering gaze, while sweet cherry was on the right, far more playful looking. It was apparently the home of the entire Ika Ika series. Her first instinct was to thrust the book back on the shelf and pretend she'd never seen it. But, "Hey, Take-san has an account here," Akemi said with a grin. "I'd say he owes you one. And we have a little reading cafe, just beyond the registers there. I recommend the Orange Dreamsicle Float." Sakura's first instinct was a no thanks, but somehow she found herself in ownership of the novel. And by the time Kakashi-sensei had emerged, she had every intention of owning all of them. And in this way, a new fan was born. Kill Your Heroes. Chapter 33. Toward Better Days, Part 2. Sentophobia. Sakura had a growing box of shame stashed beneath her bed, though her parents were gone again and her Tsunami novels weren't half as shameful as Kakashi-sensei's Ika Ika series. Tsunami hadn't so much as kissed Nico-kun, Hebai-kun, or Usagi-kun in the 3 books she'd read, but the sheer tension was enough to leave her blushing. And quite enough to assure that outside Lemon and Lime, she didn't read them outside the privacy of her own room. That third novel had been a consolation prize to herself after a disastrous 3-week mission. A sunny southern isle, full to bursting with plant and animal life. It should have been pleasant, but whether it was the fault of bug or bacteria, Sakura had spent most of the mission very sick. The kind of sick that involved haunting a bathroom for days on end. By the time she'd come home she'd lost almost 7 pounds. As it turned out, regardless of her former thoughts on dieting, it wasn't weight she'd needed to lose. The only redeeming point in the whole mess had come near the end. While the team she'd been appended to had been completing the actual mission, they'd been hired to protect a building site from criminals the islanders had been exiling into the forest for years, who'd finally overcome their differences long enough to raid the supplies for a temple restoration that it had taken the entire village almost a decade to gather the money to fund. She'd gotten several very hands-on lessons about the use of a blowgun. Using poisoned darts to hunt monkeys in the trees might be a practical method of hunting on the island, but she'd seen the utility of it for wider applications. Once she'd come home, she'd found a synthetic version that could be unscrewed into short sections, and Hasakura-san had found her a pouch that sat horizontally at her belt line. Unlike Senbon, a blowgun could be used in almost complete stillness to the same effect. And since Fu had first introduced her to poison, she'd discovered that the world was a far more inimical place than even her academy classes would have had her believe. Something as harmless seeming as a grub could be used to kill if it happened to be the progeny of a Diamphidia beetle. Not that she'd choose that particular one, because that particular toxin took its time and ended in fevered delirium. Local frogs had provided the toxins to kill the monkeys she'd helped hunt. Almost half of the flowers that resided in Ino's mother's shop had some sort of toxic component. Judging by her reading, every second animal and third plant in Suna was in some way toxic. It was almost mind-boggling, but it was for the moment her light educational reading. Her serious reading involved the introductory texts of the Medicnin course. It hadn't exactly been difficult to discover what the training curriculum was, and while the books had been expensive, her mother had been more than pleased to purchase the textbooks for her before leaving again. For Sakura's birthday, she'd said, and Sakura had silently accepted the fact that her mother wouldn't be home for it. She still hadn't seen her father since her promotion, which wasn't to say he hadn't been back to Konoha. Their missions weren't allowing them overlapping days at home. He'd resorted to leaving her notes posted all around the house, on the cabinets in the kitchen, on the bathroom mirror, once a whole conversation's worth of text around the frame of her door. It had been work being equally clever in responding to them. But it was nice, the silliness, because while the academy curriculum had been easy enough that Sakura hadn't needed to really apply herself, she'd spent more time admiring Sasuke than reading their handouts and still managed the highest scores in written work. The medical jutsu was challenging even in the groundwork stages. A good kind of challenge, though. Safe, relaxing, almost. Compared to what she put her body through physically and what Gozen-san did to her emotionally, it was reassuring to be naturally good at something again. Only time would tell if she would feel the same way once she moved on from endless memorization and chakra exercises to actually attempting the techniques. Agoraphobia. Sakura wasn't quite certain why Gozen-san owned a half-dozen futons, as she never had any guests, but the woman made her air them out regularly and refresh the sachets of dried herbs that kept all the drawers and closets of the house sweet-smelling. So far, the futons hadn't spewed out bugs or burst into flames or had a texture not unlike stroking nettles, so Sakura was uneasy. And apparently that was easy to read from her expression, because Gozen-san chuckled as she came even with Sakura, her arms full of herbs that had come out of her garden and had been carefully dried on her porch. Ah, the look on your face. Sometimes it isn't the illusion, it's the expectation of it that's important. The right mood, she said with a small, quirked smile. You know there are two types of genjutsu. Invocative, which you control. And evocative, which you draw from the mind of your victim. Your Magen, Narakumi no Jutsu is of the latter type. It's gentle enough, as those things go. Once, when we were in the field and didn't have a Yamanaka or Uchiha handy, we had to interrogate a young kunoichi. Time sensitive. So we made implications, but no real threats, made our body language just so, and waited until the light was just right, and then I loosed the kunoichi's imagination. We did it too well and I didn't stay to supervise, which was a mistake. She brutalized herself so badly that she went into shock. What did you do? Well, she wasn't high value enough to keep as a prisoner, so once our window of opportunity to obtain the information closed, I killed her, Gozen-san replied. There's few injuries so difficult to heal as the ones you can inflict with genjutsu. Euphobia. Sakura had been laboring under a grueling mission schedule for months, sometimes with her peers, very occasionally leading squads, but mostly joining more experienced Chunin squads. But now she was receiving a more permanent assignment. She had tangled feelings. Resentment, because this assignment drove home the fact that Team 7 was scattered to the four corners and might never find its way together again. Excitement, because she was eager to find a place to belong again, to wrap herself in the comfort of a group identity. Sasuke might have sneered, but belonging was important. Ino's shadow had kept her safe from academy tormentors, being included in Team 7 had been something to be proud of. She was tired of being pitted and shouted at in turns, ready to associate herself with something different even if it felt a little like a betrayal. She wasn't being assigned to another four-man cell, which made it slightly better. Konohagaku's Chunin ranks had been in disarray after the invasion. And what with mission demand, there hadn't been the luxury of carefully considering how to put all the broken pieces back together. Instead they'd been using conglomerate teams, like the one they'd assembled for the mission to Miyako Azure. Tsunade-sama had slowly assembled new specialized teams, until the number of unaffiliated Chunin had shrunk to roughly the same levels as they'd been pre-invasion. But rather than continue to assemble teams herself or put more pressure on the mission office, Tsunade-sama was gathering the rest into 12-person units under the supervision of an experienced Chunin who would accept missions and assemble teams from their members as needed. Sakura was developing a real skill for research nowadays, learning who and when and where and what to ask to achieve an answer, but it hadn't been hard to find information on her new squad commander. Mariko had recognized the name of her team leader, but what she'd been able to tell Sakura hadn't been encouraging. Iharacho had only been a genin in the last war, but though the details on the how were sparse, both of her teammates had been killed and her Jounin sensei had committed suicide after returning the young girl to the village. She'd never integrated back into another four-man squad, had instead spent her career as a generalist but never gone on to become a jounin. There were soundproofed rooms set aside for briefings and meetings for jounin, but everyone else made do. Team 7's place had been a bridge. Her new team's place was a sunny terrace that overlooked an equally pleasant patio. Everyone else on the team had been working together for several weeks, or so she'd been told. Sakura was the last person to be assigned to the team. There was a set of exterior stairs that led upward onto the terrace, and Sakura's soft-soled boots were almost completely silent against the wood, but her appearance surprised no one. She took in 8 ninja lounging on comfortable padded benches, which made for more of an audience than she was perfectly comfortable with. It wasn't a hostile audience, though. Most of them were smiling, but not so broadly that it seemed mocking. All of them were older, which wasn't unexpected, but several of them appeared to be closer to her age than she'd expected. 16 to 20, if she had to guess, but a slightly older woman approached her before she could do more than take in the usual numbers divide of kunoichi to shinobi. For someone with a name as delicate and ephemeral as Iharacho, the woman was a study in irony. Her black hair was ruthlessly bobbed to her jawline, and while she was petite, her frame was sturdy and her hands were rough with calluses. And she had the iciest blue eyes Sakura had ever seen, like the winter sky she only ever saw in movies. Sakura ducked her head and offered greetings and an introduction. When she glanced up, those eyes hadn't precisely thawed, but some of the hard lines around her eyes had relaxed. "Welcome to the land of broken teams, Harano," Iharateiko said. She followed this with a lightning round of introductions, which Sakura scrambled to follow, then dismissed most of the others. They'd apparently assembled only to nod hello to their newest member, which was sort of flattering. "I expect they told you a little about how this squad will operate." "Yes, ma'am," Sakura replied promptly, then repeated what she'd been told. "Good memory," Iharateiko complimented her. "And they got it almost right. If we had about 3 months where I could drill you all together, it wouldn't be a problem to switch members in and out at will. As it is, I've paired everyone off, balancing the safety of someone who is very familiar with your fighting style with the flexibility of working with other pairs as needed. You have a surprisingly long mission record for such a recent promotion, with more high-ranked missions than I'd expect," she said, some hint of a question in the statement. Sakura didn't have a good answer for that. Kakashi-sensei using his influence wasn't exactly the impression she wanted to make, and the moment passed. "I've known that you were going to be assigned to me since the squad was first being readied, and I've read your files, so I have some idea of your style. Chakra-enhanced strength, though not as refined as Tsunade-sama's," Iharateiko commented, one hand touching her opposite shoulder, elbow, and wrist in an echo of the black compression wraps that had made themselves a part of Sakura's wardrobe in an effort to alleviate the joint and muscle discomfort that was the price she was paying for her training. "Also considerable speed training, something of a knife specialist. It was in your file that you're trained under Rado Namayoshi. And that Genma Shiranui had supervised your speed training. A dabbler in poisons. Your files have you classified as a genjutsu type, but it doesn't mention special training." Sakura still wasn't certain whether she would call what Gozen-san did teaching, because in all these months the old woman had shown her more about the nature of fear and the human mind than she'd ever wanted to know, but she'd never walked her through the use of a single technique. She kept silent, because that part of her life ruled by Gozen-san and her cynical view on people and the history of the village was somehow even more private than her books. "It's not a bad resume for someone your age. It sounds, and there will come a time when I ask for a demonstration, very adaptable. So I paired you with someone equally flexible." Sakura glanced over the remaining ninja, but Iharateiko shook her head. "Not here. We'll be going to meet him. Your partner is already in the field. Erythrophilia." The first time she met him, he was unremarkable in the way only truly excellent infiltrators are capable of. He'd even been described to her, and she was ashamed to admit she might not have looked twice at him if she'd not been looking specifically for him. His hand ghosted over her hip as he gently shifted her out of his path on his way through the packed room, his polite, "Sorry, excuse me," accompanied by a brief but impersonal smile. If she'd really been the 20-something woman whose face she was wearing, it might have been totally innocuous. As it was, there was a message in her pocket now, but its contents would have to wait until it was safe to leave. The second time, there was no mistaking him. His Hyuga bloodline was unmistakable in some things, like the color of his eyes and the shape of his face, but that was where it ended. His coffee brown hair had a natural wave, and though he wore it traditionally long, he had it swept up into a messy knot. Those distinctive Hyuga eyes were partially concealed by glasses just as sleek and stylish as her own, only his lenses were tinted a somewhat startling red. And unlike most Hyuga she'd met, there was nothing traditional about his clothing choices. He had the panache and fashion sense of a rock star, a half-unzipped sleeveless vest with its fur-lined hood revealing the light armor common to Umbu, scarlet rather than white or gray, boots instead of sandals, loose black pants tucked into those boots. Hyuga Tatsuo. I've heard a lot about you, Harino-san. Please treat me kindly. While his fashion was very modern, there was an easy, old-fashioned correctness to his manners. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sakura replied. I look forward to working with you. And while the words might have been rote, they certainly weren't a lie. Scutomophobia. Are you okay? Tatsuo asked worriedly as Sakura crouched down, the heels of her palms pressed hard against her aching eyes. Yes, she hissed, but she didn't move her hands, even as her temples ached with almost equal intensity. Tatsuo was skilled, trained in the Hyuga style, and 17. Which made it perfectly normal for him to be quicker than her, but she'd been driving herself harder in her speed training in an effort to match her partner. Even outside of Shunshin he could move at speeds she couldn't follow without using chakra to artificially manipulate the speed at which her eyes and brain could process visual stimuli, so she'd been augmenting her eyes more often. For the first few weeks, it hadn't been an issue, but then had come the headaches. Not all the time, just occasionally. And now, something that felt like eye strain, if eye strain felt like someone jabbing a senbon into her optic nerve. Tatsuo's hands settled on her shoulders. That doesn't look like okay, he observed gently. I'll be fine, she snapped, then tempered her voice and repeated, as if she could make herself believe it, I'll be fine. Kinophilia. Ino's nails were biting into Sakura's arm and only tightened when she tried to pull away. All right, forward girl, Ino said, not only do you go clothes shopping without me, but you get assigned to a new team and you don't even introduce me to your new teammate. Sakura winced at the real hurt that underlay Ino's anger. Team 10 had met her other Chunin friends, Mariko and Ri, Sakia and his team, but she'd never introduced them to any of the members of Iharateika's squad. It wasn't that she was ashamed of Team 10. She wasn't ashamed of her new squad, either. But they weren't the way she'd assumed a squad should or would be, not like Team 10 or even Team 7. Iharateika was her commander, not her friend. The others were her co-workers, which meant she got along with everyone, respected their contributions just as they respected hers, but no one went out of their way to socialize outside the celebratory dinners after a successful mission. There was an unspoken understanding that they weren't a real team, just the broken remnants of teams that were, and for most of them that loss was still too sharp to want to pretend otherwise. There was also the added complication of the work rotation. There were always pairs in the field and it might be weeks before she worked with a particular pair again, which put a damper on any fledgling friendships that might have developed. So there was only Tatsuo, who'd once been a Takubutsu Jounin with a specialization in recon before an attack had ruined his eyes and they'd returned him to Chunin status. That had been offered in confidence, when she'd gotten a particularly blinding headache after a rough session of training. She'd already observed that he never used his Byakugan on missions, but she'd thought it was just an idiosyncrasy. As it turned out, he could only use his bloodline for a very brief time before the pain became debilitating. The ever-present sunglasses were to combat an extreme sensitivity to UV light, their tint to correct the color spectrum he saw the world in. The attack had done something to the chakra channels that were the key to the Byakugan, and the unleashed chakra had mutated the cells of his eyes in a way that most healers would find irreversible. She'd asked why he hadn't asked for Tsunade-sama to examine them. His answer had been an explanation of the clan law that prevented Tsunade-sama from meddling with the jujitsu of clan members. They had their own medics for that, though non-clan medics could treat any other wounds. Her eyes trailed over to Tatsuo, who probably had no interest in hanging out with Shinobi several years his junior. But he only smiled. We were about to get something to eat. Would you like to come along? Hodophobia. Takigakuer would hold the next Chunin exam. It, alongside Omegakuer, Kyuzagakuer, and their erstwhile ally Suna had a treaty with Konoha that agreed to acknowledge a promotion awarded by the leader of any of these villages in the course of the Chunin exam. It was an honor to hold the exam, but it was also expensive in terms of resources. Not only did the host village have to provide security and proctors for the event, but it also lost whatever income those ninja might have provided if they'd been sent on missions instead. So it was also therefore a kind of boast. Konohagakure and Tsunagakure hosted the exam far more often than the smaller villages, and when it was the turn of one of the less prosperous, populous villages, other villages often sent extra personnel along with the examines to assist. This was doubly true after the fiasco of the last exams, because while it was assumed that Orochimaru's target had been Konoha and its cage, no one was willing to trust that the snake had gone into hibernation. So it was that Sakura found herself traveling to the waterfall village as part of an extra security detail. Tatsuo was there, of course, and it was Shino and Shikamaru who rounded out the squad. For them, at least, it was convenient because their squads were retaking the exam, which in Takigakure did not require a team of 3. From what she'd been told during her briefing, their squad would be providing security for the Konoha contingent during the night. She'd not noticed it during her own exam, but Waterfall was instituting a curfew for the foreign ninja in an effort to prevent any trouble, so they would patrol the quarters assigned to the Leaf Shinobi. They were to make certain that no one snuck out or slipped in. To a long ago Sakura, this might have produced a premonition of boredom, but the Sakura who walked to Takigakure kept her knives honed and treated the blades with topical anesthetic. Boredom was occasionally a welcome friend. Kill your heroes. Chapter 34. Toward Better Days, Part 3. Xenophilia. Oh, nay, san. Those 3 gleeful syllables were Sakura's only warning before a pair of arms flopped over her shoulders, a warm body suddenly pressed tight against her back. That could have been hands with a garrote, was Sakura's first thought as her body instinctively tensed, but then the syllables coalesced. And she relaxed, just a fraction, because there was only one person who'd ever called her that. Fu-san? She asked, craning her head to confirm her guess. Fu's arms slipped from her shoulders as he stepped back and grinned at her, those eerie yellow eyes crinkled up with good humor. My day just got 1200% more interesting, he assured her. I didn't think I'd see again, Oni-san. Did you name your fangs, yet? Sakura frowned at him, which made him grin even more widely. They're tools, he said, mimicking her voice. Yeah. No fun, nei-san. His eyes swept over the cluster of her squad, Tatsuo, Shino, Shikamaru. They were waiting outside for the genin to finish registration for the exam, having already finished processing their own entry into the village and having received a housing assignment. You got a promotion, which is good. But I don't see your team from last time, which might be bad. He stared at her expectantly until Sakura answered. It was, she admitted. Your team. Fu nodded. Yep. Still very dead, he replied, which made her cringe. No promotion for me, though. My new team Archinin, though. There's one Ryeigd over there, he said, drawling the word as his eyes sought someone out in the crowd, jabbing a finger when he'd found them. She's pretty, was her first envious thought, then the ninja happened to shift so that they were in profile. The jawline and laryngeal prominence quickly shifted her opinion to he's still pretty. Given the crowd of boys clustering around him where he was leaning against the wall of a neighboring building, she wasn't the only one who'd let hairstyle and clothing cues lead her opinion. Almost violently red hair was pulled into a high ponytail, bangs allowed to drape in a kind of lazy loop before they'd been tucked back into his hair tie. A plain, sleeveless black shirt with a high collar, black pants. If that had been the end of what he was wearing, he was still pretty enough to cause some confusion. But it wasn't. His wrists were heavy with braided bracelets, no beads or metal to make noise, but still colorful all the same, and his narrow hips were given the illusion of feminine curves by the wrap skirt he wore. The exterior was black, the inside a rich brocade like a very expensive furisode. The skirt itself was held in place by what looked like an obi, just wrapped rather than tied, the obi itself tethered by colorful obijime, some of these beaded or braided. And it was all in such a masterful coordination of patterns and colors that even Ino wouldn't have had room to criticize. He glanced over at them and Fu waved, which prompted the other shinobi to unfold himself from his position against the wall. They look like they're going to cry, Zen, Fu observed, voice quivering with laughter. Strange how much I don't care, Zen said. I get tired of getting chatted up by men. Maybe you ought to stop being so pretty, came the glib suggestion. Maybe they ought to spend more time honing their powers of observation and less time trying to sound like they have more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Ah, Zen, I'm sure some of them would still talk to you even if they did notice. Yes, because that sounds so much more appealing, Zen said, rolling his eyes, which were a warm brown at this distance. I'll let you know when I'm ready to play to stereotype, just as soon as you prove that the ability to enjoy pattern and color is somehow the exclusive province of women and gay men. Did you need something, Fu? Just to introduce my incredibly not fun teammate to my much better fun friend. Fu raised a hand in a pantomime of a gossiping housewife. Don't mind him. He gets defensive in front of strangers. Another eye roll from the much taller shinobi. Anyhow, Fu said, long sleeves flopping over the ends of his fingers as he gestured from one party to the other. Harano Sakura and company, meet Momiji Zen. Zen, meet Sakura. And who are you? Shikamaru asked, his posture not quite casual enough to have not recognized Fu. Umhara Fu, came the cheerful reply. Is she the reason you were bullying us to take the assignment to play nanny to the Konoha ninja? Zen demanded tetchily. Yep, Fu reported, flashing him a double victory sign. Nei-san has bite. I promise you'll like her. The older shinobi sighed. Both Shino and Shikamaru were watching the ninja with purple-tinted hair warily, but Tatsuo was watching it all with a faint smile. You have interesting friends, Sakura, he remarked when he noticed her looking. I'm Hyaga Tatsuo, he said as he shifted to come stand beside her. I'm the leader of this extra security detail. If you're our liaison, it's a pleasure. She knew he couldn't have missed the boy's discomfort, but Tatsuo was much lower key than the 2 younger members of Team 7, without any Kakashi-sensei's apparent apathy. She could only describe him as a comfortable person. In the time he'd been her partner, he'd never failed to make her feel more at ease. It was a very strange thing, to suddenly realize that while she might not have had all those years at the academy with him, she'd been on more missions with Tatsuo than she had with Team 7. Are we going to be rendezvousing with the rest of your team? Tatsuo asked. I'm sure they'll show up. Eventually, Zen replied, his tone one of sardonic long-suffering. They already give you your housing assignments. Nyctophobia. 2 days into the exams and everything was proceeding smoothly, except Ino was suffering a severe case of hair and outfit envy. Her first comment on meeting Zen was a less than quiet, finally. A man who knows how to take care of himself, with a pointed look toward her own squad mates. Shikamaru had only sighed, but Chuji had looked hunted. For now, Sakura sat in opened window, the cool night air playfully tooling her bangs. Her back was pressed against the frame to avoid becoming too much of a backlit silhouette. The other members of her squad and Zen's the other 2 members had shown up at the last moment ranged along the long hall that housed roughly half of the Konoha entrance. Tatsuo stood on the other side of the window from which she sat, but he was silent. They were both listening. There were also guards posted on the roof, but they'd also bear a share of the blame if one of their charges managed to slither out a window and make trouble. Then, smells like rain, Tatsuo remarked very softly. Sakura hummed an affirmative reply. The air was sweet with the scent of rain falling elsewhere, being driven on the wind that stirred her hair and the clouds whose bellies were intermittently lit with lightning that was distant only for the moment. They'd probably see a summer squall before the night was out, but the prospect of a storm didn't seem to deter the crowds that still filled the street. Unlike the foreign shinobi, whose curfew fell at sundown, the civilians and native shinobi were enjoying the festival atmosphere in the streets below. The smells and sounds wafting up presented a not inconsiderable temptation to join the fun, which was only exacerbated a moment later as fireworks began to join the natural light display. She wasn't able to see the lake from where she sat, but Sakura was certain that it would be a spectacle worth seeing, the lights reflecting against the flat, glossy blackness of the water, perhaps shedding enough light in the instant before they disappeared to see the distant branches of the great tree. The village of Takigakure was founded in a caldera of mind-boggling scale, with the residential and mercantile districts clustered along the rim of the extinct volcano. The central portion of the village, its seats of government and military complexes, were located on an island that had been built at the center of a vast lake, in which they'd rooted a tree even more enormous than Konoha's fire beaches in an effort to prevent erosion. Aside from water walking or a boat, the only way to reach the island was by a bridge that was almost the equal of Tajunas. The lake was fed from the yearly snowmelt and rivers of the adjoining mountain range, themselves possessing several nice examples of the titular waterfalls, but none so picturesque as the ones that plunged hundreds of feet to the valley floor on the opposite rim of the caldera. It was in an effort to ignore the spectacle of the fireworks because, really, she wasn't made of stone and festival food came with a ready-made excuse that it was a special occasion that she focused her gaze on the wall of the hotel rather than the crowds in the street. She didn't know if she'd have seen it otherwise, though seen was precisely the correct verb. Felt was very imprecise, but there it was. A distortion in the way she perceived the world, that faint wrongness that marked a genjutsu. If she tilted her head just so, she could make out distortions in the air that marked the contours of a body under a chameleon technique. Very chakra-intensive, Sakura thought as she watched the figure slip from the second-floor window to the ground. In an instant, there was another festival-goer where the ninja had landed, the transition so smooth in the crowded street that no one looked twice. Sakura waited for others to follow or intercept the shinobi, but as he or she began winding through way along the street, there was no indication that anyone else had seen. For an instant, she was very tempted to pretend she'd seen nothing. The ninja housed on that floor weren't from her village and weren't her responsibility. But when seconds ticked past, marked by the dha thump of her heartbeat, still no one went to retrieve the shinobi. And she couldn't quite sell herself on the idea that they were allowing him or her to run for a reason. Sakura didn't think of herself as a brave person, not even all these missions after Wave. Brave was for people like Naruto, she only ever wanted to make it home. Following orders, following the rules, that was the surest method to make it home even in dangerous times. Chasing after foreign ninja in the dark? That was asking for trouble. What is it? Tatsuo murmured, having slipped away from his side of the window to stand behind her, one hand resting lightly on her shoulder, his head so near hers that the orderly dha thump of her heartbeat seemed to stutter. But the moment was swallowed by the anxiety of the decision that she was about to make. Second floor, she said in a low voice. A ninja exited under cover of genjutsu from the window. No signs of pursuit. His fingers tightened incrementally on her shoulder. Do you still have a visual? Yes. Tatsuo straightened. Sakura's seen someone exit the building. Second floor. We're going to pursue. No one else is pursuing. Zen asked, standing upright from where he'd been leaning against the wall. They were under genjutsu, Sakura volunteered. And no one else noticed this? Just her. Zen asked, finely arched eyebrows soaring toward his hairline. Sakura's exceptionally sensitive to genjutsu, Tatsuo replied evenly. I doubt any of your chunin could match her skill. Zen looked faintly incredulous, but gave instructions to his teammates to stay behind. Lead, Tatsuo said, we'll follow. So Sakura pitched herself out the window, her soft-soled boots hardly making a noise as she landed on a nearby roof. She didn't look behind to confirm the presence of the others, because her prey was almost out of sight. Tugging her shimok up the bridge of her nose to minimize the risk of her pale skin attracting notice, she had a moment's gratefulness to Mariko for convincing her to leave her skirts for activities that involved less midnight pursuits across rooftops. And given how badly her red top had clashed with the dark olive of the standard flak jacket, she'd switched out tops to a deep gray. One day she'd save up enough to replace the chunin standard body armor with something custom, but right now she was outgrowing shoes, reading through expensive reference books, and sourcing tools as fast as her mission pay came in. For now though, it was enough to have the reassuring weight of her knives and the knowledge of Tatsuo at her back. Though they made better time by the rooftops than her target made in the street, she stalked him or her with care. Given the smoothness with which they kept shifting their appearance, Sakura was beginning to suspect it wasn't a chunin candidate they were following. Zen's air of skepticism had vanished, his dark eyes tracking the movement of their mark even as they took a moment to wait behind the ridgeline of a roof. Though he or she was being subtle about it, they were checking for pursuit. What's in this direction that they could be interested in? Shikamaru asked. The settlement tapers out in this direction, so it turns pretty quickly into forest. But before that, you have the area where we're housing the Sunanin, Zen reported grimly. So far out from the rest of the entrance. Well, the elders thought there would be less trouble if we limited the interaction between Konoha and Suna, Zen replied, shifting incrementally higher on the roof and then signaling for them to proceed. Maybe they were right to be worried. It could be, Tatsuo acknowledged. But if he came from a second-floor window, they aren't necessarily a Konoha shinobi. At least not one traveling with the main party. We were all assigned rooms on the 4th and 5th floors. We'll see, Zen replied. There, he said, pointing out not another large hotel like the one they'd been staying in, but rather a series of buildings. Taki's location makes it unsuitable for it to also be the trade center of our nation, he murmured at their confusion. So, not enough steady visitors needing lodging to build large hotels. We do better with smaller inns. Question, Shino interjected. Just how close are we going to allow our target to get to his target? Would it not be safer to simply interrogate him later? If we could be certain he was working alone, yes. Otherwise, no, Tatsuo replied. Whoever we're tracking is either very brave or very stupid to be acting alone, if his aim is revenge. He's being even more foolish if the goal is to cause trouble between our villages. You think so? Shikamaru said. I can think of a lot of ways one shinobi could sabotage our relationship with Suna. We're not exactly on the best of terms, you know. That's odd, Zen remarked. What's odd? Tatsuo asked, rather than attempt to refute Shikamaru's assertion. He's moving toward the forest, rather than the inns, Sakura replied. Perhaps the Byakugan should be used to attempt to ascertain his objective. Shino suggested. It's not a pair of night vision goggles, Sakura replied defensively on Tatsuo's behalf. It's fine, the older ninja said. But she's right to say it isn't precisely night vision. It'll be much easier if I don't try to do this and run at the same time. Go ahead and continue pursuit, we'll catch up. Zen nodded sharply, then he was off in a soft rustle of cloth. Shikamaru and Shino hesitated a moment longer before following. Tatsuo, Sakura said. In the uncertain light cast up from the streets below, she could still see the small, wry smile that shifted his lips. It's only a little pain, he said. But the breath that shifted his shoulders betrayed a far greater trepidation, as did the fine tremor that traveled along the length of the hand that had shifted comfortingly to her shoulder. He closed his eyes and she felt his breath catch as the veins just below his temples bulged. His eyes snapped open, seemingly searching blindly for things well beyond human vision. A soft, breathy stream of invective punctuated the night, and as she watched, a blood vessel burst in his right eye, turning the sclera red. Though she knew that what was causing the blood vessels to burst was far worse than the damaged vessels themselves, it was visible evidence that Tatsuo was hurting, just as his hand trembling on her shoulder was. Sakura reached up to clasp her hand over his. In response, his fingers tensed against her shoulder, then he released her abruptly, eyelids fluttering shut. What part of that was a little pain? Sakura demanded, feeling utterly useless and sort of wretched because of it. Right then and there, though he'd explained why Tsunade-sama would never be able to attempt to correct the damage to his eyes, Sakura decided that for once in her life belonging to a family rather than an expansive, intergenerational IE would be useful. She would find a way to give Tatsuo back his Dujitsu. She'd never be a medic nin proper, would never serve an internship or residency in a hospital, but she was clever enough to serve this more selfish purpose. Just as she knew that her chances of survival increased if she didn't have to depend on dragging herself to a medic and handling poisons was a stupid enterprise without a solid knowledge of antidotes, she couldn't allow Tatsuo to suffer because she was afraid of making the effort. She ignored the part of her brain that sneered at that thought, that told her that it was more than just effort, that even if there wasn't a Dujitsu involved it would have been an incredibly sensitive injury. Her demand made Tatsuo smile, pained as it was. The part where I talk about it to other people. At least it was useful. Useful. Our target isn't the only one in the woods. I can't see them well enough to make out detail, but it looks like there are 10 others in there with him. I have a rough idea of where they're going. It seemed like they were meeting, rather than seeking something. 11. Sakura echoed. That many. Definitely not genin out to make trouble, was Tatsuo's reply. Let's catch up to the others. The rest of the group hadn't gone far. Shino had managed to coax a female beetle onto their target, so they'd been able to trail him from a distance with less chance of discovery. Shit, Zen said, with deep feeling. 11. 11, Tatsuo confirmed. Shikamaru sighed. I guess it would be too much to hope for that they're just meeting for an extra wild party and we can go back and leave them to it. A soft sound drew their attention upwards, where the first drops of rain heralded a cloudburst that smote them only seconds later. So troublesome, he sighed, this time more deeply. Well, how do we handle this? Numbers favor them, which means that surprise is our best weapon, but since we don't actually know that they're doing anything beyond breaking curfew, we're probably going to have to send a clone while everyone conceals themselves. Then, if they don't disperse, we attack. Anyone capable of a jutsu that would let us send word we might have reinforcements. When only silence met him, he said, I was afraid of that. So, who has the best clone? I believe, Shino volunteered quietly, I am the most capable of producing a substantial clone that will not be recognized as such. My hives are sufficiently developed to produce 2 such clones. If you wish to send for reinforcements, I can provide such a service at the expense of my offensive abilities. When Shikamaru shook his head, he continued. If it turns out that their intentions are hostile, I can also subdue several of the shinobi quickly. Shikamaru nodded. All right, he said. That should probably be our goal. Non-fatal capture. If feasible, he allowed, glancing over at Sakura, who scowled back at him despite not having family techniques, or chakra devouring bugs, or the flexible jukin. She managed. Mostly paralytic poisons and genjutsu were best, as Sakura was beginning to suspect Tsunade-sama had honed her talents as a medic nin first to combat things like ruptured organs. Experience was her teacher concerning chakra-enhanced strength. No one seemed to have written anything about it, and even if she'd gathered the courage to ask advice from Tsunade-sama, she respected the fact that the Sunin was in charge of the recovery of her village after a major attack after an extremely long absence. Though the traditional alliances between the clans might have held true, the heads of several clans had changed, the internal politics of the village had continued to develop and shift in her absence, and policies and practices had continued to evolve. That was before factoring in the fallout from the invasion. Sakura did not envy her that monumental task. One day, though, especially if she made jounin, she'd ask. Even if by that time she'd figured it out herself. Those thoughts were quickly dismissed as the 5 of them dispersed. Sakura found herself belly down on a forest floor, not a totally unfamiliar position, but the rain that continued to pound down made it an uncomfortable one. Though it represented an advantage if any of their targets had enhanced olfactory senses like Kiba and provided a visual barrier, it could turn a bit chilly even in warm weather. Also, though she'd taken to binding her long hair back in a fabric sheath if anyone grabbed it, the sheath slid free, sort of like a lizard losing a bit of tail. She still wore bangs to break up the shape of her face. And hair plastered against her forehead wasn't precisely pleasant. Luckily, Shino didn't keep them waiting long. There'd hardly been any conversation among the 11 ninja, which made Sakura wonder if they were waiting for some sort of signal. They all tensed in concert as Shino's clone stepped out from behind a tree, lantern in hand. Not as himself, she vaguely recognized it Akigakuer Jounin, and he demanded, "What are you doing out here? Curfew for foreign nin was hours ago." One of the ninja stepped forward, a woman with a low, raspy voice. "I think not. If you want to blame anyone for what will happen tonight, blame Konoha and Suna, who couldn't manage to destroy each other somewhere far away. Or maybe your elders, who agreed to let an unstable foreign Jinchuriki inside your borders." Shino's clone stiffened. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. "Break the stranglehold of 2 great villages," the Kunoichi sneered. "No one will trust Suna, and with Konoha unable to meet demand, well, you understand." And then, without any further warning than that, the attack began. The Kunoichi had whipped out a blade with the rough, functional lines of a machete, which Sakura didn't doubt would have cut bone and flesh as easily as vegetation, but when she slashed into Shino's clone she was met with a black haze of kikaichi rather than blood. Only eyes familiar with them would notice how sluggish their flight seemed, how much the rain interfered with their ability to fly. The lantern the clone had been holding fell to the ground, giving them just enough light to fight by. There was a keening sound as 2 razor-edged chakrams burst through the brush, one cutting through a ninja's arm with such force only a thin layer of skin and muscle kept it from dropping to the ground. That would be Zen, interpreting non-fatal liberally. She'd wondered what had been hiding in those large, square pouches dangling from the back of that complex configuration of Obijime. His melee weapons were the Feng Huolun, the paired wind and fire wheels. Circular like the chakrams, a quarter of their hoop shape was unsharpened and padded, with an interior crossguard. The other 3/4 had short, flame-styled blades protruding. But Sakura didn't have time to admire his technique. Her chosen target had just unfolded an Urumi from about his waist. Like the bastard child of a whip and a sword, it had 5 flexible metal tongues, each of them sharp enough to slice her open though not enough to cut through bone. That knowledge was not particularly reassuring. Unlike the others, Sakura still hadn't come out of hiding. Fingers weaving into a net of intent, she spilled chakra into her channels just so. And when she released it, the ninja froze, eyes trained on the ghost. Others too, it would have been wasteful not to try, but unlike those higher swords on wave, these ninja found it mostly a momentary impediment. With a silent thought of gratitude to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shoved off and sprinted forward, the handle of her knife impacting her target's head. He fell with an almost silent thud, Sakura going low to duck another shinobi's blow. But the battle hadn't devolved into a fierce knot of combat. Sakura noticed with alarm in the scant moments her new opponent afforded her as she fought him, and her instinct to end it now, the view of the forest and her opponents made difficult and strange by the poor lighting. There were stragglers who'd stayed to engage them, but the others were all off and running toward their objective. Gaara, Sakura thought with alarm, having heard of that battle from Shikamaru. Plenty clever enough to draw his own conclusions, he'd shared them with Sakura only after Naruto had been weeks away on his journey. In part because he had his own suppositions about Naruto himself. If they have some way of putting Gaara to sleep, she thought, which made her shout, "Shikamaru! I know!" He snarled back from where he was fending off a shinobi who wasn't giving him any quarter. Almost counterintuitively, Shikamaru's abilities were severely curtailed on a moonless night like this one. Without a source of light to cast a shadow from his body, he couldn't use it in his family's technique, and the light from their single lantern was making for a very poor situation on his end. As was the speed of his opponent. He must have known how difficult this battle would be for him, but he'd come regardless, when he could have volunteered himself as a courier service. Sakura was struck briefly by admiration of the boy who'd been hands down the laziest in their class, but she earned a hard kick to the sternum from her own opponent for that microsecond of inattention. As she gagged, Tatsuo's deft fingers struck at the back of her opponent's neck, causing him to sink bonelessly to the ground. His own target already lay defeated, her hair shining against wet leaves. "All right?" he asked, deflecting a thrown kunai. "Really ugly bruise." "Be all right when I can breathe," Sakura wheezed, forcing her body to move even as it protested the lack of oxygen. "Need to stop them before they make it back to where the Sunanin are." Tatsuo nodded, and then he was gone, quick and certain even in the dark and the rain. Shikamaru used the uncertain footing of last year's leaves slick with the rain to finally down his own opponent, then he was moving too. Shino had already vanished into the forest after the fleeing shinobi, but Zen was a flurry of ferocious movement, light catching on his bright brocades. Sakura wondered at his trouble until a moment's stillness alerted her to strange vibration in the ground. Earth manipulation, Sakura realized, which was hard enough to combat in daylight. With only the uncertain light of a single lantern, it had to be a nightmare. He wasn't her partner, he was a Chunin in his own right, and if any of the others got to Gaara they stood a chance of facing far greater casualties than one Chunin. But when something like a hand jutted up out of the ground, clasping Zen's lower leg and gripping, she couldn't unhear the sound of his bone shattering, nor his shout of pain. Almost before she knew she was moving, the chakra-filled earth was shattering beneath her fist, which brought another howl from Zen as his broken bones were ground against one another from the force of it. Then her shoulder was catching him in the belly as she tossed him up onto her shoulder, not quite fast enough to avoid a spear of earth that tried to drive itself through her ribs. The flak jacket did its work without the edge of metal to pierce the fabric. It dispersed the force of the blow across her ribs, one of which gave with a sharp crack and an even sharper stab of pain. Especially when she was bearing Zen's full weight, one hand over his back to keep him from sliding down off shoulders too narrow to do this well, her other arm keeping his skirt from obstructing her. She'd almost mastered her fear of Shunshin, but she'd never done it in pitch-dark forest, everything slick with the rain still beating down. She didn't have a free hand to pull down her combat glasses, what light there was provided by lightning, and it was intermittent at best. The darkness seemed to draw her awareness close to her body, to the beat of her heart, the motion of her lungs, the sounds of her own breathing made horrifically loud. Sakura swallowed down a sick premonition of pain, and then she moved, darting through the trees with no grace but all speed. A rock shifted underfoot and Sakura nearly fell, a warm discomfort blooming in an ankle forced to bear all her weight in Zen's besides at an angle not meant for weight bearing. Sakura's plan wasn't to outrun their assailant, who was turning the very earth against them, smaller than Gaara's great sand constructions, but dead was dead. But a brief instance of light revealed a suitably broad tree. Using the hand pressed against Zen's legs, Sakura folded her fingers into a symbol of concentration and left a clone to lead on their pursuer. Flitting behind the tree, she unloaded Zen rather roughly against the bark, fingers twisting nervously into a far more basic chameleon technique than the chakra-draining one that the first shinobi had used. Zen had shifted himself upright, seemed about to do something, but Sakura used her chakra-enhanced strength to press him flush against the tree, hand over his mouth as an indicator for silence. She was stronger than he was, not overall maybe, but incessant practice had changed and was changing the dynamic of sheer brute force between her and everyone else forever, and being so close was a reminder of that. Sakura didn't know what those first abortive struggles were about, unless he didn't trust that she'd be able to conceal them, but they were easily quelled. Her hand wasn't flush against his lips. People tended to bite when you did that, but she could feel his warm breath feathering against her palm, quick and fast like the heartbeat of a bird. Though it slowed as the sound of pursuit faded. Sakura cautiously shifted her hand away, though she kept supporting Zen's weight. Listening carefully, she tried to part the sound of forest and rain from a shinobi waiting for them to break cover. "Zen-san," she whispered, turning back to face him, a brief flash of lightning giving her just enough light to see as he shifted his upper body toward her, lips pressing gently against her own. "That's all the thanks you get," he whispered next to her ear. "Now, go." Sakura almost stumbled back. Her own lip balm was the refreshing tang of grapefruit, so the sweetness of strawberry that lingered only momentarily was him. And Sakura could not deal with that just now. So it was back into the dark, hunting someone who could manipulate the ground she stood on. A patch of moss, loosened by the rain, slipped sideways off a rock, taking Sakura with it. She slammed hard into a tree, rough bark scouring her forearm and the side of her face, though her shimok protected most of it. With that much noise, she didn't have to worry about finding him. He found her. Sakura barely had enough warning and presence of mind to leap away as the forest floor exploded in a toothy maw of quick-growing stalagmites. He didn't have Gaara's fine control, the part of her that wasn't screaming "Look out, look out!" Noted. Even the hand that had broken Zen's leg had been stiff and rudimentary. The only recourse was to keep moving and to move unpredictably, his chakra insufficient to simply overwhelm her with the sheer size of a construction. But this made it hard to close, hard to aim. And her broken rib felt like she was being kicked in the chest every time she had to contort her torso to avoid another strike. Shikamaru's non-fatal could wait for another day, another battle. What she wanted was one good strike. Baring her teeth unconsciously, she used the Shunshin technique to cover ever smaller spaces, 10 feet, 5, 2, 7, her flight as jarring as a housefly's. She almost couldn't see. It wasn't just the dark, but the speed. Rocks shifted, branches tried to tear, and he tried to kill her. But then there she was and there he was, and then her knives were ripping into flesh, one in either side of his ribcage, like pincers closing. It brought her so close it was almost a parody of a hug, and she could feel the warmth of his breath. And she could feel the interruption of it, when blood flooded his lungs, hear the sound as his body struggled not to drown in own fluids. She did not twist, instead bending her knees so she could drive them up, until she supported the full weight of his body on arms that trembled. From adrenaline, from fear, from relief, even if foam-flecked blood was dripping from his lips onto her nose. When she couldn't hear him breathing anymore, she lowered him to the ground, kicking the body free of her knives. She stole a moment to wipe her blades clean before resheathing them. Looking up from her task, she tried to get her bearings. All her tricks to navigate in the woods weren't working, as she'd disoriented even herself in that last med rush. She finally had to scurry up a tree and orient herself by the lights of the village. She could go back, get Zen, secure their unconscious ninja. Shunshin was chakra intensive, and while her physical stamina was fantastic thanks to the Ninken, her chakra reserves were more of a work in progress. She was already balanced on the fine edge that threatened to tip her over into exhaustion, where her reflexes would begin to slow and her control would degrade. And for her, who depended on her control, that was a disaster in the making. But Tatsuo was out there in the dark somewhere. He was her partner, the one who was there. She owed him at least that much consideration in return. So she was back to jogging through a dark forest, not willing to risk actually laming herself or missing a battle. The silence was unnerving. She didn't think they'd have gone so far she couldn't hear the crash of Kunao against Kunao. But there was only the rain, softer now, a susurrus in the leaves. Sakura. Tatsuo's voice came, a welcome sound in the night. So welcome, in fact, that Sakura suspected a trap and slunk in a wide arc that would bring her in at an angle rather than straight on. Sakura. His voice was louder now, and Sakura took to the trees, grimacing when crouching sent waves of pain along her side. There was Tatsuo, lantern in hand without a hint of genjutsu, and he had someone surprising with him. Tatsuo, Sakura acknowledged as she dropped from her perch, regretting the thoughtless maneuver instantly as it jarred both rib and ankle. Gara-san. The red-headed nin dipped his head gravely in acknowledgement. I guess this means it's over? She asked. All but the collection and the interrogation, Tatsuo acknowledged. As it turned out, Gara-san has a habit of going out for walks at night. That was what our shinobi hoped to take advantage of. We were making a bit of a ruckus, so he naturally came to investigate. That gave one of our targets the opportunity she'd been waiting for. They'd developed some sort of genjutsu. It's similar to the one I use when Shukaku is more of an asset than an annoyance, which isn't often. But they're hardly the first to have tried, Gara rasped. I carry stimulants. But with 11 of them working in concert, they might have managed it. If they'd managed to take me by surprise, which is unlikely. Sakura managed to dredge up a tired smile. Well, still, I'm glad you're not hurt. Gara blinked at her, and she imagined if he'd had eyebrows, they might have risen in surprise. He seemed to find the concept strange. And you? He responded at last. And me what? Sakura asked. Are you hurt? Nothing that won't heal. Kill your heroes. Chapter 35. Toward Better Days, Part 4. Social Anxiety. Fu's upper half was sprawled across the table, both his arms fully outstretched, his chin resting on the tabletop. That's mean, Nei-san, he whined. Having all that fun without me? He'd just plopped himself down at the table she'd been sharing with Ino, trying to work up the courage to bring up the kiss. It was odd. The kiss. Not just a kiss. The kiss. Her first one. The one that was supposed to belong to the one. The kiss that was supposed to presage her happily ever after, like in all the books and movies and everything else. All right, maybe not all the books, namely the ones in the box of shame, but they didn't count. Or the old stories, where hardly anyone lived happily for any length of time, but they didn't count either. She'd decided that kiss belonged to Sasuke back when she'd decided she belonged with Sasuke, before he'd gone and betrayed everything they'd been taught to serve and protect. After that, it just hadn't occurred to her to spend her time in imagining the kiss with anyone else, as if that part of her had left with him. It helped that she hardly left herself any time for that sort of thing anymore, too busy studying and sparring and learning to live in a world where sleeping in was sometimes something unwelcome. She'd certainly never imagined the kiss would happen when her heart had been galloping from the fright and anxiety of battle rather than the intensity of her feelings. Zen was probably the most beautiful boy she was ever going to meet, and he was nice enough, but he was basically a stranger. She wasn't angry, because she didn't have any sense of anything being stolen, and it had been special, sort of, but she still wanted to know what it meant, that he'd kissed her like that, but she didn't want to bring it up in front of Fu, who was now sulking at her. Because we had so much time to go looking for you while you were out playing around, Zen said as he cautiously lowered himself into another chair. They'd healed his leg enough that he was in a walking cast, making Ino gape, though she recovered quickly. Next time we're trailing someone, I'll stop and think, wait, maybe Fu would like to help out. Exactly like that, but without sarcasm, Fu agreed. Zen just stared at Fu for a long moment. It must be a strange thing to live in your head, he remarked at last. Anyway, before I forget, you and I have a dinner to attend this evening, he said to Sakura. What? Sakura said. Well, squeaked, but she'd save what dignity she could, especially as Ino was now staring. A brief, knowing smile flashed across Zen's face. Your squad, me, and Suna Nogara, we're going to be having dinner with the elders. Congratulations for us, an apology for him. Having delivered that news, she might have expected him to leave, but he and Fu stayed and made conversation for a while until something else nabbed Fu's attention and Zen had to leave for an appointment. Almost the instant Zen was out of sight, Ino's fingers were latched onto her arm, likely as a measure against Sakura bolting. All right, confess, she demanded. What was that? What was what? Sakura asked grumpily, hating to be put on the spot even if this exact conversation had been her earlier goal. You, flustered. Pretty boy, smirking. I don't know, what could I be curious about? Ino replied snarkily. All right, Sakura said, eyes flittering over the others enjoying the sunlight in the park. Which was stupid, some part of her brain told her, because no one else likely cared, but it was habit. When she told Ino about her lightning-lit kiss, the other girl made strangled noises of what sounded mostly like giddiness and envy. When she posed her question, about what the kiss meant, Ino mulled it over thoughtfully. Not speaking as a voice of experience or anything, Ino said, but it's probably one of those victory kisses. You know, he thinks you're cute and he's grateful and caught up in the moment, but he doesn't necessarily want to date you. Which is probably a good thing. Taki's far enough away that he'd be less boyfriend and more penpal. But I have to say, Sakura, for a first kiss? Nice, she drawled appreciatively, which set them both to giggling. Philia. Sakura almost toppled over backwards when a hand suddenly covered the text she'd been reading, a strangled noise only about half as embarrassing as an actual shriek escaping her throat. After she'd snatched at the heavy table and managed to right her chair, Sakura looked up sheepishly to find Tatsuo wearing an expression of exasperated indulgence. What are you doing? He asked. Reading. Sakura tried after a brief silence, because she was too ashamed to admit that there were aspects of her medical studies that she found mind-numbingly boring. Not that she expected or needed novels, but many of the books and even case studies tended to be dense and almost purposefully inaccessible. They were academically standoffish in a way that was as unlike the highly simplified academy texts as it was possible to be without being another language entirely, full of new and difficult terms that required a dictionary on one hand and a notebook on the other. Strange, how much that resembled almost falling asleep on the book, he remarked wryly. How long have you been at this, Sakura? Not long, she demurred. Really? Because, strangely enough, I saw someone who looked remarkably like you sitting in this seat this morning. As it is now dinner time, I think you've earned a break. He happened to glance down and grimaced. If you don't leave now, I'm going to be obliged to tell Hokage-sama that you came this close to drooling on her work. I don't drool, Sakura bit out defensively as she gathered her things, cheeks flushed pink. You don't, Tatsuo confirmed. But the Hokage won't know that. As they left the library, where Sakura had spent the better part of her day making good use of its collection, he glanced down at her. His expression softened as he said, if you keep this up, I might start to think you don't like working with me. What? Why? Sakura demanded, perplexed. This much study and practice you'll be jounin before you're old enough to drink, Tatsuo replied. Especially if our missions keep going so smoothly. Sakura hugged her notebook tighter to her chest, made uncomfortable by the reminder that if she made jounin, she would no longer be part of her current squad. While parting from Iharateiku and the others would give her a feeling no worse than she'd felt when saying goodbye to the greater part of her graduating class, she'd really regret not working with Tatsuo anymore. But Tatsuo was unlikely to make jounin again no matter how remarkable his salvaging of his career. Too much of his early training had focused on the use of his jujutsu. Without his memory, even his Jukin would be just another thing stolen from him in the course of that one terrible mission. Quit that, he said softly. You're supposed to reassure me that I'm your favorite partner, not look guilty. Sorry, Sakura mumbled. And you are my favorite partner. Given that I've had just the one, that's not so bad, I guess. Tatsuo laughed and laughed all the harder when Sakura's stomach growled audibly. Here, he said when she would have stomped toward home, let me save you from yourself. If you've spent the entire day drowning in big words, I doubt you have any plans that I'll interrupt. And if you come with me, you won't have to cook, he pointed out. It was not a difficult decision, but Sakura grew progressively more hesitant as he led the way not to any of their favorite restaurants, but somewhere she'd never been before. The Hyaga compound. Tatsuo, Sakura said with trepidation, not comfortable with the glances she was getting from wide-eyed passerby. If you stop looking like you're trespassing and aware of it, no one will look twice, Tatsuo said, then suddenly he was behind her, hands on her shoulders, propelling her through a gate. Unlike the Uchiha district, where houses directly fronted the streets, many of the houses they'd passed seemed to have small walled yards or gardens attached to them, perhaps in a place where so many people had a jujutsu no normal wall was proof against, the illusion was privacy was doubly important. And there was the fact that for all that Uchiha name was more infamous, the Hyaga line had been wealthy and well established long before their wild offshoot. They'd been given considerable space when the village had been established, and unlike the fated Senju and massacred Uchiha, they'd flourished. The Hyaga were now the most powerful clan in Konohagakure. But quietly. Haha, he called, which made her want to bolt, but there was nothing to be done about it before a woman emerged from the house. She was older than Sakura had thought she'd be, fine lines bracketing her eyes, but less alarming than she'd expected. There was elegance there, but it had been worn by time to something comfortable and inviting. Tadema. I'm delivering your dinner guest, Tatsuo told the woman, laughter in his voice, and she smiled back at him. I see that, she replied. Tio Yusan's setting the table, so you're just in time. Okari, children. Canophilia. There'd been a long-ago conversation in which Kakashi-senpai had explained the difference between his ninkin and summons. Summoned animals weren't really animals in any sense but form, they were spirits who would outlive their contractors, who lived in places that weren't casually accessible to humans. Their contracts were rare, while companion animals, personal summons, or contracted animals were acceptable terms too, were far more common. They had human-level intelligence and commiserate lifespans, often living and dying with their shinobi. She'd tucked the information away, because that was what she did, but she'd never expected this. It's like a pet store where the pets choose you, Pakun explained as he trotted at her ankles. Crossed with a matchmaker's pups, parents can make decisions for them. If a shinobi prefers to partner with someone, they can raise and train up as they like. You don't see adult animals there very often, mostly genin equivalents, so there's still plenty of raising to do even for the ones old enough to make their own choices. And you can start contributing to this conversation at any point, he said to Kakashi, who was trailing behind them. You're doing fine without me, he replied carelessly without looking up from his book, waving them forward. Sakura envied him his spatial awareness. She'd tried to duplicate the ability, an experiment that had left her only with bruised pride. Pakun huffed, his little tail twitching indignantly, but he was distracted when Sakura asked, so, the ninkin, did you all choose senpai, or did he take you in as pups? Both. He didn't take us all in at once, you understand, Pakun said. Then he snorted. You should have seen him the first time he tried to raise a puppy. Let's just say that it's a mercy that no one was ever fool enough to let him near human babies. You know, I am right here, Kakashi-senpai remarked flatly. You were the one who didn't want to join the conversation, Sakura pointed out with mock innocence. Don't be mean to your senpai, Kaoruhei, Kakashi-senpai chided as he clapped his book shut and strode briskly forward to catch up to them, slowing to match Pakun's pace when he'd drawn even with them. Especially when he's taking you out to get a puppy. Pakun took this as permission to continue regaling Sakura with stories from when the ninkin were young and Kakashi-senpai was as well. Younger Kakashi-senpai insisted, not young, because that would make him old until they reached the expansive building that was their destination. Despite Pakun's comparison, it wasn't a pet shop, there were no large windows so you could gawk at the companion animals. There was a large, easily readable sign atop the entrance, but it was closer to the ones that labeled civic buildings rather than an advertisement. It had the feel of one as well, because they were immediately greeted by a desk manned by a sober member of the Inyazuka clan. They were instructed to sign in and were issued visitor badges, which they were required to wear at all times within the premises. They waited by the desk as the woman called someone to escort them, but it wasn't a long wait. It was a younger woman who emerged through the doors, her long hair pulled neatly up into a ponytail and unfamiliar clan markings on her face. A thick blue line bisected her chin and another ran from cheek to cheek across the bridge of her nose. "Hi," she said brightly. "I'm Nekata Ko. Do you have your paperwork ready?" Sakura glanced worriedly over at Kakashi-senpai, because she hadn't been aware of any paperwork, had been entirely surprised this morning when he'd shown up at her door and announced where they were going. She wasn't even sure she could cover the fees, and surely there would be fees. But she kept her mouth shut as Kakashi-senpai produced a packet of paperwork and handed it over. Good, Nekata-san said. "Now, if you want to come to my office while I process this, it shouldn't take long." Again, it wasn't a long wait, though the girl occasionally asked Sakura to clarify points, making thoughtful noises. "Well," she said when she was satisfied, "it looks like you're an excellent candidate, Sakura-san. Now, would you like to meet our animals?" Sakura nodded hesitantly and was rewarded by being led into a vast room which was populated by animals in all shapes, sizes, and species. Some could speak with human voices, others yapped, yelled, and chirrupied to produce an exuberant cacophony. There were other workers wearing clothes identical to Nekata's, all of them sporting clan markings on their faces. Other shinobi with visitors' passes accompanied them, the animals reacting like academy children to a guest speaker. Excited, but too aware of the possibility of scolding by their sensei to mob them. Nekata-san gave them both a moment to absorb the room, Sakura's eyes skimming over dozens of adorable dogs of all ages. Ferocious-looking ones too, like the ones the Inyazuka clan partnered with, though not many of those. She was overwhelmed by sheer choice and the repercussions if she made the wrong one, but in the midst of all that confusion, something niggled at her mind. Some not quite right in the world. She turned, seeking the source, until her gaze landed on a tall cabinet well away from the excitement. "What's a genjutsu doing there?" she thought to herself as she crept towards it. "Sakura-san?" Nekata-san asked. "There's something here," Sakura replied distractedly, her will already sealing chakra channels in a well-honed reflex. She found herself staring into eyes that weren't green and weren't blue, but some strange, immensely intense shade in between. The cat stood slowly from where it had been crouched, tail flicking. He had a regal, triangular head and large ears, his medium-length fur laying close to his body except for the tail, where it formed a sort of fan. He was very dark, but not a true black, more seal brown, and beginning midway down his tail, the dark hairs gained silvery tips. His ears too, had that gray sheen, and just the faintest hint of it around his nose. "What do you mean?" "There's nothing." Nekata-san cut herself off as the cat terminated the illusion. "Oh," she said, a wealth of meaning in that single sound. The cat glanced briefly over at her. "I want this one," he said plainly. "Sakura-san is here to look at dogs," Nekata-san protested weakly, which was a strange reaction, and coupled with the of moments before conspired to give Sakura a kind of ominous feeling. "Nonsense," the cat insisted. "She'd be wasted on the imbecilic creatures." "Hey," Pakun protested. "You can't help it," the cat said condescendingly. "A dog is at best a scent tracker. Cats, however, are natural chakra sensors and innately talented in the art of illusion. I don't know why anyone would prefer a dog to a cat. Especially one like myself," he went on without a shred of humility. "Could be something like personality, maybe," Kakashi-senpai muttered, which earned a rumble of agreement from Pakun. Nekata-san winced. "This is Sude," she said. "Named himself, did he?" Pakun remarked snidely. "Don't be ridiculous," the cat sniffed. "Ko, see to the paperwork, will you? That's a good girl." The woman seemed to firm her resolve. "Sude," she said patiently, "it doesn't work like that and you know it. You haven't even asked if this poor girl is willing to put up with you." "Put up with me?" He asked archly. I think she's quite clever enough to see that she'd be well recompensed for putting up with my personality quirks, as you phrased it. Sude, you spend all your time lurking under genjutsu and turning up your nose at shinobi just because they can't find you. No one would think to look for a genjutsu here. Precisely, the cat said with another sharp tail twitch. Therefore, they're unworthy of my time and attention. Nekata-san pinched the bridge of her nose, then turned to them with a sheepish grin. Sorry. Sude's a handful. And he's been here for a while, so he's sort of one of our resident characters. We haven't quite figured out why he hadn't given up yet. Shall we look at some dogs? Almost pouring himself to the floor from the top of the cabinet, the cat surprised her when he said, Oh, very well. Lead the way. You're coming? Sakura asked. Of course, the cat said, blinking up at her lazily. And given what followed, it wasn't difficult to discern why. Every dog and puppy had issues with parentage, prowess, and personality laid bare before her until they were all regarding her nervously. Some of the puppies had even taken to running. Judging by the thrumming purr of satisfaction radiating up from the cat at her foot, that was exactly what Sude had intended. Sakura had never had a natural aptitude for handling strong personalities. Naruto's loudness made her want to smack him upside the head, Sasuke's aggression made her handle him like he was an unstable chemical, and the first few years of her friendship with Ino had been spent in the shadow of a much more self-assertive personality. She was better now than she had been in those early years in the academy, but there was a limit that she hadn't managed to overcome yet. It wasn't a problem in enemy shinobi, she didn't have to make conversation with them. As far as she could tell, Sude was everything bad that had ever been said about cats. He was clever, conniving, and almost appalling self-centered. And yet, it wasn't just that he'd chosen her. When it came to written work, she'd been unequivocally the best in her class at the academy. When it came to group work, she'd always had people choose her, even when they didn't like her, depending on her skill and work ethic to get them through the assignment. Until the real world, until Wave, she'd had a lot of confidence in that. Only now, months and months later, was she starting to regain that sense of self-worth, but it had never been low enough for that alone to have decided her. Even if he had been waiting all this time for someone to see him, hiding behind that genjutsu. There was something in that, something that tugged at her, just a little. And that something, combined with clear skill and that cleverness and conniving that also stood to be so irritating, made up her mind. He didn't struggle as Sakura picked him up, hind legs dangling as she met his eyes. He just blinked at her, docile enough now that he'd gotten his way. Sakura, please don't tell me you'd choose an arrogant, self-centered cat over a loving, loyal dog, no matter how sleek his fur is, Kakashi-senpai said, then paused. No, wait, he sighed. That question just answered itself. Sorry to have wasted your time, Nekata-chan. It looks like that one will be going home with us after all. It wasn't just a matter of paperwork, or fees, which Kakashi-senpai handed over, giving Sakura a card from her parents, who'd wished her the best with her new friend, but also a very complex sealing that took place in a purpose-made room. Shallow lines etched into the floor were filled with ink in which their blood, hers and Sude's mingled, and it took the assistance of 4 of the workers to see it completed. Sakura didn't feel much different afterward, but Kakashi-senpai reassured her that it wasn't that kind of a seal. Much like actual pets required a collar, personal summons required some signal of their affiliation so as not to be mistaken for a pet by a civilian. Nekata-san helped her find something like a small version of a Shimak. Though young and rather slender, Sude was fully grown and larger than Pakon, which rather than being knotted was held closed by a metal clip with the leaf engraved on it, which set at an angle, slightly to one side. Judging by the purring that reached her ear from where the cat had draped himself across her shoulders, he found it more than sufficient, but judging by the way Pakon was eyeing him, there would be a definite adjustment period. So long as they didn't live up to the fighting like cats and dogs saying, Sakura thought she could live with that. Vulpophilia. I feel like it's staring at me, Tatsuo remarked as he eyed the mask, which had found a temporary home on the coffee table. I know what you mean, Sakura replied, glancing down at it. I had to take it out of my room. I kept feeling like it might come alive and attack me if I turned my back on it. And forget sleeping with it in a 40-foot radius. I'd almost be afraid to move it, Tatsuo muttered. The mask was Gozen's. Sakura had seen several different animal designs on Umbu masks in the brief moments she spotted them around the city, but she'd never seen one quite like Gozen's. For one, its base color wasn't white but a deep, terrible red, which made its wide, toothy smile all the more gruesome. The old woman had called it a gift, but Sakura only saw it as further confirmation of a terrible sense of humor. Fascinating, had been Sude's pronouncement, which had prefaced the cat laying belly down, staring at the mask for hours on end. Then had come conclusions on color and subtle asymmetry and the aesthetics of fear and the grotesque, which had been interesting but hadn't really made the fear better. "Oh, really, the two of you," the cat said impatiently, rising from his seat and vaulting across the divide to the coffee table. Nudging it to one side with his head, he cleared the space enough for Sakura to set down her tray of drinks and snacks. "Thanks, Su-chan," Sakura said, which made Sude's tail and whiskers twitch, though with amusement or irritation it was hard to say. Living with Sude was an experience. One that told her that she'd grown up a little when she wasn't looking, because it wasn't in her anymore to simply comply. But, to her surprise, that hadn't thrown Sude at all. He compromised, most of the time, and simply ignored her when he wasn't willing to. But he never looked like he resented her asserting her own rules. Like the no cats while showering rule. He didn't follow it very well, but he'd only complained when she'd tried shoving him under the spray rather than throwing him out. And for someone who'd lived basically alone for years, it was very strange to have a warm, furry form curled into her side when she woke up. Or to be woken up by a cat who knew no regular hours prowling the house, or to wake up to sharp little claws kneading at her back. To have someone to talk to over breakfast. To have someone insist that a real breakfast included fish. Without fail. To have someone to talk to at home at all. She understood, in those moments, exactly why Kakashi-senpai needed the Ninken. It had nothing to do with tracking or combat prowess and everything to do with simple company. With Sude there was a lot less time for disastrous introspection and he never failed to wake her from her nightmares. "What are we watching?" Sude demanded as Ninken suddenly poured into the room, heralding Kakashi-senpai's arrival. "That would depend on what senpai brought from the video rental," Sakura told him. "We're being subject to his questionable taste again." Sude complained, even though he'd already stretched himself across the back of the couch. "It is his turn," Tatsuo pointed out. "And it's strange, how often my turn seems to coincide with me being away on missions. I start to feel unloved," Kakashi-senpai said from where he surveyed the scene from the doorframe, his Ninken all claiming their favorite spots. Line of sight to the television was irrelevant, the frame rate was too slow for them to perceive it as anything but a slideshow with a soundtrack. The same was even more true of Sude, but he wasn't content just to keep them company like the Ninken, who were more than happy with an occasional head scratch. No, Sude required attention. But he wasn't alone in his criticism of Kakashi-senpai's choices. "It's not you, senpai," Sakura reassured him. "Just your unique taste in movies." Sometimes, because it was Kakashi-senpai, she thought he was doing it on purpose, but also because it was Kakashi-senpai, she couldn't be certain. "Can we get one where both the main characters survive? Or at least one that doesn't involve a kiss in the rain?" Tatsuo asked dryly. "You are both heartless savages," Kakashi-senpai said drolly. Then his gaze caught on the mask, which had ended up facing the door when Sude had finished nosing it out of the way. "And where, exactly, did that come from?" "It was a gift," Sakura admitted. "From who?" "From someone I know," Sakura settled on at last. "That I never would have guessed," Kakashi-senpai retorted. "Because that design looks almost like a decommissioned Umbu mask." Sometimes, Sakura forgot that Kakashi-senpai had once been Umbu and that though Gozen-san was now an old woman who passed the time scaring children, she'd once been infamous. "Does it?" she asked. Kill Your Heroes. Chapter 36. Toward Better Days, Part V. Gerontophobia. Sakura was clever, competent, and followed orders well, which meant that people genuinely liked working with her. It wasn't like placing his other students, who would have been headaches for very different reasons. She'd built a tidy little reputation before being assigned to Ihara Cho, a Chunin who had a reputation of her own. The older Chunin had a very low tolerance for recklessness. After what had happened to her first team, one of her teammates had been convinced that despite their sensei's orders he was more than ready to be a part of the war effort, and managed to get both himself and Ihara's other squad mate killed when he hadn't been, and he supposed he'd let himself get complacent, let himself trust in Ihara's, better cautious than sorry, selection of missions. What he'd really wanted to do was shake Genma until his teeth rattled once he discovered how Sakura had even come into contact with someone like Gozen Reiji, but unfortunately the other Jounin had been out on a mission. So he'd settled for ambling toward the little cluster of houses that was essentially an Umbu retirement community. It was a very small community and insular. It took a certain kind of person to survive Umbu, as long as most of them had, and being nice wasn't necessarily one of the requisite attributes. He remembered his own stint in Umbu with no particular fondness. Mostly it had been S-rank special ops, high-risk missions run in unallied countries with no support or reinforcements if things went sour. Those hadn't been so bad. They'd been enough to keep his mind on the here and now. But there was a reason that they were called Black Ops. The necessary but ethically and morally dubious ones. Being a shinobi was being asked to sacrifice your body for your country. Being Umbu sometimes felt like selling pieces of your soul for it. At the time he'd thought that he was so numb to everything it wouldn't make any difference what his body was doing, but it had. It had. Kakashi had been the prodigy of his generation, but he was wise enough to know that there was always someone. Someone better, someone faster, someone deadlier. Uchiha Itachi and before him, Uchiha Madara had made their names famous by being unfathomably dangerous. Namikaze Minato. The Senju Hokage. The third. Those were the heroes of the village. They were the names every genin knew. They'd cast long shadows, and in those shadows lived shinobi whose names never became famous because they'd spent their entire careers behind dehumanizing masks. Especially in the early days of the villages, when it had been spilt blood and piled corpses deciding which villages would survive the chaos, which ones would eventually become the Shinobi Godaikoku, the 5 great shinobi countries. Kakashi redirected his thoughts from their dangerous course, but just at this moment reflecting on Sakura wasn't comfortable either, because it wasn't as if she'd met the woman they called Grandmother Nightmare only a week or two ago. She'd known her long enough and well enough that there was a mask in her house that had seen more carnage than most shinobi saw in their entire careers. Somehow, even though he now did such things as movie nights and sparring matches with his former student, he'd managed to forget that Sakura wasn't like the others. She'd smile, play pretend that all was well in her world while internalizing her problems, attempting to solve them on her own. She didn't demand to be taught new techniques, whether through shouting or sulky silence. She'd just taken what little he'd had to give and made do, searching out things on her own. Surprising him, mostly in pleasant ways, but seeing that grinning red visage had shaken him as badly as Suzuki's decision to leave. It ate at him, that he hadn't been able to discern the nightmares that had followed her home from those that might have come from whatever she'd been doing with Gozen. Sakura knew who she was, what she'd been, what that mask meant, because otherwise she would have never bothered to deflect that question. His question now was just how far that familiarity went. Kakashi didn't think he'd like the answer. Sakura had been the one without all the inescapable history. If she'd taken up creating her own, he didn't know what he'd do. Except maybe more of the same thing he'd been doing his whole life for the important people in it, showing up too late to do anything but help the odd survivor limp away. And there were so few of those. And then he was at the home of the woman who'd once worn that toothy mask, and there she was, a little old woman sitting on her porch, hands full of a knitting project. He waited, to see if she'd acknowledge him, but there was only the rhythmic clicking of her needles. He cleared his throat. "Nice day, isn't it?" he asked conversationally. "Hey, take," Gozen responded reproachfully. "I am an old woman. I don't have enough time left for you to go around wasting it." "You're here about Sakura?" "Ah yes," he said, only momentarily discombobulated by her directness. "I noticed a mask, the last time I was at her house. Strangely enough, it looked like yours." "Well, I did give it to her," Gozen admitted plainly. "So of course it did. It's hers now, whatever she decides to do with it. Just as with everything else I've given her." He'd told himself it was impossible because of Gozen's history of hoarding her jutsu, even as his instincts prompted suspicion, but this. "You've always refused to pass on your techniques," he remarked, somehow hoping that she'd agree, that she was referring to recipes, knitting patterns, even a kitschy salt shaker collection. That's still true, Gozen agreed, and the tension ran out of Kakashi's shoulders, his breath escaping him in a sigh of relief. I'll take my techniques to my grave. Inherited techniques are dead things, you learn them well, and you think that's all there is to them. It doesn't take genius to refine them, make them your own, to better accommodate and complement your abilities rather than that of its creator. She can go to others for that. But jutsu you develop yourself, they're something living. It's like raising children. No matter how old you get, you're never quite finished. That's something I'll pass on to Sakura. She paused for a moment and then smiled. Aside from the character-building aspects, it's not in my nature to be so generous as to let someone grow famous on my blood, sweat, and labor. If Sakura masters what I've shown her, it'll be because she's clever enough to do it. Not because she's got those damnable eyes, she murmured sourly, gaze drifting to where a Sharingan lay obscured by cloth and metal. Or because she happened to be born to a family with the right kind of blood, the right kind of history. The tension had returned to his shoulders, creeping up the muscles of his neck and threatening to inspire a headache. Shown her. He repeated with careful neutrality. She came to me with nightmares. I gave her better ones, Gozen replied. She'll need them, if Orochimaru doesn't put down that Uchiha whelp before he's old enough to cause too much trouble. Kakashi bristled slightly, both at the insinuation that Sasuke would make more trouble than he already had for the village and the certainty that Sakura would meet him in battle. Even if she confronted Sasuke, he pointed out, he has the Sharingan. Gozen's lips twisted into a sneer. Even with so many of them dead, you still believe in their myth, don't you? That boy's family made that mistake, thought that those eyes made them gods, but look what that got them. Even if they had been, she said with deep ironic emphasis, even gods can be tricked. And they can die. Epistemophilia. Given Sakura's introduction to Gozen-san, she'd never asked outright to be taught any techniques. So she'd memorized what genjutsu could be found in the library, not very many, though a person could drown in theory, and learned all of what Kakashi-senpai had to share. Which wasn't much. He hadn't said so, just implied that he'd always found them incompatible with his personal style. Judging by the way he'd collapsed in Wave and what Honda-san had said, using the Sharingan was almost as taxing to him as using the Byakugan was to Tatsuo, albeit less painful. Not many ninja made use of genjutsu anyway, when they'd bothered Kakashi-senpai simply hadn't judged them worth the chakra to collect. So she'd focused on other things. Perhaps not easier, because if they were easy, wouldn't everyone be capable of chakra-augmented strength or medical jutsu? Poisons were easier than those, because other people used them and because they'd fought a war with Suna. There were dosage tables, endless suggestions on sourcing them, using them, enhancing them. And, suddenly, or it seemed sudden, she had preferences, field experience, recognized expertise. But she'd dared, on a morning she was feeling miserable and worn and achy with the newfound nastiness that was the dark side of puberty, to do more than just dismiss the illusion of stinging red ants boiling up out of the ground. This time she struck back, hiding her hand signs in the loose dirt she was working in. Mugen, Jubakusatsu. She felt the pull on her chakra and saw the ghost form, the tree nearest Gozen-san reaching out to embrace her with deadly intent, Sakura's own body given the illusion of invisibility. It was an old illusion, almost traditional, really, popular among Konohananin because it made use of their native environment. More chakra-intensive than she liked, the complex, constantly shifting camouflaging illusion that was the invisibility component was hugely draining, but it was bound up in the technique. She thought it was pretty good, the lines of the ghost firm and solid, her execution seamless, but Gozen-san only snorted and reached out, her hand parting the illusion like water. And just like that, it faded away. "Come here, girl," Gozen-san said, beckoning her over. With more than a little trepidation, Sakura did as she was told. "Your hand," Gozen-san said impatiently when she'd reached her. Bemused, Sakura extended it. Strong fingers, hard and bony, snatched her wrist, and before she could do more than widen her eyes in surprise, she'd scraped Sakura's hand along the bark of the tree so hard that there were droplets of blood forming up on the stinging skin. "These canned illusions," Gozen-san said with distaste. "They make you lazy." You make some signs and trust it to take care of all the details. It's not like that evocative genjutsu that you favor. That reaches into your victim's mind and tears out the image you need. They're providing all the details, you're simply providing guidance and chakra. Invocative genjutsu are all about the details. I've told you that before, but it doesn't seem to have sunk in. If I can't feel the texture of the bark rasping against my clothes and my skin when the branches are closing, if I can't hear the creaking and groaning of the wood as it moves, if I can't smell the bark and the lichen, if the pressure feels like a flat iron band rather than a rounded limb, you're doing it wrong, she remarked flatly. You're not dealing in illusions, Gozen-san continued, never releasing her hold on Sakura's arm, leaving those droplets to become slowly drying rivulets. The world is experienced through the senses, all we know of the world is perception. You have to make it real. You're not peddling dreams to your target, you're changing their world. All the way down to the fragments of bark left behind in a scrape. She emphasized her point by sweeping her thumb over Sakura's red skin, making her wince. You have to create a situation in which to disbelieve your genjutsu is to disbelieve all of your senses. You've had nightmares for as long as I've known you. How hard is it to tell yourself it's only a dream while you're living it? But you have to do better than that. The mind tricks itself while it dreams. It knows what details it needs, but you won't have that advantage when you turn a genjutsu on someone else. Humans give sight primacy, but it's not the only thing that matters. With enough chakra, you can overwhelm the shortcomings of a genjutsu, but it's ugly. Beneath you. Anyone with enough chakra can do it, like beating someone over the head with a cudgel until they agree with you that the sky is green. You're too weak for that in terms of chakra, too skilled for that in terms of potential. Their ways isn't yours. You can't replicate fire by simply looking at it. If you have to burn your hand 100 times to truly experience it, then that's what you do. Do you understand? Sakura nodded weakly. Now, try again. Gozen-san was endlessly critical and apt to interrupt Sakura's focus by turning her own genjutsu against her and giving it teeth. Gozen had nothing but scorn for using the illusions without understanding how they were created, the way most shinobi utilized genjutsu. Without that basic knowledge, they could not modify them, let alone create them freely the way that Gozen-san seemed to. It wasn't that Sakura didn't have the knowledge, precisely. Sakura had an excellent grounding in theory, buttressed by a solid medical understanding of how and why genjutsu fed false signals back to the brain. But creating new jutsu? That wasn't something they were taught at the academy or something that was expected of Chunin. Especially as Gozen-san seemed to insinuate that, with the right technique, all invocative genjutsu were one. Not one jutsu for ants, another for spiders, another for fire, just one, ultimately flexible technique that allowed one to project nightmares limited only by your imagination. Though, she admitted, having a dozen or so scenarios you had so perfectly memorized they were instinctive was useful. And every evocative genjutsu required its own technique. Though, Gozen-san pointed out, it wasn't only nightmares that could be useful even if she enjoyed them most. Tranquility. Joy. Desire. All of it could be manipulated, twisted to serve a purpose, and for the first time Sakura thought it was a good thing that Gozen-san dealt in fear. The thought of being confronted by illusions meant to evoke desire at every turn. Well, the spiders with their clicking mandibles and hairy legs were finally preferable to something. But the others, the call of a familiar voice, the scent of a summer's day, the feel of home, all of it could become tiny, fatal distractions. She worked with the Magen, Jubakusatsu, breaking it into its component pieces until she was only working with an illusionary tree. Sakura tried working with it as the ghost and found it too intangible. Consultation with Gozen-san returned the fact that, yes, you could turn a genjutsu on yourself. She hadn't liked the beneficent look that had accompanied the answer, but it hadn't taken long to work out that genjutsu stood to be the ultimate drug. You could see anything, feel anything, be anything so long as your chakra held out. All Sakura wanted was to master it, so she spent hours with one palm pressed against a real tree, the other against its mirror. And she kept at it until only her memory and the tug on her chakra were the only indicators as to which was the original. It was only the first piece of an endless puzzle, the world transformed into a place not to be just experienced, but painstakingly memorized. As Gozen-san had promised, the things she feared came easiest, almost imprinting themselves on her memory as she bit down on one hand and tried to keep the other from trembling as she allowed things with too many legs and poison's glands to crawl across the back of it. Instead of just ignoring pain, working through it, she carefully committed the feel of a cut, the agony of a burn, the ache of a blow. Other, more pleasant things took on a new intensity as she captured not just impressions in passing, but lingered until she knew the exact texture of a petal, the feel of silk, the scent of a home-cooked meal. She put together scenarios with painstaking care, until she could call them up with only the hand signs and a moment's attention. And one of Gozen-san's friends, he lived 2 houses over, with a garden full of lilies and a closet full of skeletons, like all the ex-umbu, introduced her to his son, who was a TNI specialist. It was from him that she learned what there was to know about evocative genjutsu, dredging up treasured and dreaded memories both from the depths of an enemy's subconscious. It took her more than a year until she'd grown confident enough in her collection to call it a technique. Gozen-san never once disclosed what she'd called hers, and Sakura had never named anything. Not her knives, not her cat. But she called this Kanashibari, that awful moment when waking from a nightmare in which one found oneself paralyzed, unable to move or speak. Erythrophilia. Sakura was all but basking the warmth of the day, which was why she was comfortably settled against a tree in one of the parks within Konoha rather than reading at home. Sude had accompanied her, but he'd melted into a furry puddle in a dappled patch of sunlight almost immediately on arrival. He wasn't usually content to sleep, even when she'd rather he did, so the sight of him stretched out on the grass had prompted a wry, fond grin. Then she'd turned her attention to her book and set the world and all its worries aside for a while. She had her own customer loyalty card at Lemon and Lime and, to her embarrassment, was as well known for her tastes as Kakashi-senpai was for his. She'd once tried about the first 3 chapters of the first Ika Ika novel, but that had been enough to know that it was written by a man for men, which was fine, she guessed, but not something she'd read voluntarily. She'd found her own niche genres. Another femdom light? Or is it an empowered reverse harem heroine today? Was Akemi-chan's familiar, teasing refrain. Sakura had read and reread all the Tsunami to Tsundere-kun novels, so until the next one came out, she was searching out new authors. None had quite measured up to Tsunami, but she'd found others she liked. This one, safely hidden behind the barrier of a medical text to allow for public reading, was a new recommendation from Akemi-chan, who worked at the store to facilitate a ferocious reading habit that appreciated the employee discount and the ability to read book blurbs on her breaks. Kangaragara was the first of another multi-book series, this one featuring an embittered jounin trap master who'd been badly injured both physically and mentally when her lover/partner, who'd been a habitual piece of nastiness who'd undermined her confidence in herself as a person, though he hadn't been able to touch her confidence as a shinobi, had betrayed her. She was therefore none too receptive to the attentions of her gentle Hyagametic-nin, whose goal had become to restore both her health and her heart despite Binako's somewhat acidic personality. With a combination of some sort of Jukan-derived chakra massage that had started as physiotherapy and quickly become quasi-erotic, and Binako's practical skills at restraining enemies used in ways that Sakura wasn't certain she was quite comfortable with, but Hyagajinika seemed to enjoy, she was treading ground very strange to her. Tsunami had been easy to emphasize with. Binako was a little harder to understand when she was touched by the trust displayed in Janika's easy submission. She was on a page with an illustrated plate and was trying very hard not to glance over at the art, and that looked like a seriously complex series of knots, and she was trying hard not to remember that there was an appendix to this novel that had directions, and if it was this bad before any actual sex, Sakura didn't know if she'd survive the later novels. When she heard raucous laughter. Looking up in guilty instinct, she found Tenten almost sobbing with laughter against Niji's shoulder. Lee just looked bemused, but Niji looked very close to spontaneous combustion. And he was looking at her. Tenten raised her head, wiping tears from her eyes, and seeing that Sakura was looking at them, stepped towards her. Sakura managed to shove both her books into her messenger bag before she was very close, but the knowing grin on her face told her she was fooling no one except maybe Lee. Something wrong, Tenten?" she asked. "Not really," Tenten replied, the grin widening. "You must have been pretty into that book." Sakura did not rise to the bait, willing down the flush that wanted to color her cheeks and set the tips of her ears to burning. Tenten didn't seem disappointed. "Guy-sensei was just with us," she said. "He happened to see you here, studying in the park, and held you up as an example of youth and virtue to us all." Her expression turned positively wicked. "Only, it looked to me like you were enjoying it just a little too much, you know. So I coerced poor Niji into taking a look at what you were reading." One look at his face and it was pretty easy to tell that wasn't a medical textbook. "Care to share?" Sakura's eyes darted over toward Niji, who was all but gaping at her. She shushed the terrible, inquiring part of her brain that wanted to ask if Jukin could even be used like that and settled instead for being embarrassed and feeling it served her right for following Kakashi-senpai's example. Dracophilia. Sakura gained some things and lost others when her team left. Tatsuo was one of them. No one except Ino had brushed her hair for her since her grandmother died, and it had never occurred to her to want anyone to. But they'd both seen the movie before, and she was multitasking from the floor in front of the couch, taking notes as she read over a new study on abnormalities in the eye that could cause debilitating symptoms when chakra was used to enhance them. The stabbing pain hadn't improved with practice when she enhanced her eyes for Shunshin for long periods. She began to feel first pain, then a gradual loss of color vision, and just the other day she'd scared herself when vision in her left eye had degraded to foggy shadows. She'd eventually come to suspect that she might be only very slightly astigmatic, which didn't affect her day-to-day vision, but when amplified by chakra to force her eyes to process visual stimuli at a rate humans weren't normally capable of, she exacerbated it into optic neuritis due to spillover from her channels. While it wasn't really pleasant, especially if she permanently blinded herself before she corrected it, she'd taken it as an opportunity. She had a feeling that Tatsuo's vision problems, while more extreme, might be linked to the same damage caused by chakra spillover from damaged paths. By insisting on correcting her own vision issues herself, rather than confessing the problem to a proper medic, she also provided a neat excuse for the borrowed books that littered her room without making any promises she might not be able to keep. Before they'd settled in for movie night tonight, Sakura and Tatsuo had engaged in a long, grueling practice session that pitted her ability to dodge against his Jukin, so she'd showered as soon as she'd made it home and left her hair loose to air dry while Tatsuo took his own turn in the shower. She was regretting that now, as every time she leaned forward her hair spilled over her shoulders, getting in the way and leaving wet tracks on the paper. Sakura scowled at it, having worn it tied back so long she'd forgotten the irritation of wearing it loose for anything but going straight to bed. She'd started growing it out for Sasuke, even though its texture meant that it would never be as smooth and sleek as she'd like it to be. Not like Ino's. She'd kept growing it out of habit and because another few inches of ponytail was as easy to wrap as doing the rest of it. It also made her feel pretty, perhaps a little more feminine, which mattered, sometimes. Not in the field, but at home, out with friends. Mariko had been proven right in her predictions with some new height in her morning walks. She had fantastic legs, now that she was developing the hips to complement them. But her bust was, well, a bust. And despite the pleasant implications of that later in life, no back problems or fear of the inevitability of gravity, it was in the now a sore spot that wasn't soothed by the fact that she wasn't nearly old enough to have her full growth in any way just yet. Shoving her hair back over her shoulders, only to have it fall forward once more, Sakura glared at Tatsuo when he chuckled. "Hold that thought," he said, disappearing upstairs only to return with comb and brush in hand. Settling himself on the floor with his back supported by the couch, he shoved the coffee table to one side until there was room enough for Sakura to settle herself in front of him. It wasn't until he'd worked the tangles out that she noticed what an unexpectedly sensual activity it was, the firm, even stroke of the brush across her scalp, his fingers deftly managing the length of her hair. She went very tense and still, suddenly aware of Tatsuo in a way she usually wasn't. She spent her days with him, bunked with him on missions, sparred with him and fought beside him. She was more comfortable with him than she'd ever been with another person, but in this moment comfortable was not what she was feeling. Tatsuo was her partner. A person way before he was a young man. Not now. Not with the warm heat of him so close, his woodsy, musky scent tickling her nose. She almost yelped when he nudged her in the ribs with his knees. "Relax," he admonished her. "How?" she demanded plaintively in her head, but over her sudden discomfort, she reminded herself just who it was at her back. And with that, it was easier to disperse her tension by folding her legs tight against her chest, tucking her arms securely around them. The movement turned her back into a sensitive curve and she shivered as the thin fabric of her t-shirt provided little protection against the gentle stroking that was chasing pleasant sensations down her spine. Tatsuo kept it up until she'd been lulled into a pleasant drowsiness, which was why she made a sound of protest with the brushing stopped. There came his soft chuckle again, then an insistent tugging sensation. "What are you doing?" Sakura murmured. "Your hair," Tatsuo replied teasingly. "Now, hold still, or it'll be uneven." Sakura did as she was told, until he draped her hair forward over her shoulder. "When and why, exactly, did you learn how to do a fishbone braid?" she asked bemusedly, though she had to admire what a neat job he'd done of it. "Trade secret," was his reply. "Not bad, though." "No, it's really good," Sakura reassured him. "Thanks," she said shyly, twisting around to glance at him. Hyuga eyes had once looked very strange to her, like the milky eyes of dead fish when she was at her most unkind, but she could read good humor, kindness, warmth in them now. And something more than warmth, something like heat, an expression she had little experience interpreting but which spoke to deep instincts. She'd known from the moment that she'd met Tatsuo that he was good-looking, but it had never felt so immediate and visceral as in this moment. And all those things tugged at her, made her realize all of a sudden that she was very lucky to be this close to him, to have met him at all. There'd only been one other moment when she'd been so aware of someone else, but that moment with Zen had only been an instant, not this slow, languid build towards something. It also sparked another thought. What would it be like to kiss a friend, instead of a stranger? To kiss Tatsuo? There was something in the moment that prevented her from weighing good idea against bad idea, from considering consequences, more curiosity and the heady sense of being admired driving her rather than outright desire. She twisted around to face him fully, flexible as a cat, her hands pressed flat against the floor on either side of his hips. She caught a flash of Tatsuo's widening eyes in her peripheral vision, but she was intent on getting the angle just so, because she wasn't so long in the moment as to be immune to the embarrassment of messing this up. Her first contact was gentle, tentative, her lips barely whispering over his, but when she drew back a little to regroup, she shifted all her weight onto one hand so that she could slip the other behind his neck, committing more of herself to the motion. Their second kiss was longer, more reciprocal as he shifted, his hands coming up to grasp her shoulders. Sakura felt the sting of both embarrassment and disappointment as he gently put space between them, which spurred her to duck her head and try to make a dignified retreat. But he held her fast, one hand leaving her shoulder to nudge her chin up until she met his eyes. "To be clear," he said, "this isn't no, but my temperament isn't suited for doing something like this for curiosity's sake. I've had to let go of too many things already to keep doing it with grace. You're a wonderful partner and very pretty, but you haven't had enough people tell you that yet. When you make jounin," he silenced her automatic protest at that, "when you make jounin and you've left enough men breathless, if you still want a Hyuga whose eyes are so thoroughly ruined the elders removed his Kago no Tori no Juin, we can do this again. I promise I'll be waiting." Gamophobia. Sakura gained some things and lost others when her team left. Tatsuo was one of them. He'd given her time and a choice, but as she gripped his sunglasses like her hold on them was the only thing keeping her world intact, one lens cracked, both smeared with blood. She understood that was a choice she'd never have to make. There was a strange numbness in her, uncurling from her belly, up her spine, into those hands that weren't shaking from the fear and grief and rage. They'd been contracted for a kidnapping. Wealthy merchant's daughter who'd been traveling incognito. He'd been unwilling to wait for a ransom note, had been quick to commission a burank that had Iharuteika's entire squad on the trail. It had led them to a little town on the coast, which had been unexpected but not entirely strange. Urban environments offered more anonymity, but they'd expected to eventually discover an isolated farmhouse or something similar, an environment where you could hold someone captive without anyone raising a fuss. As it turned out, none of the captor's neighbors would have done more than recommend a buyer. They'd stumbled onto a generations entrenched slaving operation, reinforced by missing nin talent. Jounin level talent. Not many, but it only took one. Just one to see beneath the henge and decide a Hyuga was too much of a threat to their operation to leave the village alive. It had all gone wrong, so quickly. They hadn't known what they'd happened upon, weren't given the chance to form conclusions. They'd gone in together, because that was what partners did, because that was what their orders were. 2 others to make up a full squad, Tatsuo their face in the crowd, their infiltrator. Sakura's transformation jutsu were flawless, but he had a touch with people that she didn't, so she'd always interacted less directly on these kinds of missions, kept an eye on the place, the people, her partner. In a town this size, this had taken the form of shadowing him in a way that civilians wouldn't normally have noticed. But they weren't civilians. And if Tatsuo's reflexes had been any less honed, he'd have been dead when the first missing nin struck. One of their squad had gone for help, the other had gone to reinforce Tatsuo's position, and Sakura yanked both canisters her tear gas solution from her vest as people spilled into the street like a disturbed hive of hornets. Some part of her had acknowledged that this was it then, the place where it ended, because retreat was the only certain path out of this place. She was fast enough. Fast enough to outrun them all. But not fast enough to leave Tatsuo behind, not when she could see him at the end of the street. Despite the quickness of the residents' response, there was a distinct lack of military precision in the armed chaos below. Her initial impression was correct like bees or ants, they were only following the first to strike, mindlessly operating to eliminate the threat in their midst before carrying on with their lives. Some of them were hardly more than ordinary people wielding whatever was at hand, grass sickles and butcher knives, protecting a livelihood. She'd already been wearing her combat glasses, her shimok pulled snug across the bridge of her nose, so there was no hesitation as she pitched the canisters into the thick of the crowd. She was in this moment immune to the gradations of guilt and culpability if it was within reach of her knives and carried or had carried a weapon. It didn't matter if it screamed, cried, or tried to flee, she cut them down. Men, women, half-grown children. It was like the crowd on the end of the bridge all over again, except this time she was Zabuza, and it was a slaughter. Between the gas and the whirlwind the slavers were reaping, Sakura had enough space to maneuver without the press of bodies overwhelming her with sheer numbers, but not enough of them were fleeing and too many of them were capable of using chakra to keep the roof paths from being an advantage. She was briefly, fiercely jealous of anyone who could have used a ninjutsu to turn the streets into a graveyard in one massive expenditure of chakra. But even if she killed herself with the effort, Sakura couldn't have done it, so she didn't waste the energy, let it fall away because the world outside demanded all her attention. Everything was the flash of steel under sunlight, the subtle shift to avoid an oncoming blow, the strain on her wrists as she swept her blades through flesh and cloth and sometimes bone. She was such a part of the rhythm of this terrible, mad dance she almost didn't realize she'd fought her way to Tatsuo's side, but there he was, those graceful killing hands lashing out with a quickness that would have been impossible to follow if she wasn't seeing the world with eyes enhanced with chakra. Their styles were a good match for fighting side by side, neither of them used ninjutsu, each had a precision, an economy to their movements. The third member of their squad was there too, tried to lead them out of the carnage, but the moment he made the rooftops more skilled missing nin targeted him. He was like the rest of Iharateika's squad, Chunin, more than competent enough when the mission only went sideways, but in these circumstances, against these odds it was only a matter of how many he cut down before he fell himself. Sakura heard shouting when she saw him go down in her peripheral vision, realized that the full squad had arrived. Some part of her fluttered in gratitude, the rest thought that they were here to die, that the right decision would have been to retreat, to report to the village and let them send in a team capable of taking this on. Would she have made the same call? She wasn't given time to reflect on it, just to keep killing, having to keep moving because footwork was becoming difficult around the bodies. Her head began to hurt, her arms began to ache, and she was bleeding from a half-dozen grazes she'd been too slow to avoid. It would only get worse, she registered dimly, as she grew more tired and the real shinobi stepped from behind their meat shields to take down their exhausted prey. It was good tactics, if you had them stomach for them, and it wasn't you being harried into the ground. It was a challenge to pace herself, to not roar aloud and throw herself against them with everything she had, but that was the road to a quick death and she was determined if she could not live, she would make them pay for it. The thin, cowardly voice in her mind told her that she could still make it if she ran now. This dross, those jounin, none of them could catch her with her speed. She could take Tatsuo with her, could have tried it in the beginning, but she'd never have been able to take their squad of 4 out of harm's way. Even more impossible now, so she shoved it aside with a snarl as she drove her knife up into the hollow of a woman's throat, through the roof of her mouth and further to where the important things dwelled. It was as she was yanking her knife free of her sagging body that something caught her attention. She half-turned, just in time so see Tatsuo sinking to his knees. It was a quiet, suspended moment, where it seemed like all the sound in the world retreated, leaving her in almost perfect silence in which to watch him fall. The veins around his eyes were bulging. He'd used the Byakugan in the end, perhaps brought about his own death with the pain of it. He didn't look afraid, or angry, just wore that intensely focused look he put on instead of admitting how much his eyes hurt him. For a heartbeat, she held out the hope that he'd get up, but then he turned painfully towards her and his neck was all meat and blood where his opponent's Suntetsu had ripped a gaping path. All Sakura's careful pacing suddenly became meaningless. Roughly thrust kicking an opponent away from her with chakra-enhanced strength, feeling the give of his sternum, she was at Tatsuo's side in an instant, sheathing her knives and laying on desperate, useless hands. He was gone and it was with sharp, sour hate that she looked up at his opponent, who gave her a wicked smile and licked Tatsuo's blood from the sharpened points of his Suntetsu, one hand beckoning her in an invitation. How sweet, he cooed insincerely. Well, I'm certain he'd be glad to know you cared. Sakura knitted her fingers, forgetting any reservation she might have had about what it was to fight to kill and fighting to hurt. Show me what you love, Sakura snarled as she manipulated her chakra, sinking intangible claws deep in her target's nervous system. Let me return the favor and take it away. It was evocative genjutsu, realizing all his deeply buried fears in terrifying detail, like the novel version of the flash fiction that was Kakashi Senpai's hell viewing. Genjutsu could be like dreams, complex ideas conveyed in very brief amounts of time, nightmares writ complete at the speed of thought. She couldn't enjoy the ghost, had to keep fighting, keep killing, or be killed, but she could feel a pitiless satisfaction when he began to beg. And she let him beg and scream and cry, caught in her genjutsu, until she laid bare hands over his throat and pressed with her thumbs until the cartilage of his trachea collapsed and he turned first red, then plum purple, then dead. Breaking things, bones, people, she returned to Tatsuo's side, snatched up his broken sunglasses, closed his eyes for the last time. No time to do more than that. And then she did what she hadn't allowed herself to do before, threw herself into it with a roar until she almost couldn't draw enough breath, almost couldn't lift her arms for the next blow. She took shelter for a little while then, fingering his sunglasses, feeling the growing numbness that settled in her belly. Her vision was already off-color, blurry, and the pain in her head was almost as bad as the pain where someone had driven a curved sickle into her hip almost to the joint. She couldn't do anything about the former, but she could and did seal the worst of her wounds, leaving only a faint, residual stiffness. Sakura slowly rose to her feet, took a shaky breath. I don't want to die. That wasn't a revelation, there was nothing new about that instinct toward survival that made animals gnaw off their own feet in traps to limp through another day, that made people get out of bed in the morning even when there wasn't anything to look forward to. It had been the mantra that had seen her through Geto, through Orochimaru, but sometimes will wasn't enough to change the world. But she stepped back out into the sun anyway, fought until the world faded to shadows and her unblemished knife, never meant to be used with chakra-enhanced strength, broke off midway down the blade. She tossed it aside and buried her fist in someone's face, turning the curve of it concave as the skull collapsed under the force of it. And when she couldn't see anything, was reduced to lashing out blindly, she put her back against a wall and kept at it until someone's hand, huge, sweaty palm, calloused and hard, smashed her head against the wall. Her world exploded in white pain, the hand took a firmer grip, and then she knew nothing at all. Kill your heroes. Chapter 34. Toward Better Days, Final Part. Bedside Manners. Kakashi stared blankly down at his open novel, more to have somewhere to focus his gaze that wasn't there than with any real intention of reading it. All of his attention was on the reassuring noise of the medical machinery crouched in every corner of the room, confirming with every dispassionate beep that Sakura had made it through another terrible, silent interval. He owed every one of those seconds to Ihara, who never left the village without a way to contact the network of extraction squads which were based throughout the country for rapid response. In this case, that response had come too late for most of her team. Upon the Extractions squad's entry into the village because of the nature of the distress call, several teams had rendezvoused before their assault. Only 5 survivors had been discovered, one of whom had lost too much blood to stabilize, another succumbing quietly to shock during transport. The former of those had been part of a pair of ninja that Aihara had ordered to retreat, because she hadn't judged their combat skills adequate enough to pit against such numbers. They'd initially counted Sakura among the dead, if they hadn't had an extremely gifted medicnin along, or if Sakura had been any less tenacious, she would have remained there. Judging by the extensive bruising, the swelling of her brain and the lovely hematoma that went with it, as well as the broken ribs and the slow hemorrhage that were competing with the traumatic brain injury to kill her first, the responding medicnin had assessed that someone had bashed her head against a wall until she'd lost consciousness and kept kicking her once she was down. The slavers hadn't been interested in keeping Sakura. Not with the devastating path she'd left behind her, dozens of corpses bearing the distinctive marks of her knives. Not carnage, because that wasn't Sakura's style, which was all surgical precision and brutal efficiency. Even now that she had stamina to spare, she'd never lost the habits formed when she'd first gotten serious about being a shinobi. He could still remember those days, when a brief sparring match would have her wheezing. Part of him wished they were still living them, that his team had had time to actually be a team, before two of them had went off with Sunin and one had taken up desperate last stands. One death had been especially interesting to the captain of the combined extraction squads. A Jounin missing nin not famous enough to be a household name, but annoying enough to earn himself a bounty, who'd apparently let himself be strangled by a small pair of hands, no other bruising or marks of restraint on his body at all. Kakashi had hemmed and hawed and avoided admitting that his former student was the present protege of Gozen Reiji, or at least as close as that old bitch would ever come, though he didn't know if giving her the idea that Sakura had crafted a genjutsu capable of holding a Jounin without any outside input at all was any better. If it came down to it, he wasn't certain how he felt about it himself. Proud, yes, relieved that Sakura had survived to come back to him when so many hadn't ever come home again, but there was a distinct line between the kind of thoughtless, childish cruelty that she'd displayed on occasion with Naruto and the kind of cruelty, or at least the level of dissociation, the lack of empathy, or perhaps the will strong enough to overcome any sympathy that was required to use Gozen's brand of genjutsu. It was always possible that Sakura had used something else, something a little less like the reason so many genjutsu types of any reputation tended to be infamous, but Kakashi had gotten into the habit of assuming the worst and being proved right. And he was no stranger to bitter anger, but he'd never had the ability to express it as someone else's nightmares. Not the way a proper genjutsu specialist could. The technique he'd shown Sakura, that was a bludgeon, no build-up, or subtlety at all, easily escaped by a halfway competent shinobi. Not enough to hold a Jounin for more than a few seconds, certainly not long enough to strangle anyone. Over 2 years ago now, Sakura had made her first kill, and that had changed her irrevocably. This would do the same, but only time would tell how this whole miserable situation would change her. He could only be there, offer what support he could, even if it was just repressing his dislike of hospitals, to sit at her bedside and watch over her while she slept. It wasn't the obligation of a sensei to his student, he hadn't even been that in name for a long time. It was the same kind of warm regard he might have felt for a younger sister, if he'd ever had one. Despite the disparity between their ages and experience, Sakura was a friend. And he had precious few of those, none of whom made him break his rules as easily or readily as Sakura. She was, Pack. The family that he'd chosen and been chosen by. So despite the antiseptic smell that turned his stomach, Kakashi stayed. The mundane matters were being taken care of by others, so that he could be there when Sakura woke. Any kills conclusively identified as Sakura's that carried a bounty had already been processed and the funds deposited in her account, the bounties which belonged to deceased shinobi having been given to their families alongside the death settlement. In this case, the bodies of all the Konoha shinobi had been successfully retrieved, so there had been that closure. Genma, who'd delivered an absolutely riotous bouquet, was feeding both the Ninken and Sakura's furry terror. The Ninken, at least, were capable of reacting with sufficient gravity, curling in miserable little piles around Sakura's bed when they'd come to visit, but the cat had planted himself on Sakura's sternum and started kneading his claws in her blanket, those uncanny eyes focused on her face as if he was either gauging her expression or demanding she wake and pay attention to him. Kakashi had removed him by the scruff of his neck and the cat had taken sulkily to second-guessing the nurses. Kakashi glanced up as someone slid the door open and he was surprised to see it was Aihara. "Should you be up?" he asked, taking in her sallow skin and a mouth turned into a thin, tightly compressed line by her refusal to admit to pain. I'm well enough to look over what's left of my team, she replied as she walked stiffly to Sakura's bedside. She was silent for a long time, then without looking over at him, she said, I'm recommending her for promotion. Even if they don't make her Jounin, she's ready to lead a team. I was going to wait until she got over whatever she has against elemental ninjutsu, but I see now that she doesn't need it. It'd be useful, of course, but she has the mentality and the skills. When? He asked quietly. Now she glanced over at him, her eyes cold and knowing. I turned the paperwork over to a courier this morning. That's the way this village works. You survive something that could be reasonably expected to break a civilian for the rest of their life, and it asks you to do it on a regular basis. It won't be easy. But it will be a damn sight easier for her if she has something better to do with herself than wallowing in what she lost. She would have been reassigned regardless. Not enough of us survived for this squad to be a viable unit any longer. I'm just making certain she gets the acknowledgement she deserves. Her expression softened, but just slightly, just enough for Kakashi to get a clear sense that for all her detached mien, Ihara was suffering. She made me proud to be her captain. Right until the end, she never stopped fighting. Having apparently satisfied her need to check up on Sakura and having said her piece, Ihara took her leave and left Kakashi to his vigil, which was interrupted by the parents of her partner, his mother bearing an armful of peonies as pink as Sakura's hair, still tightly furled. Though he'd heard about them, this was his first time meeting them, which made the greeting exchanged between them stilted and awkward, Tatsuo's mother escaping the tension by arranging her flowers on the table beneath the window. I cut them from my garden, she said as she arranged them prettily, all effortless elegance next to Gemna's riot of color. She ran the petals between her thumb and forefinger, looking the kind of reflective that would have been a prelude to tears if it weren't for stalwart Hyuga dignity. Kakashi was grateful for that, because there was nothing in the world to make you feel gawky and awkward like someone crying. Sakura admired them so much when they bloomed last year, so I thought it would be a pity if she missed them this year. I offered to part them out, so she could have her own, but she just gave me this look. She trailed off, letting her hand fall away. She swallowed uncomfortably and her husband took up the thread of the conversation. We'll be by again when she's awake. Just because, and it was his turn for that moment when the muscles in his face tensed as he forced emotion down, mastering himself. Just because Tatsuo isn't here any longer doesn't give her an excuse not to visit. For us, for Shinobi, the squad is your family, and just because you lose a member of it doesn't mean you stop being family. The dead never really leave us. I know, Kakashi replied. And he did. His whole life was full of ghosts. But Sakura wasn't one of them, not yet, and so he stayed until she woke up, stayed while she cried, and promised himself this time, with this team even if parts of it were scattered it would be different. The things that don't kill you. Sakura locked the door carefully behind her, sinking to the floor with her back against the comforting solidity of it. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she tried to swallow down the sick feeling creeping up from her belly, the growing certainty that she could not do this. When her breathing was as steady as it was going to get, which was really just a generous way of saying she wasn't lightheaded from the panicked wheezing that had started from the moment she'd resolved to do this, she let her head drop to stare at her hands, flexing them as green medical chakra played like living fire across her fingertips. This is a bad idea, a little voice warned. You shouldn't be trying this without supervision. You shouldn't be trying this at all. Before that timid, cautious voice could talk her out of this, Sakura raised her hands to her eyes and began. Eventually she heard Sude, yowling on the other side of the door. Sakura? Sakura, what are you doing in there? Answer me. But Sakura couldn't move, couldn't stop, for fear that her microscopic adjustments to the interior of her eye would leave her permanently blind when she opened them again. Delicate muscles, minuscule veins, some of the most fragile chakra channels in the whole body, and she was manipulating them without ever breaking the skin, working only through excellent memory and a strange kind of sonar peculiar to medical chakra. She could hear claws tearing at the door and Sude snarling, but she ignored him. Sakura, let me in. Let me in. If you don't answer, I'm going to do something drastic. Sakura could only answer with silence, and he finally said, Fine, you irritating creature. If I'd been born with hands, I would rip open this door and strangle you until you came to your senses, but things being as they are, I'm off to summon Kakashi. She could hardly redouble her efforts, because medical chakra just didn't work like that, but she kept panic at bay and finished what she'd started. By the time it was Kakashi knocking on the door, she'd moved to the far wall, her head held in her hands, too afraid to open her eyes and see what she'd done. "Sakura?" Kakashi asked cautiously as she heard the knob turn and the door open. "Sakura," he said again, his voice closer to her now as he knelt. "Sakura, what's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Tsunade-sama said sternly as she brought a clipboard none too gently down atop Sakura's head, "is that you have a shinobi with entirely too much talent. Your eyes are fine. Better than fine. Don't think I didn't notice the little improvements, like those shunts you burned into your chakra circulatory system to avoid inflammation caused by chakra spillover," she told Sakura, who winced when it seemed the clipboard would impact again. But instead it came down softly on her hair. "Good job, kid. You could cycle chakra into your eyes all the livelong day if it suited you." Keeping the clipboard in place, Tsunade-sama frowned down at her contemplatively, which was not as reassuring as it might have been. "Hey, take a walk," she ordered brusquely. "Hokage-sama?" Kakashi-senpai queried, his one visible brow rising. "You heard me. Take a walk. A long one, well off hospital grounds. I'll see to her discharge and you can scold her yourself later. Now, shoo." And without another word, Kakashi-senpai went. Tsunade-sama sighed and slumped into the chair beside Sakura's bed. "Good. Now, we're going to have a talk." "No, don't make that face. I'm not going to yell at you. You clearly knew what you were doing and took a calculated risk. That's not something a good commander discourages. In fact," she chuckled, "it almost makes me wish that I'd had a hand in it. But in a way it's good that I didn't." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked. "Because I'm a senju, which means I'm bound by all the old agreements. As my student, you would have been a senju by extension, so far as the clans are concerned. You, however, are free to do as you please. And you have someone close to you who is slowly going blind, if chakra exhaustion doesn't manage to kill him first." "You mean?" "Yes, him. He won't like it very much if you try to help, but feel free to ignore his opinions. We have enough suffering in this world without people choosing it," she told her, abruptly shoving herself to her feet. "I look forward to our interview, Harino." "Interview?" Sakura asked blankly. "For your Jounin assessment. I'll tell them on my way out that you're cleared to leave. Judging by your records, you'll be able to take care of your own paperwork." And just like that, she made to stride from the room, only turning back when she was in the door frame. "Oh, and Harino." "Yes, Tsunade-sama. The secret to a really good impact crater? It's not just pure chakra. It's a simultaneous Doton manipulation. Picnics with the dead. When you're ready, we'll take you to the Hyuga Shrine. We parted out some of Tatsuo's ashes for you, during the Bunkotsu. You'll always be welcome here. 49 days. The time it took a soul to sever all ties with the world. And, though she wasn't ready, time for her to say goodbye properly. There was a cultivated peacefulness to the garden, a sense of removed despite its location within the Hyuga compound. There were high whitewashed walls which buffered the sound of people and intensified the impression of being alone with the dead. One enormous memorial stone dominated the center of the garden, bearing the family name in livid, living red, but only the heads of the line had individual stone markers even though this was where all Hyuga came to rest. For everyone else, there was a tiny little building that recorded the names of the deceased on slats of bamboo, rolled into a mat that traced the dead of the clan to before the founding. Tatsuo's father had explained the tradition, the urns of the heads of the clan containing only the better part of their ashes, the rest shared by their immediate family were buried beneath a seedling fruiting tree. No one ever ate from them even when they came of age, their fruit was for the animals, the spirits, and the gods. Choice of tree was dictated by personal preference. Peaches, pomegranates, one ancient, gnarled apple past fruit-bearing age that predated the village. Her tiny urn, her part of Tatsuo, rested on her bedside table, next to his shattered glasses. She wasn't certain whether she was grateful or not that they had managed to follow her home next to the photo of her shattered team. Sometimes it was almost enough to make her feel obligated to light incense and leave offerings, but instead she wished him good morning when she woke up. She'd been trying to get back into the habit of sleeping in her bed because her father had been home those first weeks and concerned for her, and she didn't feel the need to tell him she'd spent days in the past sleeping beneath the comforting shelter of the kitchen table and faced that terrible moment where she had to decide to get out of bed and face a world that there wasn't any waking up from. That was the beautiful thing about nightmares and the terrible thing about dreams. They ended. And because people spent every night escaping the things that terrified them by the simple expedient of waking up, it was perhaps a natural human impulse to consider how much easier existence would be if it came to such an end. But it was only in those first moments between here and there, between dreaming and waking, that Sakura ever let herself think of how much she wished she could go back to sleep and never have to face the things waiting in the world, and that only in those first days after she came home. Life was hard and brutal and likely brief, but she wasn't so deep in her misery that she'd forgotten that there were other things besides Tatsuo and missions gone awry in it. It wasn't even really about the loss of her partner, the loss of the squad, the almost loss of her own life. It was about being bone-tired, soul-tired, along with all the tender bits deep inside that still felt strange and fragile whenever she moved. But Sakura made herself get up and get on with it, replacing ruined gear, exercising muscles made weak by chakra healing and bed rest. She'd replaced her broken and unrecovered knife, spending the best part of her bounties on the special steel capable of channeling chakra. If she'd thought sealing scrolls excessively expensive, it was on par with having a knife custom forged at 10 times the rate of a good carbon steel one. She'd seen pictures of weapons made with the steel before, had noted that they were all black, but she'd thought it was a stylistic thing. As it turned out, the same quirk of the steel that made it capable of channeling chakra meant that it had a glossy black sheen. And because it was so rare, which was part of why it was expensive, only truly talented swordsmiths worked it, which meant that she'd been breathless with admiration at the artistry of the Haman and the sharp, vicious elegance of it when her commission was presented to her. That had been a strangely formal moment, all tea and ceremony and being glad that Kakashi-senpai was there and feeling like she was accepting art rather than a tool. She'd brought it with her and she was wearing her new boots. She could hear Ino even now. That knee-high boots with built-in knife sheaths were the epitome of kunoichi sexy, and they even looked half good on Sakura in a new, sleeveless shirt in black that looked very stark against her pale skin. Its flatteringly tailored lines would look better when she regained the weight she'd dropped, though as it was worn under her flak jacket, it wouldn't matter regardless. She had a whole pile of new shimik, because she hadn't had the heart to tell her father that she didn't have anywhere to wear pretty dresses or anyone to wear them for, and she'd known he was trying. His sigh of relief when she'd gently steered him toward an outfitter's rather than a boutique hadn't escaped her either, had made her laugh and feel just that little bit lighter. Today's was one she'd never wear out in the field, all green and pink and white. And her hair had been carefully, meticulously braided. She'd gone on missions with Sakia's team once she was cleared for duty again and with her agimates, but she'd saved her new things for this day. Not only would she say goodbye to Tatsuo, within the next week she'd begin the series of supervised assessment missions that would decide whether she'd be reassigned to a new squad or receive Jounin status. 8 separate A-rank missions, each conducted with a different Jounin partner who'd have a say in whether she deserved the promotion, followed by a one-on-one interview with the Hokage. Part of her was honored, because she and Hyaganiji, who was a widely acknowledged prodigy, would begin their assessments at the same time. However, more of her only wished for the courage to say, "No, I don't want to do this anymore," because aberrations seemed to be her reality, and how much worse would it be when the missions were meant to be dangerous? But she hadn't. Because she did not want to come to feel accepted and at home with a new team, only to have it snatched away again. She'd lost 2 of them. She'd decided that next time, it would be her partner who was left behind, however callous that seemed. And Kakashi-senpai was a Jounin as well as the only person she trusted to survive, no matter what happened. So she'd bite her tongue, give her all, and hope that would be enough. But first she had to get through today. Sakura clutched in one hand a carefully packed bento, and because that hand had started trembling as she'd passed through the threshold, she clasped her other hand tightly over it. "When you're ready," she echoed with bitter irony, punctuating the statement with an uncomfortable giggle. "I wonder when that would be." Fingers clenching tighter on her burden, Sakura forced her feet to carry her forward, eventually seating herself on a rock whose worn, moss-free surface testified to other mourners having made their way here. She carefully unwrapped the salted rice onigiri which had been sharing space with a shallow ceramic bowl and a bottle of hanazake that had required a careful request to Mariko. She'd wanted sake, for tradition's sake, but she needed something above 80 proof for what she intended. Hanazake was 120 proof and not a regular resident of her parents' liquor cabinet. Shoving half of the rice balls to one side and pouring a cup of the hanazake for someone who wasn't there to drink it, Sakura nibbled at her own allotment, snuffling as the salt of her tears mingled with the salt in the rice. She only managed to eat half an onigiri before she had to stop, her stomach clenched tight from grief. She hadn't allowed herself to cry since she'd been released from the hospital, and she'd put this off until she thought she might be able to get through this without sobbing, but this all made it all so very final, the goodbye she'd never gotten. Stealing a sip from Tatsuo's cup for courage and wincing at the taste, Sakura poured the alcohol into the dish she'd brought until it was a little over half full. If you could see someone you'd lost, even if it was only for an hour, would you be strong enough to resist making your memories into something you could touch? Sakura wasn't. Not when all it took was chakra and will to see Tatsuo sitting across from her, one leg drawn up to his chest, the other extended comfortably. "Hey," he said fondly, his voice resonating with all the warmth that dwelled in her memories. "Hey yourself," she choked out, smiling through her tears. That familiar grin quirked his lips, but faded quickly into concern. "What are you doing, Sakura?" I just thought that you should be here for this," Sakura told him. Told herself. "Maybe you're really watching, even though they say you should be safely somewhere else by now, but..." She rose, Tatsuo coming to his feet as well, and she reached out until their hands were palm to palm, their fingers interlaced. She could feel the warmth of his skin, the texture of skin beneath the pads of her fingers, the resistance of bone beneath the thin flesh. This is a terrible thing, she recognized even as she basked in the moment. Some part of her realized that this was something as cruel and certain as any of Gozen's nightmares, offering someone something that they could never have again, granting them the desires that they never voiced to others. Giving them one moment and taking all their others. Killing them with kindness. But that was a thought for the battlefield, for the future, and in the now there was Tatsuo as she remembered him. As the thought traveled through her mind, for a moment the genjutsu wavered and it was Tatsuo with his neck gaping and his eyes fading, but she firmed her will and he was whole and hale again. She reluctantly released Tatsuo's hands, stepping backward, and he mirrored her movement. I wanted her throat clenched so tight she couldn't speak. "I think I could have loved you," she told him plaintively. "You were everything that I didn't know to want in a partner." "We just didn't have enough time," Tatsuo replied. "Relationships aren't something you just have. They're something you have to build and repair and maintain." Sakura smiled faintly, because those weren't his words. They belonged to another Hyuga, a wholly fictional one, but it didn't make it less true. "Love is a house," she murmured. "It's all about the foundation." She took a deep, unsteady breath and unsheathed her knife. Not the new and shining one, but the one with discolored steel, familiar and comfortable in her hand. With her free hand, she pulled her braid taut, and in a single smooth motion, she severed it at the base of her neck. The shorn strands fell forward, just brushing her shoulders where they were hunched by the movement and with tension. She'd never thought about how heavy all that hair was until it wasn't there anymore, almost as strange and disconcerting as being without the armor of her clothes. "I'm going to grow it out again," she told her illusion as she sheathed her knife, crouching to coil the long, braided length in the bowl of alcohol. "Not for anyone else, this time. Just for me, because I like it. But this was our moment, which sounds stupid and silly to say out loud, but, this will always be yours," she murmured, folding her fingers into an unfamiliar hand signs. "Katon," she intoned silently, not flinching from the great gout of flame that spilled upward from the bowl or the smell of melted hair. She owed it to Tatsuo, owed it to herself, not to flinch away. So she refilled the bowl again and again, until there was no more hanazake and her hair was only ashes to be snatched away by the wind. Red rice. Her mother's fingers were clutched tight on her upper arms and Harino Mabuki's eyes looked suspiciously damp, her usually stern expression forgotten. "Oh, Sakura," she sighed. "We are proud of you. But this isn't precisely what you had in mind for me," Sakura said softly, so she wouldn't have to. "I know. I understand. I really do. When I graduated the academy, this wasn't what I had in mind for me either. We just don't want to lose you, her mother confirmed. And we've come so close already. And Jounin, we've never had a Jounin in the family before. We can't, there's no connections, no secret jutsu we can give you. I don't need it, Sakura reassured her, her mind flickering to men who'd died because they'd paused for the sight of their mothers, their brothers, their lovers, who'd paid for having a heart. For men who'd been afraid of fire, who'd flinched at the sensation of fear, who'd grown careless when supplied with euphoria. Of enemies who hadn't needed any genjutsu to ease their transition to the afterlife. Not all A ranks involved combat, just the risk of it, but for the assessments they'd chosen missions in which that risk was something closer to a certainty. And because she wanted Jounin not for the rank, not for the money, but for the possibility of a partner who'd stay, she'd put all of her talents on display even when she might have been able to offer swifter ends. She'd learned to compartmentalize it, to push away the guilt, to shut down the strange moral quandary of was it worse to torture a man with horrible images or to take advantage of his softer nature. She wasn't past the nightmares, still felt the weight of it all, perhaps would never escape it, but every day it grew easier to just not think about it. She shifted so that she was cupping her mother's elbows. Sakura met Mabuki's eyes earnestly. All those secret techniques, all that prestige, all that tradition, everything that makes a clan, I didn't need any of it. So don't for a minute regret that it wasn't something you could give me. I'm not ashamed to be in Harano. But, she thought as her mother embraced her, I can't promise that you won't someday be ashamed of me. Saji, so my thoughts will follow you into your dreams. Jiraiya gazed with bemusement on the letter forwarded to him by his editor, thinking that maybe he'd made some mistake when he was decoding it. But as he eyed first the original and then the one he'd printed out neatly as he worked with that hellish cipher his contact had devised, he discovered that his work was entirely accurate. Which only left him with an ominous feeling building in his bones, because for the better part of a decade, his informant had only one question. But now he had a request. A highly specific request. Jiraiya's brow furrowed as he tried to puzzle out what exactly Uchiha Itachi had in mind when he'd asked for a medic nin capable of staging his death, aside from the obvious. Why within the timeline he'd outlined? What had changed? What had he learned, after all these years? But those were questions without answers, and all he could do was burn both sheets of paper and resolve that when he took Naruto back to Konohagakure, he'd put an open-minded medic nin on his shopping list. Kill your heroes. Chapter 38. Helianthrophobia. Naruto knew he was grinning like a fool, but he didn't care who saw. After well over 2 years of absence, trailing after a man who was 3 parts pervert to 1 part sheer ninja genius, this was his first glimpse of his village put to rights. No rubble, no half-collapsed buildings, none of that sharp, unpleasant smell of anxiety clinging to the crowds like the stink of sweat on a humid summer's day. Just Konohagakure, just as he remembered it, except for Tsunade's face having joined the other cage on the mountain. Naruto grinned, briefly contemplating the expression on her face if he announced his arrival with a very public prank, but he was a little too old for the mustaches on monuments stuff. Also, he knew she'd know exactly who did it, and he didn't plan on spending his first afternoon back in the village scrubbing on a rock face. So instead he cupped his hands around his eyes like field glasses, crouched down on the electric pole that he'd scaled to get a better view of the streets, and looked for anyone he recognized. Kakashi-sensei. He bellowed when he spotted a familiar unruly thatch of hair, waving both arms wildly and earning only a desultory little hand flick of acknowledgement in return. But that only made him grin wider, because he could almost hear that lazy yo that had accompanied Kakashi-sensei's every chronically late arrival. Flinging himself from his perch, Naruto landed softly on his feet, winding his way through the crowd without looking back to see if Jiraiya followed. Sensei. He greeted him enthusiastically as he came within what most people would consider speaking distance. From here, he could confirm his initial thought, that Kakashi-sensei hadn't changed at all. Leaning comfortably against a wall, he was paging through Ika Violence, which, as he knew all too well, had released 3 years ago. He has to have that thing memorized by now, Naruto thought with a snicker. Jiraiya had assured him about 7 times that the ultra-rare advance copy of Ika Tactics currently living in his hip satchel, and when he'd carelessly slid it in there alongside his kunao, Jiraiya had looked fit to strangle him would make Kakashi-sensei's year, but Naruto really thought having Team 7 back again would do that. He caught a glimpse of a bag semi-hidden behind Kakashi-sensei's legs, but the angle made it impossible to read the logo. "Doing some shopping, sensei?" he queried. "What you get?" "Eternal gratitude," was the wry answer he received. Then, there she comes. Naruto followed his gaze and couldn't help that he was suddenly smiling so widely that it was almost painful, because it was Sakura. He made to rush forward and sweep her up in an exuberant hug that he'd probably get a head thumping for, but she held out a repelling hand even as a smile quirked her lips. "Naruto, I'm really glad to see you, but I've just spent 3 hours in line standing next to the most pernicious, unpleasant overweight harpy ever to be allowed through the doors of my favorite bookstore. If you wrinkle my signed limited edition bonus poster, I'm going to be obliged to pulp your head." "Really?" Naruto could only gape as Kakashi-sensei shifted to gather his bag, which he proffered to Sakura, who accepted it curiously. But her cheeks flushed with pleasure as she glanced down into it. "Is this what I think it is?" she demanded. "For the record, getting that was even more painful than going with you to the first showing of the Tsunade to Tsundere-kun movie adaptation." "Please," Sakura said, rolling her eyes. "I saw you, going for your second viewing. I only didn't sit with you because it was weird watching it with you the first time. Abandoning me to the conversation of housewives. I should take that poster I just handed over back and leave you to sulk over only having a life-size Nico-kun when you might have had an Okamai-sama as well. All that long, flowing silver hair, those steely eyes, those rippling muscles," Kakashi-sensei teased, only holding up his hands in a playful warding off as Sakura closed the distance and socked in the arm, blushing furiously. Naruto could only stare, feeling more than slightly left out of this almost impenetrable conversation. And because Sakura had changed so much that with the initial, blinding joy of reunion slipping away, Naruto had to scramble to marry all those fond daydreams of Sakura not romantic, because he'd taken her at her word, but the ones that also featured Kakashi-sensei and the treasonous asshat they were going to beat sense into with the version standing, breathing, living in front of him. He'd seen so many things, learned so many things, grown so much while he was away, but despite recognizing her burgeoning changes when he'd left, he'd somehow expected. Well, he'd expected himself to be the only one really changed by his long absence, and Kakashi-sensei's unchanging Kakashiness had fed that delusion, that life in the village would pause and be waiting for him to slip back into it like a familiar, well-worn pair of house slippers. It wasn't just inches and curves, though she'd added those too, shifting away from cute and sweet to something else. Her hair, always so long and worn loose in the academy, was shorn short and hardly brushed her shoulders. Gone was her red dress and even the red vest and petal-like skirt she'd taken to wearing right before he left, though she still wore a shimok knotted around her neck. Her sleeveless vest was now in black, her shoulders defined and her arms lean with muscle, her forearms protected by vambraces that provided protection from her elbows all the way down to the first knuckle, leaving the ends of her fingers, her thumbs, and her palms bare. Over that sleeveless vest was a familiar flak jacket, 2 pouches setting at her back belt line, the upper long and narrow a scroll case, the other a slightly wider rectangle. He could recognize the complex harness that kept knife sheaths and other pouches in place from hips to knees, where her boots began, worn over fitted black pants, but those intervening years, well, there was a reason certain shops sold certain kinds of magazines that sold a lot of issues of women kitted up like soldiers. Luckily, she didn't catch his brief ogling. He was convinced that she'd meant what she said, but come on, he was a teenager and he'd liked her for a long time, and he was able to meet her eyes as her embarrassed flush died down and she stepped back from Kakashi-sensei, turning her attention to him. "So, having found both of us, I bet the next thing on your reunion tour is a visit to Ichiraku, isn't it?" she teased. "Tell you what, I'll treat." Sakura held up her bags. "It'll just take me a minute to rush these home, so stay right there," she ordered, vanishing. "Got a quick one on your hands, Kakashi," Jiraiya murmured. He said something else too, but Naruto was distracted by another familiar face. It was Konohamaru, who'd clearly been hard at work on his version of Naruto's pervy ninjutsu and was eager to show it off. His eagerness was catching, and Naruto almost got so caught up in a round of Trump this that he failed to notice that Sakura was suddenly there again, but the instant he noticed her he grinned sheepishly at Konohamaru, scrubbing his hand through his hair. You know, maybe we shouldn't do this in the middle of the street like this. Meet me later and I show you what a real Naruto original looks like, okay? Flicking a knowing gaze toward Sakura, Konohamaru smirked and gave him a thumbs up. Got it, boss. Sakura watched him as he scurried off. One brow arched and she said, you know? I don't really want to know. Ready for that ramen, Naruto? Always, Naruto told her earnestly. We taking these two along? He said, jabbing his thumbs at the two older shinobi. Sakura shrugged and glanced over to Kakashi-sensei, who made a shooing motion with one hand. You two kids go ahead and have fun, we'll go have some grown-up talk. Grown-up talk? Sakura queried. Doesn't that usually involve actual grown-ups? Ha ha, Kakashi-sensei said dryly. Poke fun while you can. I'll see both of you at 7 at Training Ground 3. What happens then? Naruto asked curiously. It's a surprise, Kakashi-sensei told him, before vanishing just as suddenly as Sakura had earlier. Naruto scowled at the empty space Kakashi-sensei had recently inhabited, but followed willingly enough when Sakura prompted, Naruto. From where she was standing several paces ahead. Really, we're not 12 anymore, Naruto complained to her. Does he really need to pull that mysterious sensei stuff? Senpai only has a few hobbies, but he's really dedicated to them. Unfortunately, they're almost all annoying, Sakura complained, but it was said with clear fondness. Senpai? Naruto asked. Sakura flinched, anxiety flashing across her expression. Yeah, about that, Naruto, then she stopped short, the nervousness giving way to relief. She raised a hand and waved at someone and he followed her gaze, his eyes catching on a very perfunctory return wave. Hey, Shikamaru. He greeted, more than making up for the Nara's lack of enthusiasm. His gaze slid over to Temari, who was eyeing him in return. Now, most days it only seemed like Jiraiya had dragged him from one end of the continent to the other, but he'd picked up a thing or two along the way. Some of it had even been intentionally taught by his mentor. Unintentionally, Jiraiya had taught him everything he'd ever need to know and then some about reading body language. He could name 12 signals off the top of his head that indicated that the master pervert was seconds away from being slapped. Sort of irrelevant at the moment, as he couldn't imagine Shikamaru working up the energy to do anything worthy of retaliation, but he'd learned in his time away that for all that the world seemed peaceful, even shinobi from allied villages didn't show up uninvited just to hang out. People made friends outside their villages. He had made lots of memories outside the village walls himself, but they chose places other than their villages to meet. So, not a social visit, and as he'd kept a mental tally of the days since he'd been gone, it wasn't hard to guess why Temari was here. Still, he couldn't resist. So, he observed with a grin, look who's on a date. While Temari scoffed aloud, Shikamaru didn't even bother to roll his eyes. Not even close. I'm being forced to proctor the Chunin selection exam, and as an added bonus, I get to escort the ambassador from Suna. Also, since I am apparently now a courier, there's letters from Taki for you, Sakura. Their ambassador brought them. Judging by the feel, I think Umehara sent something not meant to go by regular post. If I keel over, I'm blaming you. Sakura moved forward to take them as Shikamaru produced a pair of letters from his equipment pouch. Your sacrifice is much appreciated, she said with a smile, tucking them away, giving a nod of greeting to Temari, who returned it with a slight smile. Naruto realized only belatedly that that was weird, because women who almost killed each other tended to hold grudges about it, but they'd apparently worked through it. So, Sakura, when we host the exam next rotation, are you going to take the liaison position? Temari asked. Sakura shrugged. That depends on whether or not Tsunade-sama offers it to me, she replied. Of course she'll offer, Temari assured her. It would put you in Suna when Naruto is taking his exam, Shikamaru agreed. Unless you have some sort of plan for scrambling together a team at the last minute. He said, addressing the last part to Naruto. Naruto blinked, then felt sheepish embarrassment turn the tips of his ears pink. Making Chunin, compared to everything else, hadn't even made it on the list of things that need worried about. Yeah, I guess I would need to find some teammates, what with Sakura already being a Chunin and all. Jounin, Temari corrected. What? Sakura is a Jounin, Shikamaru replied with just the faintest hint of exasperation. Same for Temari here, Kankuro, and Niji. Shino's halfway through his evaluation for promotion to Jounin. And everyone else has already made Chunin, so you're going to have to look outside our year for teammates. But Gaara hasn't made Jounin yet. Naruto asked hopefully, because while he might say that it was just a ranking, it stung to be the only genin, training journey with one of the strongest ninja alive or not. They hadn't been near Suna for a long time. Jiraiya claimed he was allergic to desserts. Naruto was pretty certain he just didn't like countries where women didn't spend most of their time in a lot less clothing than was necessary if you didn't want to burn to a crisp under an unrelenting sun that was coupled with a stinging wind. Gaara's the new Kazekage. Say what? Kill your heroes. Her eyes might have been fixed on the little group conversing in the next clearing, but Tsunade's mind was elsewhere, tangled up in the past. It hadn't just been personal loss that had spurred her to leave the village all those years ago, though it had been the deciding factor. There'd been certain elements in the village that had been gaining power and causing strife that she'd wanted no part of. As one of the last Senju, she wouldn't have had much choice but to start taking sides. Danzo and his aggressive warhawks, the eternally tetchy Uchiha, she'd been too heartsick to want to have anything to do with any of them. So she'd left everything behind only to discover that it was impossible to outrun yourself. She returned and found she was left to deal with the sins of dead men and the inscrutable plans of Uchiha Itachi. So he wants a medic nin to help him. That's the word, Jiraiya replied quietly as they both admired the results of his training of Naruto. If he could only learn patience and with a little more experience, he'd be just as formidable as his father had been. But for now, for all the talent he'd shown just now and back when he'd mastered Rasengan, he was still very raw in the technical skill department. It was a trade-off of sorts. He had a lot of life experience unrelated to the grinding cycle of missions that Sakura didn't, had probably acquired people skills and knowledge that most of his Ajumates might never get, but her combat skills had been tempered by a career that had seen several unlucky missions that had obviously convinced her that the path to survival lay in neutralizing her enemy swiftly. So, ideas? You know your medics better than I do. Anyone willing to cooperate with a man who massacred his entire family? He said wryly. Even if you did read them in on why he'd done it, they might have a few things to say about the whole thing. Most of them probably wouldn't believe the Sandaime would authorize something like that, even retroactively. Tsunade silently agreed. Most of the last generation and the current one had only ever known their kindly, grandfatherly professor, but they hardly ever paused to think what it took to survive as many wars as Sarutobi Hiruzen. A man so dedicated to serving the welfare of his village he'd alienated his own son, a man who'd served with, raised, and buried 4 generations of ninja. It rankled, a little, that it was only after his death that she'd been included in his secrets, even if she had left the village. Even upon her return they'd only been handed over grudgingly from the elders. She'd had to follow a trail of clues the Sandaime had left for his successor to discover the rest, written in his own hand and bearing his own thoughts. He'd been a canny old ninja, he hadn't trusted that the past would safely stay there and hadn't wanted whomever had followed in his footsteps to be unprepared. He'd regretted the massacre, true, but he'd admitted that it had provided a solution to a very thorny situation. So he'd allowed Shimura Danzo to become the festering abscess that was currently Tsunade's problem and allowed Uchiha Itachi to leave the village with a promise that he'd watch over Sasuke. Jiraiya had already found that being a spymaster suited him better than any day-in day-out position in the village, so the Sandaime had handed the young man over to him, and for the many years that followed, Jiraiya had fed him coded reports about Sasuke's welfare in exchange for information. Tsunade fervently wished she'd thought to bring enough alcohol to replace her current headache with one medical chakra could fix, but instead she was silent a moment more, admiring the display that had followed Naruto's charge. Genin could go all out on each other, as could some Chunin, but a sparring match between Jounin was all about control. She was seeing it in spades between Kakashi and his pink-haired opponent, who'd closed on each other and engaged in a lightning-quick dance that allowed no retreat, almost like they were bound within a 6-foot circle. Neither pulled a blade or resorted to ninjutsu, just kept to this highly impressive show of hand-to-hand skill. If she'd been making bets, she would have laid her money on Kakashi and won. He was controlling the pace of the fight, he was quicker than his former student and had been on the battlefield when she was still in the cradle. But that wasn't giving Sakura enough credit. It was the step between an S-class nin and an A-class one. Against most enemies, in a battle to the death rather than possession of a bell, the girl would clearly be deadly. She wasn't hitting with the strength that could shatter bones, but she was making it difficult for him to hit her, flowing around his strikes like dust motes around an outstretched hand. Possibly it was by virtue of a familiarity with Kakashi's style. There were certainly similarities between their movements. "She's right there," she said in response to Jiraiya's question. "Sakura? She trained as a medic nin?" That didn't really seem like where her training was going when I left with Naruto. "Not exactly," Tsunade said, her tone mirroring Jiraiya's former wryness. "She's not formally trained, but she's impressive." "Your tone of voice doesn't say that's a good thing." "It's not a bad thing," Tsunade hedged. "Thanks to her, Kakashi has a fully functional Sharingan." That tore his attention away from the match, which Naruto had rejoined. "Fully functional?" he asked her sharply. "Yes. And when I say fully functional, I mean that she integrated it so perfectly that it has a fucking Mangekyo phase now." "What?" Jiraiya demanded, not even pretending to pay attention to the match any longer. Tsunade turned away as well. "Well, she did it unsupervised again, so I only have hearsay to go on. Apparently, as she was completing the surgery, it evolved on her. Scared her half to death. It upset Kakashi, once he'd figured out what had happened and had convinced Sakura that she hadn't done something wrong, but he's working through it." "Mangekyo," Jiraiya muttered distastefully, then shook his head. "But if he has a functional Sharingan, that means..." Tsunade's lips curled up into a tight, slightly feral smile. "Yes. That means that Konoha's copy nin no longer suffers from chronic chakra exhaustion." Jiraiya chuckled. "Well, somebody is in for a nasty surprise." Then he grew pensive. "So, she has the skills, but will she work with Itachi?" After a moment's careful thought, he brightened. "I could just fail to tell her exactly who she'll be working with." Tsunade eyed him. "Well, we'll see how that works out. Kill your heroes." Even now, the morning after their match with Kakashi-senpai, Naruto was still snickering over his victory. Threatening to destroy an advance copy of Ika Tactics had brought their sparring to an abrupt halt, Kakashi-senpai conceding the bells for a chance to read what was sure to be another terrible, smutty novel months ahead of anyone else. "Did you see the look on his face?" Naruto cackled. That had to be almost as good as when no, never mind, you really had to be there to appreciate that one. "I hope you are not talking about anything that involved me," the Toad Sage said repressively as he joined them at the table. Sakura wasn't about to subject Naruto to her cat this early in the morning, so she'd left boiled fish for Sude and snuck out to enjoy her plate of fluffy, self-indulgent waffles that would leave her hungry again before noon. "What are you doing here? What are you even doing awake?" Naruto asked. "I thought you and Baa-chan would get roaring drunk together, you know, like the last time, and you'd still be sleeping off a hangover." "Your opinion of me never fails to impress," Jiraiya told him dryly, and his answer was a sloppy salute as Naruto returned his attentions to polishing off his own breakfast. "Good morning, Jiraiya-san," Sakura said as he waved one of the waitresses over. "Breakfast with a pretty young lady always makes for a good morning," Jiraiya said with a smile. "As for you," he turned back to Naruto, "you've got paperwork you have to fill out, if you want to apply for a temporary team to try and take the exams." Naruto scowled. "One thing I didn't miss was filling out forms." "Paperwork makes the world go round, kid," Jiraiya said. "Since it's super not cool for the future Hokage to be the only genin in his graduating class, I guess I'll just have to suck it up," Naruto told Sakura, though his scowl hadn't abated. "Sorry to leave you with the pervy sage, but no way am I gonna wait until there are lines to go with all the paper pushing. If he tries to touch you, break his face." And with that he was gone, and Sakura side-eyed the member of the Sunin she'd been left with, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I have no idea where Naruto gets all these ideas." Maybe he read your books." Sakura ventured timidly, prepared to offer a retraction and an apology if he took the overfamiliarity badly. But instead he laughed. "Don't tell me you've read them." Not as such. Kakashi-senpai reads a chapter aloud whenever I don't meet a training goal, though, so I know what happens. Mostly acrobatics that stretched credulity even for a trained kunoichi. Well, don't tread softly on an old man's ego, the Sunin said with continued good humor. But I'm not here to promote my books. Sakura stilled, sensing something in his tone, before scooping up a forkful of strawberries, whipped cream, and warm waffle. She took a bite, chewed slowly, and then said, "Oh. Mostly I'm here to return Naruto, but there's something else I needed to take care of while I was here. I need a favor." It took all her training to continue to eat her breakfast, her waffles suddenly tasteless in her mouth. She considered for a moment the possibility that he would propose something sleazy but harmless in a needing inspiration for my novel way, but she knew he was more than that. Naruto might never have been overawed by him, but Sakura was both better informed and more respectful of her elders. What kind of favor? One of my informants needs some assistance from a medic nin. He's been in deep cover for a long time, which means that most of the usual tricks to extract himself aren't going to cut it. He needs to be dead, but he'd like it to be a little less than permanent. And if you want that done right, you need a medic nin. Tsunade said you'd be the best for the job. Sakura tried not to let the compliment sway her, but some part of her would always be a child hungry for acknowledgement. He couldn't stage a fire. Jiraiya chuckled. That would probably be the least believable thing he could do. He's not some well-placed paper pusher and the people around him aren't going to accept a charred corpse at face value. Sakura bit her lip thoughtfully. So this will be dangerous. Isn't everything? Was his reply. How will I contact him? Sakura asked and tensed further when Jiraiya sighed in relief. I was hoping you'd ask that. I'll get in touch with him. He'll know who you are and he'll find a way to get in touch with you. He'll explain what he has in mind. You just need to remember that the word is Camellia. Camellia, Sakura repeated softly. Perishing with grace. Kill your heroes. Chapter 39. Amatophobia. Sometimes there were days in which Sakura wondered exactly which avaricious, murderous warlord she'd been in a past life to merit playing such a crucial role in the interesting times of their day. Even though Naruto had come home again, those first days of his return had been as close to normal as a shinobi's ever got. She'd listened patiently to him whine about being assigned to teammates of last resort for the duration of the exam, partially out of guilt. Not that he'd be taking this exam by himself, she'd been Chunin before he'd ever left with the Toad Sage, but because when she'd been deciding whether or not to pursue her Jounin promotion, she hadn't spared a second's thought for where that would leave Naruto. He hadn't said anything about it yet, but Sakura wondered if he actually hadn't realized or was simply pretending not to know that even if he was promoted to Chunin, he'd be assigned to a Chunin squad and missions commiserate with his rank. Even considering his circumstances. Maybe especially considering his circumstances. But before it had come to the point where Sakura might have tentatively brought up career plans or Kakashi-senpai had either intervened or decided it was time to take another mission and left a by-the-way sort of letter behind, you could never tell with him their luck soured. They'd been with Naruto when the summons had come, and if she'd had the time, Sakura might have cited the Chunin who'd brought the message that they Kakashi-senpai and she were wanted by Tsunade-sama. Her clear anxiety had drawn Naruto's interest and he'd dogged their steps, shouldering his way inside Tsunade-sama's office despite Sakura's half-hearted protest. There was no one else in the village who'd have dared to address the Hokage like he did, let alone demand he be told what was going on. Yet, somehow, he ended up attached to the mission. Jiraiya had exchanged words too softly spoken for her to catch with Naruto, but she'd felt the less than casual pressure of his hand when it closed over her shoulder. Remember, Camellia, he'd murmured before they were running toward Suna and the chaos that had awaited them. Less by luck and more by Ninken intervention they'd been able to intercept Temari on her journey home, which had proved useful as they'd found the leadership of Suna in disarray. The village had suffered considerably from the machinations of Orochimaru, not just in the sense of loss of shinobi, though several of their best jounin had died in Konoha's streets, but from the turnover in senior leadership when the people who'd lost their loved ones discovered that their elders and advisors had allowed themselves to be manipulated by someone masquerading as their Kazekage. It hadn't mattered to them that an invasion was enough in line with the previous Kazekage's character that no one had thought to doubt the orders, only that there were scapegoats within reach. Many of the older members of the advisory council had been forced into retirement, leaving Suna with a much younger, less experienced group of people to manage things in the face of a kidnapped Kaze cage. She'd had little time to admire Tamari's ability to make men and women years her senior follow her orders, instead being presented with a puzzle worthy of Fu at his most devious. She'd kept in touch with both Fu and Zen since the Taki exam, as they were all young shinobi still making their names. They kept in touch by letter more often than in person. Fu, who still preferred Stonefish toxin and his cruel serrated knives, had been the one to invent the game. Every month he sent her a new compound. The challenge was to identify its components correctly within whatever limit he set in the letter. If he won, she owed him a visit. If she won, he'd send something deadly harvested from his little menagerie. Her home laboratory hadn't been fully sufficient for the task, so she'd taken to using the public labs. Civilians had such things as music studios to rent. Shinobi sometimes needed access to the technical equipment of their trade as well, which had drawn Tsunade-sama's attention. She'd taken the whole thing in good humor, remarking that she'd never thought she'd live to see the day when shinobi exchanged poison as a puzzle rather than a weapon, and one morning Sakura had found a stack of Tsunade-sama's personal journals waiting for her. The Hokage had never said a word about them, and when she'd finished with them, she'd left them just where she'd found them. After that she'd won more often than she lost, visiting him when she could because she could, and it hadn't been lack of skill or ingenuity on Fu's part. When Kankuro had looked like he might remember the conversation, she told him that he owed the Takinen a thank you note and perhaps a new spider or something, which had earned her weak chuckle. She was surprised by the depth of Tamari's trust. Since he's not here to do it himself, I guess I'll just have to keep the village safe for him, she said grimly. Bring my brother back to me. Not just for me though, this village needs him. Sakura nodded solemnly, the muscles in her jaw tense as she watched Kakashi-senpai try to temper Naruto's charge ahead. Philosophy. We'll find him, she promised. We'll bring him back. Unspoken between them was the knowledge that it might only be a body they returned, but they would bring him home. I know you will, Tamari said. We'll send one of our jounin with you. Even with the Kopinen's tracking skills, it'll be useful to have someone familiar with the terrain. Who? A voice came from above them. I'll represent the Sand Village myself, a voice made dry and raspy with age proclaimed. Sakura's head snapped up and she had to peer against the unrelenting sun to make out the shape of a woman she'd only heard about in stories until today. Even the Sunin needed compelling villains to give their careers heroic scope. From the sands of Sunagakuer it had been Cho, the spider, who'd brought poison and puppets and was considered more dangerous than any four average jounin put together. She'd been a name, feared by one side and revered by the other. Sakura's eyes narrowed further as she considered the reality rather than the legend. Time had not been kind to the woman. Her skin sagged, lines of care written deeply on her forehead and bracketing her mouth, and dark age marks discolored even the small expanse of skin revealed by her clothing. But her eyes were still clear and sharp as Sakura's knives, and she didn't quite trust her. She said nothing, though, just as she'd said nothing about the wisdom of putting a Jinchuriki key within easy reach of the Akatsuki. Kakashi-senpai was in command of the mission and he, like Tsunade-sama, had earned the right to give her orders. Lovely, Sude pronounced in tones of disdain as she summoned him. She couldn't tell by his sweeping glance whether he meant the scenery or the company. Kakashi-senpai was knees-deep in eager ninkin, but while they were better scent trackers and one a decent sight hound, Sude was the superior chakra sensor. It was a measure of Naruto's focus that he made no comment about the cat as they moved out, Cho leading them to the area where they'd discovered Kankuro and their trail began. Sude chose not to run alongside, instead draping himself across Sakura's shoulders and keeping himself steady by means of chakra. Of course they'd be smart about dispersing their trail, Kakashi-sensei murmured when they'd arrived and the ninkin had declared that it smelled like something had traveled down all the trails leading away from the site. Sude leapt nimbly from his perch, pacing the area as he examined the trail sign before declaring, "This is the one, Sakura, and I will follow. You may do as you please." Kakashi-senpai's brow twitched faintly in irritation. On the off chance that His Highness has gotten it wrong, would you mind following the other trails? He asked his ninkin. A mixed chorus to the tune of, "You've got it, boss," was his answer, and the dogs split into pairs to follow the other tracks. Sude returned to his sentinel post on Sakura's shoulder and she raised a hand to idly stroke his head as he settled in, needlessly digging claws into the reinforced shoulders of her flak jacket. They traveled in tense silence for the rest of the day, resting only briefly as they waited on moonrise, the pattern stretching into the next day. Sakura had fallen into the rhythm of hard travel, but she kept herself alert to their surroundings, though they encountered no one as they crossed from spare deserts into the greenery of the land of rivers. It was only there, the sound of her footsteps being swallowed by the lush, forgiving grasses, that she felt Sude tense. Someone ahead, he whispered in her ear, and within a few distance eating steps she sensed the presence too. Her eyes caught the flicker of red clouds writ on a dark cloak. Akatsuki. Stop! Kakashi Sensei ordered, throwing his arm in front of Naruto, whose head jerked back like he'd been struck. Uchiha, Itachi! He snarled between clenched teeth. Partnering with Kakashi Senpai had taught her a lot she'd never have known about Sharingan, though Gozen-san had taught her more. The old woman hadn't hesitated to tell her anything, while Kakashi Senpai had been reluctant to experiment with the new Mangekyo phase in front of her, though he'd regularly let her spar against him with the Sharingan active. Though he could now deactivate the Jujutsu at will, he still wore his forehead protector pulled down across that eye, jokingly telling her that it threw off his depth perception to have two functioning eyes. She understood that he did it in part to protect her, because meddling in clan secrets like that was dangerous even when the clan was mostly memory and gravestones. So she knew enough not to meet the eyes of the man looming so large in front of them, but she wished that her hands didn't feel so cold with fear. The small hairs on the back of her neck cling as a chill telegraphed itself down her spine. The cloak obscured his body, concealing his build and any armor he might have been wearing, covering even his hands, which made her even more uneasy. She hardly heard Cho's whispered advice to Naruto on ocular jutsu, her attention on the weight of Sude shifting so that he crouched on one shoulder. Something's not right, Sude murmured, so low she almost couldn't make out his words. Now what? She thought worriedly, her eyes skittering across their surroundings as she tried to see evidence of traps or further ambush. Itachi had been silent, content to let them talk, but Sakura stilled like a rabbit before the hawk when he finally deigned to speak. It has been a while, Kakashi, Naruto, he said, his voice pleasant, cultured, educated. Sakura couldn't help the prickle of unease that swept through her. She and Kakashi Senpai had taken only one major mission before this. There'd been a man in the land of snow who'd spoken like that. And when she'd shown him his mother in a genjutsu, he'd stabbed her over and over and over, his hips thrusting forward with the final blow, and his voice had been warm and sincere when he'd complimented her on her illusion, telling her it had been almost as good as the first time. Sakura settled her hands on her knives to ward off trembling. That one had manipulated their battle from the beginning, using her fear and her anger to distract from their surroundings. She'd used chakra-enhanced strength and found herself slipping into the frigid waters of a frozen-over lake. She could only imagine that Uchiha Itachi would be much, much worse. Well, you know how it is, Kakashi Senpai drawled with too much tension in his voice and far too little of his usual dry humor. You get busy, you forget to visit. Luckily, the last time you came round was pretty memorable. As in, the usual tricks don't work against you and those eyes. But it's not exactly a picnic for you, either, is it? Those eyes come with a cost, he said, shifting his forehead protector out of the way so that his own Sharingan was on display, though not his own Mangekyo shift. Not just in chakra. How much of your eyesight have you lost? Sakura glanced sharply over at her partner, who'd never mentioned any trouble with his sight, which was stupid and irresponsible and not something she could afford to think about right now. Kakashi, and there was a depth there that had her attention immediately returned to their opponent, who she had an alarming feeling was now aware of Kakashi Senpai's Mangekyo shift. Are you? Kakashi Senpai was silent for a heartbeat and then he shifted the conversation. Anyway, you won't catch me napping this time, he said. Yeah. Naruto added. And if you think I'm the same, well, you're making a big mistake. I'll take care of him, Naruto, Kakashi Senpai said sharply. Oh? You might be careful, making such boasts, came Itachi's smooth voice. After all, if you die and I take the Jinchuriki, who's left to plant camellias on your grave? Camellias? Not red spider lilies? Why would anyone plant no? No. Please no. As she looked up to meet eyes as red as the Higanbana and just as steeped in death, she thought that if she survived this, she would do something terrible to Jiraiya. And just like that, when his eyes met hers, she found herself caught in a genjutsu. It was subtle, very subtle, but it wasn't inescapable. That fact made her relax only fractionally, but she still drew her knives from their sheaths. Our time is limited, so if you have questions, ask them quickly, Uchiha Itachi said without preamble. Jiraiya warned me that he hadn't made you aware that the request was mine, so I expect some resistance. Gozen-san had been right, Sakura thought bleakly, when she'd implied that it hadn't been a psychotic break or just sheer pleasure in the killing that had motivated Uchiha Itachi to do what he'd done. She liked the world a little less every time one of the old woman's scathing statements proved to have merit, because Gozen-san's world was relentlessly indifferent when it wasn't actively cruel, and she didn't like to think she lived in that world. But Jiraiya, for all his faults, wouldn't have sent her to help him otherwise. She tried to believe that this was some trap, that somehow Itachi had intercepted the Toad Sage's communication, that he'd tortured her contact until he'd confessed, but the reasonable voice in her head sneered at that and asked why Uchiha Itachi would bother. If he wasn't her contact, he'd have killed him or her, and that would have been the end of it. She both wanted and did not want to ask questions, a whole floodgate of anxiety threatening to overflow, but she instead tried very hard to pretend that she trusted that Jiraiya would not get her killed. At least not one purpose, came the cynical voice. What do you need me to do? She asked simply, surprising him. Or at least she thought she had, but he was difficult to read. All his emotion lay in his eyes, and she was afraid of those eyes. And because she was trapped anyway, dead anyway, she took a moment to study the face of the man who'd ruined Sasuke's life while doing the best thing he'd ever done for this village. She'd seen photographs, but all of them had been of a younger Itachi. From before a village of assassins learned to call him a mass murderer. He was like Zen in that he was more beautiful than handsome, those deadly eyes elegant and heavily lashed. It is fortuitous, Itachi said after a moment's silence, that we were able to meet in this time and this place. If we hadn't, the chances that you would be able to observe this jutsu in person again are slight. I had other plans, but I think this one offers the best chances of success. You might not have noticed it yet, but I am not actually present. It is why I cannot use my Sharingan to compress time so that we could speak at length. The technique belongs to Sasori of the Red Sands. He has made someone into a living puppet, a vessel for my chakra, who wears my appearance. I think it would suffice for the purpose I intend to put it to, so I suggest that you watch closely and lay claim to the body when this battle is finished. It will take us 3 days to finish extracting the Ichibai. The host will not survive the process if you fail to interrupt us. The process of extracting a Biju is demanding, upon both mind and body, he continued unperturbedly, as if he hadn't just pronounced Gaara's death sentence. We shall be left to our own devices for several days following the end of the process, regardless of the outcome. On the 4th day, you will meet me at a group of cottages maintained in the north of Fire Country by a Yado-san. We will have the Tsubaki house. Sakura tried to shove away the thought that she'd be alone with a man who'd killed more people in a single night than most shinobi would in their entire career, instead memorizing directions as he gave them to her in that terribly uninflected voice. And because she was afraid, when he'd finished speaking, it was Sakura who dispelled the genjutsu, her eyes narrowing as she searched for the flaw that would say, this body is not what it seems, but if this was a jutsu, it was a fearsome one. She couldn't tell if she could actually sense an active genjutsu or if she was simply looking so hard for one her mind was tricking itself. Then there was no more time for observation, because Kakashi-senpai had torn through Itachi like he was paper, and there was more substance to paper, for when the smoke had cleared, Itachi's doppelgangers flanked them on all sides. Naruto's hand dipped into his kunao pouch, but Sakura was following Tsude, who'd launched himself from her shoulder. She ignored the shadow's clones that Naruto killed with his kunao, ignored the way he froze, because if he could face Orochimaru at 11 he could survive meeting an Itachi out to frighten him, for Tsude was the unerring needle of a compass. Kakashi-senpai drew level with them and then surged ahead, for while he might not like her cat, he respected his skills. Their Itachi didn't attempt another genjutsu snare. He just moved, like fire sparking or lightning striking, shifting from restful stillness in one heartbeat to the final hand sign of a fire-style jutsu in the next. Sakura. Kakashi-senpai bit out sharply. Got it. she retorted, sheathing her knives as Kakashi-senpai and Sude skidded to a halt, leaving Sakura facing a roaring, immense sphere of fire that promised searing heat even at this distance. Sakura flexed her fingers through her own hand signs and with a sharp, primal cry, she drove her fist into the earth, which gave with a shudder and a groan, a rampart of earth thrusting itself up like prow of a ship. The fire broke over it, spilling harmlessly aside. She felt Kakashi-sensei's tap on her shoulder as used his own Doton manipulation to go underground, and when he'd vanished, she let the earthwork crumble, the rubble hiding her partner's exit, his own shadow clone at Sakura's shoulder. She could have let her eyes flicker up then, shown Itaka Kanashibari, the technique she'd sacrificed a lifetime's worth of peace of mind for, but even if he wasn't what everyone thought he was still dangerous enough that she wanted a weapon he wouldn't anticipate. Her knives back in her hands, she surged forward at Clone Senpai's side. Itaka's eyes slid towards the clone, which jerked to an unsteady halt. It was time enough for the real Kakashi-senpai to burst upward from the earth as Itaka's back, his rakery driving deep into the missing nin's flesh with such force that his hand erupted from the front of his chest, still swathed in arcing lightning. It bowed Itaka's body forward, and it was only Sakura close enough to see the faint, satisfied smirk that creased his lips as he fell and became someone else. Cho sucked in a surprised breath as she drew close, and Kakashi-senpai cautiously rolled the body onto its back. That's Yura," she said. "A jounin from Suna." "Wait," Naruto demanded, "you mean that wasn't Itaka?" "No," Kakashi-senpai remarked grimly. "That wasn't even close." "I don't understand." "That wasn't just a transformation technique, no way," Naruto said. "You're right about that," Cho agreed. "I don't understand how they did it, but it's clear that the object of this was to buy themselves time. They've probably already begun the extraction." "Then we have to hurry," Naruto replied, fists clenching tight and the whispers on his cheeks becoming more deeply etched as his temper flared. He looked to Kakashi-senpai, who nodded, and said, "We'll push on before resting." Sakura knew she needed the body, she also knew it wasn't wise to acquire it with Cho looking on. So it was a genjutsu self that fell in with them, Kakashi-senpai would probably ask, but better him than answering to Suna's interrogators. Sakura reached behind her for the storage scroll that she'd finally managed to save up for, unfurling it beside the body. Acting quickly on the assumption that she wasn't good enough to fool the spider for long, she sealed the Sunanin's body inside the scroll and then sprinted toward the squad, until she ran within her ghost. She dismissed her illusion then, which made Kakashi-senpai give her a sharp look, but if Cho took note, she said nothing. Sakura wished she could trust that silence. Kill your heroes. Chapter 40. Arachnophobia. They were again waiting for the moonrise. Sakura bedded down semi-comfortably and well on her way toward sleep. The Ninken would be taking the watch so that the shinobi could get as much rest as possible when the soft noise of someone settling next to her dragged her back up to full alertness. Naruto, judging by the smell. Not that he didn't launder his clothes, but you could only eat a diet that unvaried for so long before your body and your house became haunted by it. Sude's fresh fish in the morning demands might have improved the texture of her hair, but she'd given up on trying to completely expunge the smell from the kitchen. "Hey," he said very softly, "can we talk?" Sakura considered telling him no, because tired was one thing she didn't want to be when confronted with the men capable of taking Gaara, but the part of her that kept trimming her hair recognized that there might not be any more time for talking after this. "Yeah," she said just as softly. With the rustling noise of clothing shifting, Naruto stretched himself out next to her, lacing his hands behind his head and staring resolutely up at the sky. He was silent long enough that Sakura caught herself sinking slowly back to sleep, so she was startled when he finally chose to speak. "I don't know how much you know about Orochimaru," he said. He left the statement so open-ended she had to ask, "What about him?" "I mean, you know, after he left the village? After he showed back up, he was part of the Akatsuki for a while. And, I was thinking, after we beat the hell out of them for what they did to Gaara, we should ask if they know where he's hanging out now. 'Cause, you know, we've only got a little time left before Sasuke." Sakura didn't spend much time nowadays thinking about Sasuke. If her eyes caught occasionally on the picture that lived on her nightstand, she had more regret for growing up, which was ugly and brutal and hard, than she had for someone else's decisions. Sometimes she looked at his dark eyes and saw only a stranger, Someone who'd she'd never really known, because how could that boy she'd studied with more intensity than any jutsu have grown up to be a traitor? Then her gaze would slide down to Tatsuo's shattered glasses, and the feelings that welled up at the sight of them washed away the lingering remnants of regret she might feel over Sasuke. While his defection had hurt her, that wound had healed up enough that it was only sore when someone prodded it. People no longer cursed him in the street, and her by extension. She was no longer just the Uchiha's teammate. It wasn't like Tatsuo's death, which sometimes still took her by surprise. She'd forget, just for a moment, and think, I'll tell Tatsuo next time I see him, and then the grief would be a brief, blinding pain when she remembered that she'd see him when she was dead and not before. Sasuke's leaving hadn't been like that, because all she and Sasuke had ever shared was something that might have been a team with more time and effort. Their camaraderie had never made it off the battlefield. Sasuke had been at his kindest when the threat of death or failure was nearest, and after all this time she had enough perspective to see that Sasuke hadn't been interested in having friends. Not that she'd likely been worth being friends with, but she could have been Senju Tobirama reborn and it wouldn't have mattered. She wondered if Naruto, who could still shout at the Hokage like a toddler having a temper tantrum without an iota of shame, had ever wondered if this was one mission that was doomed to failure before it even started. Naruto, Sasuke, he's been with Orochimaru for a long time now. He's not the same person he was when he left the village. You don't know that, came Naruto's swift reply, low and furious. I mean, sure, he went with him to start with, but maybe he realized how stupid a decision it was and couldn't leave. For all we know, Orochimaru keeps him locked up in an underground room somewhere. Sakura thought that Orochimaru didn't need walls of stone or bars to keep someone prisoner, but she didn't say so aloud. Talking to Naruto was still strange and slightly uncomfortable, and she couldn't be certain how much frankness was allowed. He sometimes seemed older, more world-wise, and then he was in the Hokage's office, and God, that still bothered her. She didn't care if he didn't speak politely to his elders, well, not much, anyway, but Tsunade-sama had earned her place, and if he really wanted to be Hokage, he should at least respect the office if he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge the kunoichi who sat in the chair. In the academy, she hadn't understood that Naruto felt loneliness and isolation, let alone that those feelings likely lay behind the way he acted out, but sometimes when it was the snide voice in her head directing her thoughts and making commentary on his conversations with Joe, she wondered if he thought that was worse than Kakashi-senpai's childhood. Which, as far as she could tell, hadn't happened at all. But Kakashi-senpai hadn't said a word, had just explained to Cho the bond that Naruto felt lay between himself and the other Jinchuriki with that distant, self-effacing humor of his, and Sakura wasn't certain it was her place to make a fuss when Kakashi-senpai clearly preferred that his past remained unexamined by prying eyes and ears. The jutsu that sealed Shukaku inside Gaara. I did it, Cho had admitted. I did it to protect the village, and the villagers suffered for it. Now the village that I spent my career trying to bring to its knees is the one who's come to save us. Maybe I wasted all that time. Kakashi-senpai had reassured her that she was still young enough to achieve anything she wanted, but Sakura kept glancing thoughtfully over at Cho until the old woman had noticed. Something to say? She'd asked. Did they ever consider appointing you as Kazekage? Sakura asked. When the third disappeared, I mean. You weren't older than our Sandaime, and you'd been a major influence in village politics for a long time. You had control of the puppet corps, you'd basically trained them yourself. Cho threw her head back and laughed. And now I know the two of you are trying to make me blush. If you'd seen our council, you'd know why. To this day, we don't have a single woman on it. I think young Temari will be the one to change that, but at first they listened to her only because she was first the daughter of a Kazekage and then because she was the sister of the fifth. It took work to make them recognize her as a person. I wasn't interested enough in the title to make a stand for it. I was content to play puppet master off the battlefield as well as on it. That is one thing I am glad to have lived to see begin to change someday. Perhaps we will have as many kunoichi as we do shinobi. Then she laughed again. Or at the very least, maybe we'll catch up to Konohagakure's ratio. Recognizing that her thoughts were drifting and that she was being uncharitable because she'd been running for days on end with only the promise of a confrontation with S-ranked ninja to look forward to, Sakura refocused her attention on Naruto. We'll ask, she promised. But that was the only thing she promised. Kill your heroes. Sakura was relieved to see Neji and Guy's teams, even if the Hyaga flushed and refused to meet her eyes. When ignoring the issue of her reading preferences hadn't worked, she'd scraped up the courage to attempt to talk about it, but that had only resulted in the discovery that Tenten snorted when pressed too hard with laughter. Now it was Genma snickering, and she knew that if she happened to survive this, she was going to hear about it later. He and Niji had been pulled from another mission. Guy and Shino had just returned to the village from after an assessment mission and hadn't even had time to turn in a verbal report before being sent out again. But their reunion was brief. They hardly had enough time to greet Naruto before they were following the directions provided by the Byakugan to destabilize the 5-point seal that was providing a barrier to the cave. The trail had led them to one of the great plateaus that dotted the country of rivers. Like islands in a sea of trees, the stone have been worn into its present configuration by an ancient glacial retreat. Their targets appeared to be sheltered in a cave, which wasn't that unusual, though mostly bandits didn't manage to seal themselves inside so securely. Judging by what they knew of the men inside, Sakura would guess the elaborate sealing array was the work of Sasori of the Red Sands, perhaps using another infiltrator. As if the hulking great rock wasn't enough, Sakura surveyed it with narrowed eyes through the lenses of her combat glasses. The reports from Suna, they described an explosives expert and a puppet master. Do you think one of them is capable of earth manipulation on this scale? Niji didn't say anything about anyone else inside. Does it matter? Naruto demanded, his eyes wild and his expression making it clear that patience was not one virtue he was willing to practice today. If someone in there can manipulate a stone like this, I want to know about it before I walk into a cave and they bring the mountain down on my head, Sakura replied tightly. But you can use Doton techniques, can't you? Sakura glanced incredulously from the rock to Naruto and then back to the rock again. There are Doton techniques, she said finally, and then there are Doton techniques. While she could use Doton manipulation to shatter a rock this size as an extension of her chakra-enhanced strength, her ability to manipulate the element in more productive ways was limited to smaller structures. It's likely the explosives expert, Kakashi-senpai said. Unless you disagree? He asked, turning the question on Cho. It has been many years since Sasori left the village, was Cho's reply. I wouldn't even venture to guess what that boy is capable of nowadays. Kakashi-senpai nodded. Still, I think I'll flush out our explosives expert and leave the other one to you three. The others will reinforce our position, but I don't think they'll let us wait around for them to get back. Hyaga, Shiranai, you can help Sakura's team. Guy, if it isn't too much trouble, you and Abarame can help me if I haven't already brought down the target. By yourself? Naruto asked sharply, over the sound of confirmation from the others. You don't want us to pair off? The edges of Kakashi-senpai's lips curled up in a smile, his eyes crinkling. Sensei might have a trick or two you haven't seen yet, he said, reaching out to ruffle Naruto's hair, which made the younger ninja scowl. Kakashi-senpai's hand curled into a fist and he gently thumped his former student on the head. Remember, he cautioned, keep a leash on that temper, and chain of command means Sakura's in charge when I'm not there. Startled, Naruto glanced over at her, which made Sakura straighten uncomfortably. Then, when she considered whether she'd rather be uncomfortable or go inside this tomb without a battle strategy, she decided that she'd shove aside all the complexities of working with Naruto again. She opened her mouth to speak, paused, and then reminded herself that her death was waiting behind that stone. And if she hesitated, it would catch her. Don't engage him directly, she told Naruto, whose expression scrunched up in a prelude to a protest. She cut him off before he could speak. No. Now is not the time for a field test for whether or not the Kyuubi can safely metabolize complex poisons. A puppet master walks into battle with an army, you'll be mine. And whatever you do, don't let any of his weapons touch you. She could see the muscles in his jaw flex, but he nodded tightly. "'Kay," he said roughly. "We'll do it your way." "Well," Kakashi-senpai said, leaping agilely up to crouch over the seal. "Sounds like the others are ready. Why don't you knock, Sakura?" And so saying, he ripped the paper from the rock's surface. "Get flush against the cliff and watch out." Sakura snarled as she surged forward, recalling that Niji had reported that Gaara was prone on the floor, the Akatsuki closer to the rock face, and prayed that this wouldn't end this mission in more ways than one. Her fist impacting the rock face with enough force she would have shattered every bone in her hand if she'd had less control of her chakra. As it was, the stone reacted like it had seen the loving attentions of a demolitions team. It exploded inward, thousands of shards of rock turning the interior of the cave into a kill zone. Or it would have, had not a counter-explosion further parted out the boulder and sent it whistling like shrapnel toward Sakura's position. With a smothered curse, she threw herself prone against the ground, raising a much smaller barrier than she'd used to divert Uchiha Itake's fire technique. When the sound of rubble settling had finished, her hair and back now coated with a fine layer of crushed rock that threatened to pour down her collar and itch like nobody's business, she shoved herself up and joined the others in the interior of the cave. There were 2 shinobi inside, just as promised, and the young, blonde one scoffed at them. Any, Sasori no Dana, did you see that? That might have been exciting, if it had actually worked. But you might have hurt your poor little Kaze cage, you know. Well, he said with a chuckle, not that it would have really mattered. I'm just glad they stopped gossiping outside, the other ninja replied. I was getting tired of waiting. The other ninja, it was he who'd left those strange tracks, which hadn't resembled any human she'd ever tracked before and had drawn comment from the Ninken. A puppet body? Sakura thought uncertainly. Any deformation of the human spine that severe would have left a person unable to walk without excruciating pain. It also should have started manifesting in childhood, which Cho hadn't mentioned, or she supposed it could have been an illness. Sakura favored the puppet explanation, as her luck didn't tend to trend in the direction of half-crippled opponents. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way, Kakashi-senpai drawled, but Naruto stepped stiffly forward, every line of his body stiff with tension. Where is Gaara? He demanded, baring teeth gone too sharp to be human, his hair rippling with the force of a chakra that made Sakura's lizard brain tremble and threaten to bolt. Raw chakra like this usually didn't make her think of anything in particular, but this was like the hot, blasting winds that plagued the deserts of Sunagakura, like the breath of an angry beast. It reminded her of Sasuke's curse mark too much for comfort. Sakura was nursing a private theory, one that ran a little like this: the Kyuubi might have worn the shape of a fox, but it wasn't a fox, not really. It wasn't animal instinct that Naruto reverted to when he was like this, but a stupid, unthinking rage. There was nothing subtle about it, but when you had this kind of strength, did you really need surprise? He surprised her, though, keeping himself in place through a force of will visible in the trembling of his hands, which were fisted tight enough that blood was trickling from between his fingers. She might have had to clench her teeth, but that Akatsuki only looked amused. Or the blonde did. Oh, him. He's right here, he said, shifting aside so that they had a better view of Gaara. His life signs were so faint as to be invisible from where she was standing. It was only the knowledge that Niji would have pronounced him dead if that was the case that kept her from believing it. But alive now didn't mean much, not when there were 2 Akatsuki members between them and the fallen Kaze cage. If they hadn't brought Naruto along, perhaps they might have just abandoned him and foregone the fuss of a confrontation, but they'd never know whether or not that was true. Naruto's eyes strange, feral settled on Gaara's unmoving form. And then, ever so slowly, they settled on first the blonde, then the puppet master. You're dead, he promised. Now, give me Gaara back. Hey, the blonde laughed. You're doing that wrong, you know. You're supposed to promise to let us live if we hand him over to you. Or, and his voice turned sly, offer to trade yourself for him. Since you're a Jinchuriki and all, we might have a deal. I'm not a liar, Naruto promised them soberly. His eyes flicked over to Kakashi-senpai, a silent demand that said if the older ninja wasn't willing move, he would. Kakashi-senpai's response was a put-upon sigh, but almost faster than even Sakura's chakra-enhanced eyes could track, he was darting forward. Unfortunately, he was up against S-class ninja, the blonde throwing a handful of small. Honestly, they looked like tiny figurines, but they flew, as in deviated from a straight path and then detonated almost in Senpai's face flew. Kakashi-senpai had managed to avoid the force of the blast, but the larger bird sculpture that had been looming in the background swallowed down Gaara's body like a pelican would a fish, the shinobi leaping astride its back in a movement that spoke of familiarity with the tactic. And, just like that, it took to the air and Sakura tried not to let herself contemplate just how much chakra it would take to put that much weight in the air and keep it there. She consoled herself with the thought that Senpai had been famous even with a parasitic eye, and when they'd mopped up the trouble on their end, Guy Senpai and Shino would make certain that they brought Gaara back. Naruto darted toward the entrance of the cavern, heedless of his orders, but Sakura's hand closed around his arm. "No," she hissed at him. "But Gaara." He snarled back at her, and for a moment her hand prickled unpleasantly at the point of contact, like fire ants biting at her skin. "Senpai's orders stand," she insisted. "Don't you trust him?" He didn't give her words, just a frustrated roar of rage and frustration as they'd apparently reached the end of Naruto's tolerance. Where there'd been one blonde-haired shinobi quivering with tension, there were suddenly a dozen, and a full 8 of them were twisting back toward Sasori and charging forward, hands going in an identical movement to equipment pouches and flinging a barrage of kunao toward their opponent, who blocked them all without blinking with a long, segmented tail that arched over the back of the puppet like a scorpion's. That it sprouted like a tongue from a face that took up the whole of the back just made the whole thing grotesque, which might have been the intention. "It's called Hirako," Cho told her curtly. "Think of it as a suit of armor, with all the capabilities of any other puppet. Except with this one, you won't be able to watch his body language. While I might have created the puppet core, it's Sasori who created the modern combat puppet. The ones you've seen Kankuro use? They're his design. From before he defected from the village." Sakura cringed internally, but externally she spared Cho a short nod before as she sprinted forward to follow up Naruto's rush. She didn't pull her knives. Wood and metal would only dull them when they were meant for flesh, and her control over air nature chakra was tentative enough that she had to concentrate on giving her black knife an edge that could cut through anything. She couldn't do that and dodge Senbon launched from a puppet's open mouth without losing her forward momentum or her life, so she didn't. Her throat was tight with anxiety, but intense conditioning kept her breathing and her heart rate even. "Thank you, Ninken," she thought as she shoved chakra into her feet and skidded to one side to avoid another spray of Senbon. She'd learned never to leap if there was any other way. She didn't have a deft enough touch with air to maneuver in midair. Sasori lifted Haruko's misshapen left arm, palm outward like he was warding her off. Somehow, she failed to be surprised when the whole construct from the elbow down launched at her. She swept to one side, avoiding it, but almost got herself turned into a hedgehog when it detonated and launched more of the tiny, spiky needles in a wild spray. Only a hasty wall of earth yanked up without hand signs, thin and so unstable it hardly held against the impact of the needles, saved her from certain poisoning. She let the wall crumble, righted herself where she'd gone slightly off balance, and plunged forward again, accompanied this time by a fresh barrage of kunao from her allies. From the corner of her eye she caught sight of the tail and gritted her teeth, but when its path was suddenly arrested she didn't spend much time on why. Instead she took a leap of faith, shoving off against the hard-packed earth and launching herself into the air, her foot impacting with the carved nose of the face leering up at her from Hirako's back. It was like flattening a cockroach, the carved body giving beneath her with a crunch, but unfortunately no soft innards leaked from the exoskeleton. Instead she was suddenly standing almost nose to nose with a pretty boy whose soft, indifferent smile made her feel like she'd swallowed lead. Her mind was trained to catalog impressions, sensations, so it noted the eerie, almost unnatural perfection of his skin, the strange way his eyes reflected light, the scent of some fragrant wood and an equally delicate oil. She heard Cho, faintly, exclaim in surprise, but he was very, very close and she didn't have the attention to spare. "You might almost be interesting," he told her, shifting only slightly to let a large windmill shuriken do no more than ruffle his hair, which Sakura took as an opportunity to retreat to a safe distance. "Safer distance," she amended. "If you don't disappoint me, perhaps I will do you a favor and let you experience true art. It has been difficult, finding kunoichi worth my time. I wouldn't want to make you wait, so I think I'll show you the prize of my collection." If only because he was so difficult to acquire. He produced a scroll from within his cloak, and a deft maneuver of his wrist revealed about a foot of the interior, which bore a single character. San. 3. 3 puppets? Sakura thought as she watched the puppeteer carefully. No, sounded like just one. Sasori didn't leave them to wonder for very long, but when the smoke cleared, Sakura thought perhaps some more taunting might have been in order to prepare her for the figure that hung suspended before them. The third Kaze cage. She heard Cho's hiss of recognition, but it was competing with her own involuntary sound of dismay. In terms of strength relative to their other cage, the third had been unequivocally Suna's strongest. Somehow, Sakura just couldn't make herself believe that Sasori had made a puppet as a homage. There was something here, something strange and sinister. Cho figured it out before she did. That doesn't just look like the third, does it? What have you been doing, Sasori? She accused. Why that tone? Sasori challenged. Behold the fruit of your teachings, old hag. What part of what I taught you involved the deaths of 3 Kaze cage? Cho retorted. 10 years ago the third disappeared and now both the fourth and the fifth, dead at your hands or through you being complicit with the plans of that snake. If it was only degrading yourself by becoming a criminal, well, I'd have been content to let my line end naturally. As it is, well, I can't lay down for my dirt nap while my grandson is intent on tearing down everything I've built up. Her words were sharp with feeling. Sasori only blinked languidly and corrected her. I wasn't actually involved with the fourth. I just let Orochimaru use one of my agents. He would have brought him down even without my help. So you helped Orochimaru kill Gaara's dad? Naruto demanded. Even though he's no longer a member of the organization, he and I still trade favors. The kind of favors that means you know which rock he's hiding under. Sasori's head dropped to one side. She thought in someone else it might have been a bird-like gesture, but in him it sent a quiver of unease up from her toes, because he'd looked for a moment like nothing more than a puppet whose strings had been fumbled. There was something inhuman there, like there'd been in that forest with Orochimaru. And unlike Orochimaru, she didn't think he'd be content with toying with them. I think that's met our quota of small talk, Sasori said in the same moment that he sent the third swooping toward them like some vengeful spirit. Not toward Sakura, who was nearest, but toward Cho, its arm sprouting blades until it was a wing feathered with things that could rip and tear. Sakura crushed the instinct to treat the puppet as her enemy, no matter how elaborate. It was only a weapon, like a sword, like an illusion, and you fought the person wielding a weapon, not the weapon itself. This was one fight that not one of them, not even Naruto of the Biju-enhanced healing, could afford to let go on for very long. Walking away from a fight with an S-class ninja was already a victory. The probability of leaving that fight without a single injury that breached the protection of the skin. Maybe someone with a Dojutsu like Uchiha Itachi could have done it, but Sakura couldn't. She wasn't even on the level of Kakashi-senpai. She wasn't good enough to cover for the mistakes of others, not in a fight like this, could only flood her eyes and body with chakra and press forward. She caught a twist in Sasori's lips just before he made a slight motion with his left hand, which was her only warning before she was suddenly awash in a sea of grasping hands, like suddenly being ducked in a tank of upset squid. The kunai that launched themselves from between the long, ropey cables that masqueraded as arms might have just been hooks set in tentacles. It was only because she was busy dodging them that she caught the shadow of the ropes that would have made them makeshift harpoons. But because she was busy dealing with the real and present threat of impalement, she'd failed to notice the canisters until they deployed. Nose, mouth, throat, the sensitive tissues, the mucous membranes, and the list would have included her eyes if it weren't for her combat glasses. It was like someone had lit thermite in the nerves there, an awful, screaming pain that made inroads toward her lungs. It took long moments for her to realize that it wasn't just her nerves screaming, she was too, and it took a force of will to stop, to still the heaving motion of a body desperate for clean air, to hold her breath when it felt like she was holding something that burned and scorched inside. Nerve gas, the little thinking part of her brain registered. Localized, limited dispersal. And, I'm asking Senpai for a gas mask for my birthday, even as she forced limbs to move, using chakra to shove herself in a wild arc that just about sent her tumbling. Several Narutos were instantly at her side, asking questions, demanding a response, but Sakura took several shuddering breaths, feeling the rawness in her throat, in her nose, the slow pins and needles fade of pain, and then she charged doggedly back toward Sasori. She knew that Naruto had been serious before, intent and barely controlled, but hearing her scream had apparently crossed another invisible line. The raison that tore through the mass of arms and left the third's body twisted and mangled on one side was enormous, way outside what Naruto had been capable of when he'd left. Unfortunately, the third was no longer human. And when his head swung to one side and those lifeless eyes seemed to be staring at them, Sakura had the eerie feeling that Sasori had let the strike hit. Tisk, Cho hissed from somewhere behind her. Stealing all the glory. Can't have myself sitting here like a useless lump, not when this is Suna's problem. Sakura hadn't been keeping track of the old kunoichi, didn't dare look at what she was doing. But she was reassured that between Naruto and the woman who might have been the third's successor in another world, they could hold off something that had the third's face and likely his abilities, but none of his spirit. Sasori's faint smile shifted to a sneer as Cho did something behind her. I wonder what you think you're going to do with those toys. Cho's chuckle was nothing like the hearty laughter she'd indulged in on the run here. This was the amusement of the spider, full of venom. The mother and the father? I think you, like all foolish children, will find yourself surprised. She reminded herself of her ally's strength as the puppet third's mouth dropped open, steams of dark sand pouring out. She reminded herself of it with each pounding footstep as that sand took shape, spears and shields, and once a sheer crushing mass, but she was equal to the challenge. What couldn't be dodged could be smashed into the ground through brute force, which fed her confidence, because these large, unwieldy geometric forms weren't the nightmare she'd feared. Sasori allowed her to get within 20 steps of him before he made the nightmare real. Sadie Tsukaiho, he told her conversationally before the world exploded into black spines. Sakura skittered and stretched and twisted and somehow ended up 15 feet in the air, nestled in the negative space between the bars of a black iron tree. She felt the warm, heavy liquid sliding down her cheek, where she hadn't been quite able to turn her head fast and far enough. Such a small cut, but enough to introduce the poison into her bloodstream, and with her heart beating at its current wild tempo, it would travel fast. Almost as quickly as that information had filtered through her mind, her knife had scored a deeper gash over the shallow cut in her other hand glowed with medical chakra, forcing the veins and tiny capillaries to constrict, to spill the tainted blood down her face instead of into her body. And then, with only the reassurance of Naruto's voice and Cho's as to their survival, she tried again to make her way to Sasori, slithering through the sharp-edged obstacle course that he'd left her with Shunshin speed. This time it was 5 steps. Just 5. She didn't have time to dodge, just barely enough to redirect fractionally, to choose the point of entry for the spiked thing that had punched through the front of Sasori's Akatsuki cloak. It was a best of bad choices situation, because there just weren't any good options for an implement in the abdominal cavity, all those organs tightly packed together. She managed to direct it very low, slightly to one side. The part of her brain that spent too much time looking at medical texts and charts diagnosed she'd likely need immediate medical attention for a gastrointestinal perforation, and though it was difficult to judge from this angle, he might have destroyed one of her ovaries. That voice was very cold, very small, especially against the roar of pain. Her throat was still very tender from the gas, but the scream spilled out anyway. It was pain and rage and defiance, even against this, even when blade wings snicked into place behind Sasori's back, shredding his cloak and revealing just how little of his humanity was left. I will not die here. With the strength of that thought, she poured chakra into a genjutsu, flinging it toward Sasori, who'd been dragging her in like a fish on a line. She'd known he wasn't human, but he still perceived, and that was all she needed, that moment of hesitation. It wasn't one of her illusions, no, she didn't trust that would be enough, but she reached in and yanked up one of his, inspired the one clear shift of expression he'd revealed during this entire battle. The mother and the father. He'd been bored, impatient, but only that had managed to draw out real emotion. She forced her unwilling body forward, which drove the cord knife deeper, but she had him down and pinned, and her knife pressed against the strange canister rooted in his chest, which looked more organic than anything else. His eyes met hers, clearly inhuman now, but still strangely steady, and part of Sakura seized up in it's a trap, but the rest of her was poised to drive the knife home. Nothing to say? He asked. Her mind flickered to her promise to Naruto, then considered the man beneath her. How dangerous he was, the time she had left before either the poison stole her strength or the cramping in her abdomen became so violent she wouldn't be able to function. Naruto wanted to chase Sasuke, and that was fine, but they'd get their answers somewhere else. Jiraiya was a spymaster and he owed her a favor. She drove the knife home. Check the description for the links to the author.